Good evening. This is episode 305, the longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know. Dan's finished baseball PC, and Eric is here. He never left. It's basically how it works.
I've been sitting here since Monday. I really have to go to the bathroom.
I like that.
There's a tickle trunk. You can go there.
Oh, I'm not. No, I won't do that in the tickle trunk. No.
There's a lemon in Jersey. You can always use that.
No.
Josh here. It's a Friday night. You know what that means? Because of Carlos Live. Facts, Josh. Facts. Ham is here. Good evening. Sven is here. Mad City Brew. Good evening. Yes, indeed. So it's funny. It's one of those weeks where we have a couple of semi-eventful things, fun ones, but I think that's what happens. See, Paul, you got to be quick. You got to be quick. Paul's ready. See, Eric? Paul was all set.
Paul can suck it.
Ham says no tinkle in the tickle. Not so much.
Oof.
Baubles and ball cards here. Shut up, Eric. For you, Josh.
If you have time to be in the comments, you have time to be on the show, jackass.
You can say the same thing about Ham.
God, oh shit.
I think they like attacking you from the chat and just picking their spots, waiting for the right moment to strike.
Get on here and do it to my face, Jesus.
But yes, no,
I just don't want to be next to you, Eric. You know, I mean,
even adjacent, that's dangerous.
Adjacent.
Yeah, I'm uploading a video. All right. If he's uploading a video, listen, Baubles and Ball Cards has been on a prolific. Yeah, he's on a 3-day streak. He's been prolific recently. Videos are being uploaded and such. It's crazy.
Yeah, you're a real hero.
All right, Ham. All right,
There he is. Come on, Mike.
Jim. Good evening, Stuke. I already jumped on once this month to tell Eric he was wrong about national stuff. Well, it's true, Paul. We did have your appearance. We did have that on there. So anyway, what's funny is we're in an interesting spot. We're in the kind of the dog days of summer now, post national. But that said, that does not mean that the content gods do not provide, because the content gods always provide.
The National starts today. The East Coast National.
Right. Saw that.
I like to think of the slow broken leg crawling slowly over broken glass road to the National.
Yeah.
I'm going to be there. I am going to be there at the East Coast National tomorrow, and I'm going to make some news, baby.
You saw
that as well.
I hope it's not.
Well, it wasn't news.
Not on the. I hope it's not on the. I'm buying a very, very big card.
Oh,
very big card.
Good evening, Dom. Miami Vice references. We're always good for a couple of references. Episode 305. Called Shots. Good evening. Now, Eric, of course, as usual, you don't do your homework in the tickle trunk, but luckily for us,
all right,
we've got Dan's favorite, one of his personal favorites, and Simon 466 as well. Neo Cards and Comics and Simon both had videos this week pertaining to Eric's favorite company, Beckett Trading Cards, and the 4D chess that is Beckett Trading Cards.
Yeah, what do those jackass do now?
Oh, we're gonna go. I will give Neo credit for hitting up the AIs and having a summary graphic. The summary graphic was actually very handy. Simon did a very good job breaking it down as well, but the summary graphic is quite handy, so we're gonna show it.
Yeah, I'm a Neo fan. He does.
Fire says Dan's drawing. Oh, yas. We can only hope.
Yeah.
Little bare knuckle fighting. Little bare knuckle fighting. Marcus of Queensberry rules.
No, the bag that Beckett got. I'll take a fraction of what they paid Beckett.
Well, hopefully you don't negotiate the way the Beckett did, because it should have been a bigger bag. Dylan, good evening. Indeed, you work on the yard. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab it from Neo's Instagrams, and I will share a link in the description to those who are checking out the replay. But he did create a little AI infographic that did a good job here, kind of outlining it. So 2 parts to it. First, the part that we know, and then the second part that we don't. And I'll also credit Auburn 35. I think Auburn 35 actually is the one who provided this, basically these legal documents to both him and Simon, and then they used it to make their respective videos. If I remember, I'll try to include links to both videos so you guys can check them both out. All right. So here's the part we know. We know that Beckett sold to Collectors Universe in 2025. But what the legal documents tell us is that based on those documents, the reported sale price was $134 million. which seems like $133,999,999 too much, but nonetheless, more than you think, Eric. All things considered, not too bad. But Eric, what if I told you there was a better deal on the table?
Pshaw.
What if I told you back in the heady days of 2022, CGC almost had a deal with Beckett years before? They based their offer on an $800 to $900 million valuation. What defensive shilling that resulted in that valuation, I can't tell you. But in their minds, they thought it was worth that. But
no, that's 800,000. That wouldn't be. They're not worth close to $1 billion.
That doesn't matter. Based on the legal documents, that's the valuation they came up with. I assume there was $799 million in cash somewhere that the owner was hiding.
Oh, no, you're right.
We don't know.
Yeah, it's just 1.1 billion. That's insane.
Correct. So, and Beckett countered Eric at 1.1 billion. Now, I remind you that based on my evaluation, I've done my own evaluation. Right. Now, I am not an accountant, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express. And based on my valuation, Eric, in 2022, I have Beckett at least $150.
Maybe.
All right, Eric, you refute my maths, but I'm going to need to see your work.
I'm pretty sure 2022, the owner of Beckett was in prison. I'm
going to get to that.
Yeah.
So part of what happened here is that the owner in question, who was in prison, they were trying to get their money back as quickly as possible. And there was a desperation to sell and make some money. But here's the important part. Why it fell apart, obviously Beckett valued itself way more. They wanted more cash and they wanted more control. They basically were going to absorb them. Now, what's not included in the infographic here was funny. So the EBITDA used in the talks was 29 million. So obviously, if you know a little bit about accounting, you'll know how that's crazy. So the multiple is really relevant to how you figure out how to evaluate a company. We won't go too far into the weeds, but all you need to know is that that's an important number because a multiple of that is how you try to figure out how to value a company. The point is, Beckett, despite itself, was still generating some revenue. But obviously, this valuation is insane given that. But that's not the important part here. Okay. If they had taken the CGC deal, that was, I think, 225 million was CGC's deal in 2022. And Beckett, in his infinite ridiculousness, was trying to pretend it was worth more and therefore try to ask for more. So that fell through. And as a result, years later, they received a fraction of that.
Right.
Because Beckett is all about the 4D chess, Eric. The 4D chess.
Beckett is all about how can we shoot ourselves in the foot again today?
Good evening, Sports Guru. Now, here's a man who would have sold Beckett for at least $134,999,999. Here's Ham. Ham, you should have been the lead negotiator. What happened here, man? All fell through. All fell apart.
They didn't call me. They think they know better. They don't like to listen to reason. I've been known as the problem is guy, and the problem is it wasn't enough. And they felt that way too at some point, and then they got screwed.
Yep. But most of that money went to pay debt. They were
but he could have had way more money to pay debt.
In both instances, it would have gone to pay debt predominantly. So the first deal had more money that could have gone to pay debt. They just got kind of greedy, and then 3 years later, they're like, "Oh shit, there were no suitors at the table. The company was worth even less." Yeah. And it's like, "Yep." Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Simon did a great job covering that. Yeah, Simon did great on that, covering that data.
Bubble says that proves CGC is smarter than we think. Yes, they knew when to run away. This is one of those, Ham, where you give somebody a very generous offer on an eBay best offer, and then they counter with something stupid, and then you take an extra moment to think about it. You know what? Fuck no.
You go blocked.
You're like, never mind. No more. It's like I would have honored my first offer, Dan. But you know what? Yep. Now that you countered me, on second thought, never mind.
And then 2 years later, 2 years later, the card is still on eBay.
Listen, there's a lot of that.
And collectors came by and go, yeah, how about we just give you like less than about half that?
Yeah, I was
fine, we'll take it.
I was collecting the rainbow of a player named Anthony Gordon who came out a few years back in Prism. And there is a specific group. They were the Coffee Breakers, I believe is the name of their channel, but they also had an eBay. And they bought it from somebody that listed it online way too high, probably trying to think, oh, it's a 1-on-1 black, it's a quarterback. I'm going to make some money on this. They've had this thing on eBay for like $1,999.99 for 4 years. I'm like, will you take $250? because nobody else wants the card, guys. Like it's
Correct.
the guy doesn't play football. He hasn't played football for years. And Josh
Correct.
Rosen's played more than this guy. So it's just like
gosh, that's a lot.
Hey, listen, Sam. At the rate we're going right now, I'm very confident right now. I might have a better result with the Josh Rosen thing.
Yeah. Well,
just
what's
saying.
funny is I have every card in the rainbow, but one of the one-on-ones.
I get caught up in the
Josh
comments.
gets that
real quick.
NBA, you know, those cards are going to get more expensive.
They're going up.
Give it-
NBA's getting ready to take over market share here.
Could be
I
amazing.
was talking about an actual NBA.
Well, I'm talking about
Hey,
Mr.
why not
NBA.
both? Why not both? Damn it! Paul says, "As Blackstone shareholder, thank heavens." Yes. The multiple EBITDA is crazy. Yes. Grab your popcorn. Indeed, Laura. Thank you. Good evening. Beckett counter 1.1 billion said, "We have Eric and a new logo." Facts.
Yeah.
It's like when WCW sold to Vince for $3 million. Yeah, I think there was a little bit more shiftiness going on with that one from the inside, but yes, in this case, Beckett should have sold for as much as it could to try to get out from under that debt. That was really the key for them. Get out from under the debt.
This is good. I like this one.
Yes, it's all about the defensive show. We got that in there. Got to buy Mike Baker and flip it to Dan like it's the Los Angeles Lakers. Yes.
Yep.
So you see, they didn't factor in Eric's chocolate stick budget. True.
I haven't had a chocolate stick in so long.
Sounds good right now. You said peanut
All right.
M&Ms.
We're all caught up here. Bubbles and ball cards. Previous owner of SGC. You have a lot of expertise
wow.
in this. As the former owner of SGC, you know a thing or two about how to do this kind of evaluation.
Nice hat.
Neo's number for SGC was 1,000,000,000% off. I don't really know that, but hypothetically, as the former previous allegedly kind of sort of not really owner, I say it was
Yeah,
way off.
and Pete Steinberg's landlord, correct? Yes.
Yeah,
Go
I
on.
mean, like they got so much money that they let Pete walk and then brought his brother in. Like
Yeah.
it was Pete and repeat.
I'm
They
still
were-
not convinced.
They
I'm still not
retired.
convinced. I'm still not convinced. Ham, I don't accept these lies. I don't accept this slander. I'm not convinced the brother is actually a different person.
That's true.
I don't think he's there either because we still haven't gotten podcast episode number 2.
Not even close.
It's coming.
Actually, we never got episode 1 because the one that they did was like a beta test. It wasn't
Sample.
technically an episode 1. It was a test episode.
Sample.
Bubbles, good evening. Pete and his brother sound like a General Hospital plot. Probably not far off. Not far off.
I used to love
You,
General
you
Hospital.
forgot to bring up that Brandon also was the person who interviewed Mr. Tag or Old Man Tag. So
Old
we
man
all
I've
know
not
that.
done an interview since. Imagine that.
Is he alive? Has anybody seen him?
You did such a good job with that. Who in their right mind would ever go back and do another interview with you and to watch it? They know you're going to crush them.
No follow-up needed.
Yeah,
But
there's
it's what-
nobody.
I think it's what we need though. Somebody needs to step up to the plate and be like, look, I'm going to be honest and I'm going to answer the hard questions.
if Jesse Steinberg went on with Brandon, he would admit that he was in fact Pete Steinberg.
Look, if he went on there, he would admit it's like, look, we lost like $100 million. Thank God collectors bought us because we were going under. We had like another 27 minutes. That's about all we had left. It was
Isn't
over.
it? So here's a funny, and Pete's no longer there, so I can share this now.
Supposedly.
Well, allegedly not there, but yes.
Allegedly.
He never came on. Like people always wondered why, because like we did the group subs and we were. He never came on because he didn't want the image of favoritism and whatever you want to call it, and so that's why he would never come on. He told me at the national, we had conversations on the phone. He didn't want it to look like there was a connection there since we did the group subs and everything.
Was that post the Old Man Tag interview or pre?
That would have been likely pre.
Yeah, I say because if he would have saw that, he would have had a different idea. He's like, I don't know.
It would have been very different. Brendan here says Bobbles put Old Man Tag on the map. That's true. Sven here. Wait a minute. I thought this was Monday. Listen, it's confusing.
Which
Time is a paradox. Time is a paradox. A very old
Tag.
and completely obsolete map. That one.
Old Man Tag doesn't have a card, does he? I'd collect that.
That would be
For
funny.
nostalgia purposes.
Jeff here. Good evening. All right. So what I'm going to do.
My tag.
So we got some bonus stuff today, Eric. We got some fun stuff. So what I'm going to do is I actually have Ray from Philly in the green room.
Oh wow.
Yes. Not only that, Now, look,
Byron
we're going to
wasn't
talk
green.
about something else. I want to see. I'm going to bring him on, but then we'll also may potentially have one other person that'll come in, and then we'll discuss if the other individual comes on at the same time. We'll discuss, but we'll bring him on. Now, listen, we have a contentious relationship because Ray was my favorite person from Philadelphia, but then I was promised things, and don't think I forgot, Dan. I don't think I forgot about the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. We had a hashtag rigged agreement from one of the other representatives. Ray was one of my favorite people from Philly, but we have an issue. Ray, hello, welcome to the show.
How you doing?
I weren't ready to answer the hard questions.
I wasn't ready for that, but yeah.
I'm not talking to him.
You do see what's underneath my name, right? I mean, I'm prepped for next year.
All right, cool.
Well, listen, just make sure, Ham, you if you get any agreements, make sure they're in writing. Because these people cannot be trusted.
Video wasn't enough. He was on video.
Apparently.
Wait.
We do have a lawyer here, so
There's going to start being conspiracy. Y'all are talking about the YouTube Hall of Fame, and I've done a video 3 days in a row. You know, that doesn't that technically put me in qualification to be eligible again? Like, nah, we can't be having this. We can't be having this.
feels like a pump job, guys. Pump job.
Brandon, look, just to be clear on this, again, I remind you that I am half Colombian and half Panamanian. Corruption is my birthright. Literally my birthright.
Yeah, it is.
I don't remember the last time I did a video 3 days in a row, to be honest.
It's all falls together in the part of the conspiracy. All right. Let's bring in Cardboard Coach Neal. He's not involved in the YouTube Hall of Fame, so right now we'll leave him out of this.
Yeah,
Ray will deal with my ire and my venom later. But for now, gentlemen, I did bring you on. I did receive your emails, but before we get distracted by anything else, you would like to discuss and promote something that's coming up. So why don't you do that first? Why don't we start with that?
sure.
All right. Well, the Philly show is a show that happens 3 times a year, the same months every year, September, December, and March. And myself and Neil, a year ago on the September show, we came up with the idea of doing, a gathering, get together, YouTuber, whatever you want to call it, after show hangout. And it started off really small. Last September, there was like 10 people there, and then we just started promoting the hell out of it. And December, we were up to like 40, and the last show, we were between 50 to 60 people in March. So once again, the show's coming up next month. It's Saturday, September 25th in Oaks, Pennsylvania at the Expo Center. And myself and Neil at 5 o'clock, that's when the show ends, we'll be at the Hilton Garden Inn, and we're looking forward to it. I've already gotten a huge response, and we're 100% certain this is going to be our biggest turnout yet. So a lot of people from across the country, I'm hearing, they're texting me, they're coming in, and people didn't go to the National this year to go to the Philly show. So we're thrilled, Neil and I. We can't wait for it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's just hanging out, eating. There's going to be pizza. There's going to be either wings or chicken fingers, something like that. And there's a bar there, and we're trying to actually get a private room now because it's starting to grow pretty big. So Neil and I are working on with the manager at the Hilton Garden Inn to get a room. So it's going to be pretty epic. So Neil,
it's going to be good. And Ray is correct. We started, the first time I met Ray was the Sunday. It was at a small Delaware card show. And we were talking about some of the events happening at the National last year and how their meet and greet got kind of dismantled because of hotel management. We figured, let's do one at the Philly show. We both agreed. We got in touch with the Hilton Garden Inn. Byron has been great to work with. I talked to Paul Kutch beforehand. He said it's no problem as long as it's not a trade night or anything like that. So it never has been. And I think it was like 10 or 11 people. I'm thinking it was in the high 40s, low 50s. And then I think it's in the almost 70 last time. So our numbers are a little off. I think it's going to be a triple figures.
I think so too. I mean, the response has been, it's starting to really get out there now. People and the Philly show is a great show. I mean, the Philly show is over about 1,100 tables now. It's over 1,000 tables, and they have 2 gigantic rooms. It's the oldest show in the country.
Yep.
Came out in 1975. It's a good mixture of vintage and modern, so it's not overwhelming with Pokemon. It's just the right amount.
Yeah.
I would say 70-30. Would you say with
Yeah,
70-30?
I would agree. And you know what else? They do a great job. Philly Show does a great job of kind of segregating everything. When they expanded a couple shows ago, the one side room seemed in the back seemed to be a lot of TCG and Pokemon and that kind of stuff. You're going to find it mixed on the main floor, but for the most part, it is back there. And also, we want to give a shout out to this will be the third one in a row where CIA has sponsored the pizza. And so, it's always good to go after a show and get something to eat with collectors. So it's about as good a pizza as you can find at a hotel.
Yeah.
Dan will agree.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've gone to the last two. I did go to the first one. I was at the Philly show, but I had to get out of town quickly. I don't know why. It was something with the cops or something. But no.
Have a child with you, did you?
We have
people on this screen who have had that issue repeatedly.
One time.
But I've been to 12 Philly shows, and I could say the Philly show has grown even in that time frame, like the 5 years that I've been going to it. It's grown incredibly, and now it's like the biggest expo center, and now it has 3 rooms. When I first went to the expo center, it had the smaller of those 3 rooms, one room. Now it's 3 of them, and it's huge. And you're right; it's really the guys that I go see, the vintage baseball guys, are all in the same spot every time I go, so I know where to find certain guys. And you go into the other room, you can go into the side room. It's an incredible show. And we've talked it up a lot, and I've done so many videos on it, and I have had such success getting cards, but the reality is it's a lot of fun. And you guys have added this special bonus so that I'm actually staying 2 nights. First time I've ever stayed 2 nights, Friday night and Saturday night. And this get together I've been at 2 of them. They've both been fantastic. The last one was bigger than the one before that, and this one is going to be crazy. We have some hobby luminaries are going to be there.
Yeah.
Are we getting live video feed from this event?
Yeah, I think Neil and I were talking about that. We should definitely have some live footage. We'll set it up, definitely.
Or just have like a camera set in a corner, better than my setup at the National.
Absolutely.
That way people can come up and kind of.
Well, Ham, I already told you, you're one phone call away. The Arena Club Tiki Bar, basically, you could just have your own studio built out of there. Be great.
It's funny is I've already fixed the problems that I had. I already know how to resolve.
Ham, you're a Florida man. You've definitely not fixed all the problems you have. With audio, maybe, but the rest of it, I don't. Okay, fine.
Well, I would just like to say everybody's talking about the Philly show, and the sister show to the Philly show, obviously, was Chantilly, and people used to talk about how great Chantilly was. I just had a thought because y'all were talking about the pizza and the hotel and everything, right? Eric has told us how great IKEA Swedish meatballs are. And the Dulles Expo Center is now in IKEA. IKEA has display cases, they have bookshelves, they have tables, and they have Swedish meatballs.
Yeah.
Nice.
We could just go in and set a card show up.
Well, Brandon, I was picking up what you were putting down. I'm like, I see absolutely no reason you couldn't run the card show in an IKEA.
I'm just saying, and we got Swedish meatballs. Eric's already attested that they're great. So we could hashtag bring Chantilly back.
Just to remind people, the reason he's bringing this up is because IKEA was found to be guilty of serving horse meat in the Swedish meatballs.
You got to do something with it when it dies.
I don't know the ingredient content. You talked about the Swedish meatballs. I know that they're there. We got tables. We got display cases. We got bookshelves. We could run a show. Still,
Eric, look, you're the one who shamelessly pumps the Dunkin' Donuts chocolate stick, and everybody knows that's 75% horse meat, and that hasn't been an issue with you up until this point.
There is a Walmart next door to that expo center that might have a Dunkin' in it. So, Eric,
amazing.
Might even have your chocolate.
Walmart
stick.
got blasters. What are you talking about? We can get some cards.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, we don't have to have Chantilly go away, guys. IKEA is not going to charge us entry fees.
So to be clear, Ray, we let you guys have a nice runway to actually explain it in seriousness, but then that was enough seriousness, and now that's
Wrong night.
I gave you a nice runway. I want it noted.
We're connected.
I want it noted that both of you got a chance to lay out the lay of the land there respectfully, but now back to the ridiculously that we are accustomed to.
Can I just say that there will be no horse meat at the Philly get together?
Don't promise that, Dan. You can't.
Come on.
I heard the jerky they
Horse
sell is
jerky's
all.
the best.
No horse meat. Definitely not horse meat.
And we like
Chicken, but not.
But yes, but let me ask you a question here that actually pertains to that. One of the things that we've observed, and that kind of plays into it, basically, that you got there, is that I said already, a lot of these regional shows have grown up so much, they've gotten so big that they can kind of warrant that. So like the Strongsville has become a gathering for a lot of YouTube guys, especially the vintage card things. The Philly show there, you guys have started that, and you've, as you just outlined, it's grown every single year, like exponentially, like it's exploded. Once upon a time, it was only the National that would have these kind of big gathering, but now you've got multiple places. You know, there's a bunch of folks out in the Dallas show who started getting together, and if they decided to do that more in a more regular basis, they could. Like they could 100% do that, and like that thought process is coming up with more and more people. They may still go to the National, but then they're also thinking about these regional shows. But realistically, you could probably go to 2 or 3 regional shows and have your fill if that's really what you want, and still get the gathering as well.
Absolutely.
And I think that's all because of YouTube. You know, people watch YouTube and they see these events happening, and they're like, you know what? We have one of those in our neck of the woods. Why don't we start one up? And all it takes is just mentioning it on a few channels, and you get legends like Dan promoting it and yourself, and boom, you might get you might get, 10, 30 more people.
Yeah, and that's how me and Neil started this. When me and Neil met at the Delaware show, it was right after last year's National. And I said to Neil, I'm like, you know, man, I would love to put something together for the Philly show, like, because it started, of course, with the National several years ago with Mike Baseball Collector. And I said to Neil, I said, we should do something for the Philly show. And he was on board with that. And, you know, we didn't know what to expect. We didn't even know what the heck we were doing the first time. We were just like, hey, come to the Hilton Garden. We'll be there. And, you know, Neil held the fort down, and it was like 10 people. And I was like, okay. And then after that, December was 50 something. And then March was like, what Neil said, 60, 70 people. And now from I'm hearing Mike's coming, Baseball Collector. It's his first time to the Philly show. Chris from Missouri, Orlando, a collector stream. There's a lot of time. First time me meeting some of these people too.
So you say, so you're saying Mike is coming to the Philly show then, and we'll be at the gathering?
Yeah.
Now, then I would say, I would caution you, gentlemen, as I am well aware of Mike Baseball Collector. If Mike comes in uniform, then you might not want. The last time he did this, he tried to incite a riot. He tried to start a revolution. If he comes in with the beret, walk away.
Walk away.
Or
I hear you.
Tell him there's horse meat involved, and maybe he'll leave on his own. I'm just warning you. Look, again, Mike and I have a storied history. His words, not mine. I have them on film. His words, not mine. And I feel like I should warn you. You know, I know about that Mike Baseball Collector. He's a revolutionary in his own time.
That he is. It's going to be great, man. It's just a lot of people coming. I mean, you know, and like you guys said, the word's spreading for these gatherings now. I think, you know, Texas has had one, and you know, Chantilly, I'm sure will probably get it. Whoever's close to that show will do something. White Plains, they have their East Coast National, which might be this weekend if I'm not.
Ray, it is this weekend. There's never been an East Coast National get together or White Plains.
Okay, sorry, White Plains.
It's Shriners that there has been a get
yes.
together. Yeah, Jake put it together, and he did a really nice job. And there was about 15 or 20 of us there. That was a lot of fun. The other one is Mike Jayhawker has mentioned it in the chat. I know Joe Redneck Collector has put together one for the St. Louis show coming up in October.
I was gonna text Mike or Joe. When is that show? It's October something, because my brother lives 20 minutes away.
I'm not sure the date. I'm not sure the date, but it's October.
And there's Mike right there.
There you go.
So
then included here as well that there's going to be, that's the kind of the reason I posed the question, is that there's going to be, I think, more of those now. And your point about YouTube also plays into it, is that it becomes easier to kind of let people know that, hey, we're planning on doing this. And then as some of these things get bigger, then it will get a little trickier though, because then you have to organize more. With the amount of people you're talking about, it's different than grabbing like a couple of tables full of people, and you kind of have to think a little bit differently in that. So if you guys found it to be obviously a little bit more challenging, you actually have to organize at that point. It's no longer just, hey, a bunch of us are going to hang out after. Now it's like a little bit of a planning is involved.
So far it's been pretty easy. The Hilton Garden Inn had been great, but we have a good crowd. It's very even keeled, and there isn't a room involved. So I mean, as long as we were going to be, fine in the bar area and keep ourselves, composed, then we're good. The bartenders, I after every show, I reached out to the sales manager and thanked him, but also asked how they did, and the bartenders loved it, because I don't think they were used to getting.
They're not
any crowd like on a Saturday at between 5 and 8 o'clock, and here come 50 guys buying drinks and
she said she looks forward to the Philly show now.
Yeah,
she told the manager Byron, because it's her best night. Because we pack it, so it's they look forward to it now. So. I just met with the manager on Thursday, and like Neil and I did, and we're discussing that we're going to see if we can get a room now, because I didn't want to clog up his lobby if we're anticipating possibly triple digits. And I told him that. He said, "Yeah, no problem." So we're working on the logistics on that right now. We're not guaranteeing the room yet, but we're working on that. So hopefully we can move into that.
Also, Ray, it was because Dan, Orlando, Mike, and Chris from Missouri needed an autograph station. They couldn't do it in the lobby. So,
I mean, it'd be just too much,
Well, I think, look, a factor that plays into this, as you guys are.
What am I signing away?
You've got all these named luminaries, but some of them need to be kept more separate than others. Like his Orlando's coming. Don't worry, I won't tell Mike Orlando. It's fine. We'll just keep you guys separated from a good distance apart. The revolution will have to start somewhere. It's okay. I got you.
Revolution.
I should say, Chris from Missouri is coming with people too. He's not just coming alone. I'm not sure. I know Tom is coming. I'm not sure about Coop, but those guys are good guys.
Is coming. Yeah, Chris told me Coop is coming.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's bringing 3 or 4 people. So we're
entourage.
Me and Neil talked about this in the beginning of June. We're like, dude, we better start planning, and anticipate. And if it's not as big as we thought, that's fine. But we anticipate it's going to be pretty big.
Yeah.
So we're trying to plan out ahead of time.
Ham, what I'm hearing here is that maybe you need to start getting people. You need an entourage. Next time, by next national, I expect you, Dustin, Neo, and possibly Steve to have each individual entourages. You should all have entourages.
I kind of like that. Yeah, that's cool.
I can probably purchase some people to come to the show.
Well, Ham, why don't you just bring a couple of gators or something? Like it's fine.
I'll hit Eric's wife up, the OnlyFans girls.
I just assumed
a python.
Well, Eric was researching in the incognito tab all about Jelly Bean. He needed to research for the card story.
The incognito tag doesn't actually hide anything, by the way.
Don't tell Eric.
Yeah, don't. I still do not know who that is, and I'm not doing the research to find out.
I'll help you out. I'll send you the link again, like I usually do. I send him the link, and he always opens it too, guys.
Yeah, every time, every single time.
It's easy bait.
Well, we'll see what the history shows there, Eric. We'll see what the browsing history for research, for science.
That would Tickle Trunk. No thanks.
It all started with Tickle Trunk.
Don't pick that up either.
Yes. So Ray and Neil, you're welcome to hang out, but is there anything else you would like to add regarding the Philly show? Otherwise, I will get back to making fun of Eric, and we will continue the regular scheduled program. And I will also denounce you until next year's YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame, where I expect wrongs to be righted.
Okay.
I don't care what y'all have to do. Change the bylaws, fix it. We only need one fully corrupt ballot. Just put my name on there, and I don't care what you do with the rest.
All right. Done.
Yeah, there you go.
Dan,
you got him on video again.
Video again. I gave you one job.
Don't you get this?
Ray, this is the only way you will get back in my good graces. Otherwise, you're going in the same place where Ed Westergriff is and his Camp Anson collection.
I was massaging
You don't want to be there.
Shoulders at the National. I should be in.
Ed Westergriff will be at this Philly get together.
Yes,
and so will Mike O.
Yeah.
Mike O is a legendary Philly YouTuber too. Yeah. He hasn't been able to make the past 2 ones because he was working, but he's coming this one.
Before we move on, one of the greater things about this particular get together is that a lot of the dealers have actually come over. So we've had multiple, like we had a whole table of dealers, which doesn't happen at a lot of these things. So, you get to negotiate with them at the show and then buy a big card and then they buy you a bunch of beers.
We had Stan was there and Bill Chappell was there and and of course Jeremy
and
from
Paul
CIA,
Borges is there.
Jeremy CIA Auctions is great there, and I have my buddy Holmesy who's there bringing. He always has a surprise card. Dan will tell you, he'll have. I don't know what he's got up his sleeve this time, Dan. He's keeping it a secret from me too.
Oh,
so
and Leighton was there last time, so
that's right, Leighton Sheldon.
That was the highlight of Jim's Holmesy's night.
Yeah, it was
interviewed by Leighton.
Believe me, it was the highlight.
It was.
It was a lot of fun. It was.
It was. So hey, we appreciate you guys.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
So
and Carlos, I will make a wrong a right. You heard it here, August 14th. I will
replay it without shit. Listen, right now Brad is still Judas 8671 until further notice.
All right.
So fix it.
I will talk to Brad and Scott and be like, look, I had to sit down with Carlos. And we gotta fix this.
And if you need to kick out Bob Lewis, I'm just saying, go for it. I've been trying to get him impeached from the Hall of Fame for years. He knows this. Bob will expect it. He's just waiting for your phone call.
Okay.
You guys missed out on a one-man kazoo parade.
Eric destroyed the kazoo. So now I don't know. Maybe we'll get some streamers or something. Fix it, Ray.
I will try my best. Definitely.
Things that could have been.
Well, I appreciate it, guys. Dan, I'm looking forward to hanging with you. I owe you a drink, Dan. I'm going to buy you a drink. You've done so much favors for us helping us out. I appreciate it.
I'm going to get
you guys are the best. It's a great get together, and you've done a great job with it.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you very much. And hopefully you guys can all make it up.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good, guys. Take it easy. Appreciate you popping on. Good evening.
All right.
This ain't working.
I want to see how long it takes Ray to click off himself. I can take it off screen, but where's the fun in that? You're welcome to stay, Ray, if you like, but otherwise you can click yourself off.
I thought you were okay. Sorry about that.
No, I know, Ray. I'm not doing your work for you. Come on, you have things you need to do for me, not the other way around.
Salute, guys. I'll see you.
All right,
soon.
take it easy, Ray.
Take care, guys.
See you, Ray.
Don't be mean to the guy that runs the thing, Carlos. Jeez.
Listen, I have not had my right wronged. Or reverse.
We have one job to do next year. One job.
Until that happens, though, Ham, there's no favors given on my end. None.
What we need to do is the chat needs to participate more in these votings. Like we need to somehow prove that they're voting for us.
Guy says, how many OnlyFans mod will be at the show? According to many card YouTubers, have been seeing a lot of it get into the hobby and are freaking out. Listen, Eric has been messing us nonstop. It's been jelly bean this, jelly bean that. Hey guys, I did some research.
The money in the hobbies become so outrageous that they might make more money involving cards into their OnlyFans. So they got a new angle because you can only show your feet so many times, and then it's just the same thing over and over again.
Well, we'll see. If Eric renews his subscription, it'll be fine. Josh here says, hit the like button for Ray and Neal. Make Eric pay. That's correct.
Excuse me. Cue back up one, please.
Oh, shit.
Give me a second.
Good Lord, man. I know you're decrepit, but get on with it.
Every time he gets into the bed. Give me a second.
Shut up, Josh.
That's much stretching for that. That's all you're
old. I'm old. Listen, I'm old. I had to put a lot. I had to put a lot of fire and intensity into that. Okay, I came from in here.
Wow.
You can't do that without stretching. You'll pull something.
Wow. Just wow. So thanks to Ray and Neal for joining us. I'll leave a link in the description for the replay to both channels so you can check it out there. And remind Ray, as the months come into next year, promises were made. Dan, we have video.
Again, a lot of good it did you last time.
Listen, about the amount of shaming that I will do, Dan, now that I have this much video, though, that Brad kind of was trying to play it off a little bit. No, we got a lot of very clear, defined video this time around. We'll see. Veterans Committee, I know, should have to get voted in all. Orlando says, bring expertise up. Can we get a Canadian? I'll see if I can send Steve with PH.
Steve with PH has been to Philly before. I'm not sure if he's coming this time, but he has been to Philly.
Well, there you go. So then Orlando's already been done. What more do you want, man? Stop being greedy. Searching for Jelly Bean. He was. Ride crash. Crash again. Correct. It's correct. But yes. So yes, we wanted to get that there. And if any of you are attending the Philly show, feel free and make some videos. Do it for the content gods. It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. Now, before they popped on, we were finishing off. I think we've mostly talked about the Beckett topic. I think we got to figure it out. Anything else we want to add in there, Brandon? Obviously, I've got plenty of comedic fodder for them, but I feel like I'll dole it out over the coming weeks and months because every now and then it will come up anytime a bad deal is made. They Beckett it.
Yeah.
You know what it made me think of when Neal was doing the video?
Yes.
The video he did like a week prior. People are afraid to sell because everything's going to the moon. And Beckett thought that they were worth $1 billion. And look what happened. They crashed and burned.
It is true.
Didn't go anywhere is what they did.
It is true. They just hung around and nothing happened.
They should have took the offer.
They should have. There was literally another 80, 90 million left in that offer if they had just taken it sooner.
Well,
Here's the...
Go ahead.
Go ahead, dude.
There was a tweet by Steve Grad, who actually worked at Beckett at that time, who said that the guy who came in and he named him, I don't remember what his name was the dumbest person on earth. I was like, yeah, 2022 Beckett.
Somebody comes in.
That makes sense.
No, why do you think he was running Beckett? He could have been doing a respectable profession.
I mean, this was the time frame where they were putting out the new slab, their new look, the
logo.
The new logo and the new levels and the grading. None of it ever took place. It was bizarre.
Nope.
No, you would have had to commit. They had a problem in that. So just to be clear and make a distinction here, the Beckett grading arm, because part of what was included in those documents, if you look at some of the stuff that was included in some of the appendices, is that the grading arm itself was profitable. Not like ridiculously profitable, but it was profitable. So it's one of those things where they were making money despite themselves, because honestly, you pretty much would have to go out of your way not to. That the money was there. You just had to pick it up off the floor. But imagine if they were run effectively. Imagine if they been run better. But what they were trying to buy is that they were trying to do a deal where they're like, because CGC owned by Blackstone, they have the resources. But honestly, probably one of the first things that would have happened, Dan, and maybe this is part of the reason that the leadership didn't want to do it. One of the first things they would have done is like, well, the first problem is this place is being run by idiots. You're all gone. Like the moment the ink dries on this deal, we're booting all of you at the first opportunity.
Well, they also the CGC would have gotten the whole the Beckett building down in, I guess it's Dallas, right? Is it in Dallas?
It's somewhere in Texas, yeah.
Somewhere in Texas. They would have gotten all that space, which CGC needed. And obviously they needed more resources. They still need more resources. So it would have been beneficial in some ways, but I think it would have been an albatross. And whoever said before that they have stock in Blackstone, so they're happy this deal didn't take place, is probably
well,
right.
because they were being run badly. Like it's one of those things you would have had to get rid of a bunch of the issues that you were having in there. There would have definitely been some fixing and maintenance. Really, the only value that Beckett had above all else is that we joke about you and the last helicopter out of Saigon, Dan, but there are people like that for the Beckett brand. Despite everything they've done, there are some folks that are hardcore. They're hanging on to the Beckett concept because there was a time that they were respected in that space, and they're hoping that it could happen again.
Yeah.
And the dream lives. They refuse to let it go down. I will say one of the points that was made though in Neal's video, and I do agree with it, it would have been an interesting sliding doors moment, because if CGC had been able to boot out some of the people that were causing the problem, and then focus their attention on using the brand that there is brand equity there. There is people who do hold it in some value. And if you put the right people behind it and the right marketing behind it, there are people who would happily submit to Beckett today in droves if they feel like they are getting the appropriate amount back. Because at one point, the Beckett 9.5 was actually held in decent esteem. It wasn't like a fraction of the PSA 10.
It was a hierarchy.
Yeah, it was actually higher in a lot of cases.
Can I ask a question to the panel? Do you guys think that Beckett has improved in its stature since it was purchased by Collectors Inc.?
So I'm going to say by a fraction, just because it had really, outside of going bankrupt, it had nowhere to go but up. Just by basically because right now, whether people like it or not, Collectors was going to take advantage. Nat Turner is a fan of Beckett from back in the day. Like, he holds Beckett in a lot higher esteem than he held the SGC. They happen to own it. Like, he would get rid of SGC tomorrow if he could get away with it. But Beckett, he actually likes. So it was a lot easier for them. They had somebody in place who was front facing with Beckett almost immediately, Dan. So that's like the biggest indicator to me. They actually cared enough to send somebody out to represent Beckett outside. You can see them. You can hear them. You were able to show that person. The not Pete Steinberg guy, we haven't seen on video. People have talked to him, but we haven't seen him yet. Yeah. So, Eric, you were raising your hand. Go ahead.
Well, let me answer Dan's question about whether we think it's gotten better. Is the current owner of Beckett in prison?
I guess the answer to that question is no, right?
No. So therefore, things are looking much better at Team Beckett.
So, Eric, you know what this means? Eric, you know what this means? It's time to get the Beckett hat. Let's go. I'll read the comments here. Kai said PSA backlog going down by 1 millimeter. I think it's going to go up, and then it will start going back down again. Right after the national, it was ridiculous how many cards they got in. Possibly just keep prices high end. What's going to happen no matter what happens, even if they start getting the backlog down by the next update, they will still, when they are ready to bring the back in, they won't go straight back to the value level. No matter what. Even if they raise the value level, they won't go back to it right away. They'll actually go down slowly. I think it's going to be higher no matter what at the end. Just how much higher is the only question. Same way that I said previously. I think the National could charge more for the tickets if they wanted to.
Oh, they will.
Yeah. And so the question is, how much can they squeeze? And that's really the question that should be being asked internally, because right now, if you keep resetting records and you keep getting more bodies in the room, clearly you can afford to do it. You can afford to increase it. Otherwise, you're just leaving money on the table and you're Becketting this thing.
I love that.
Jim here says Beckett got to the point where they needed either to get enough capital, take the next step, or sell out, and they whiffed. Yep. They managed to whiff that one. The hottest time in the hobby at that time, and they managed to somehow not make more money than they should have and left money on the table. It is impressive. Does Panini America boom if acquired by Collectors? So, Brandon, Collectors doesn't actually own any licenses. Are you saying Fanatics? Because Collectors doesn't own any licenses that I'm aware of, unless something has changed. Maybe they can get bare knuckle. Oh yes. Think about it. But anyway, may have just stuck to the tops or just service branching. I think here's the funny thing. Panini is weird for me. They're kind of one that I would throw in here as an odd company. So I think we're done with the Beckett one. But we'll come. I reserve the right though to make fun of Beckett more later for something else, because I'm sure they'll do something. But for now, the Panini thing is interesting because obviously they're still hanging around. They've still got their licenses they've got, but less all the time. And Brandon, let me throw this one at you. So I'll give my thought, but then I'd like to get your take. I think there's still some other licenses out there, but the problem is all the licenses that remain are going to be more obscure, more niche stuff. So just speaking for the guys on the wrestling side of things in my other channel, there are a lot of folks in that space who are very dissatisfied with what Upper Deck is doing, to the point that they have repeatedly, even some of the folks that have bigger platforms in that space, and again, still small, it's still niche, they openly would love Panini to have the AEW license, if for no other reason than they feel that they would do a better job with it. So there's still people that really like a lot of the Panini brands and IPs, but the problem is you don't have any licenses to get much of it out. The one that I had, I actually opened a couple boxes of it. They had MLW ring royalty is what they called it. It was $80 a box. It was 10 cards, but they had a couple of autographs in a box. Actually, it was a decent value for what it was. You had a couple of names that people knew, but for the price point and what you were actually getting for it, it wasn't bad. The problem is Panini's done so many weird things, but they've also got no licenses, so we don't even know if they could do anything interesting. But there's still room for them in this world if they could find a couple of decent licenses. The problem is I don't know what's left other than bowling. Panini, Prism Bowling. Say it with me.
I think there's a bowling set out, but I don't remember who has the license.
It's probably Leaf.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is to me. I think Paul didn't quite, or I didn't quite express it well enough. But I think the point was that CGC was going to take some of Beckett's space, and that would have been good for them.
I just think it would have been easy for them to scale. And so my take on this, just so we're all on the same page, I think it would have been easy for them though to use the brand, because then you could have made it, because CGC has struggled even with what it's done, and it's improved over time. But CGC has struggled to get a foothold. But in TCG and Pokemon, they're great. In TCG and Pokemon, they're having no issue. If Beckett was there as the sports card arm, that could have been something you could have sold. You could have sold the BGS as being the sports card. All right, fine. You don't want to do CGC? Submit to BGS. We'll grade your baseball cards, your football cards, your hockey cards, whatever. BGS, you've got the Pokemon, CGC is fine. Because for CGC and Pokemon and TCG, they're fine.
I'm going to take another angle on that.
Go ahead. Sure.
Before we move on from
that
topic. Because Neo mentioned something there, and I think it's already been absolved now to begin with. But if CGC or Blackstone or whoever, how you want to picture it, had acquired the Beckett brand, they would have also acquired CBCS, which was CGC's biggest comic competitor at the time.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You also had CGC acquiring JSA for autograph authentication. One thing people trust Beckett with pretty well is the autograph authentication. So my thought was, if they had acquired them, would they have even kept the Beckett branding? Or would they have just acquired it? And when CGC started doing sports cards, they kind of took all their best employees anyway from Beckett. So they could have then just dissolved the Beckett name and acquired the facility, got rid of some of the competition there, because then, your autograph authentication is down to just basically you and PSA at that point.
Yeah.
And it would have been an interesting angle, because they didn't need to keep the name. So, I honestly, we won't know what it would look like now because it didn't happen. But I wonder, would it have helped CGC?
Yeah, I do think having the two distinct brands would have been beneficial, because, as I said, there is a very hardcore, loyal fan base for BGS, despite everything they've done. There is a fan base on there. And if you give them something that actually makes them feel like there is a chance that it'll be run better, because Beckett was being run very poorly and they still got cards graded despite that. But if you give them that, and then CGC has the TCG side, which is obviously a huge market. Like right now, even today, TCG is working great for them. They're having no issue there. If that sports card side, though, was bigger, they'd be doing north of a million cards a month. All it would take is a little bit of an increase, and they're getting close to it now. They were over 800,000 last month. But if they had a stronger sports card grouping of people, and that includes also the semi-ridges with the sticker on it, so we have to kind of factor that. That's a piece of it too. But even still, that's still a lot of cards getting slapped.
The video I did yesterday, it got more views than I expected, because I think it's the way I titled it. But there was several people that commented, and an interesting trend with it was folks who had CGC memberships. And I did the video saying, I've decided to let my membership expire. I'm not going to renew it. And there was several folks also chiming in and saying that they also aren't renewing their memberships, because they're basically like, it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. And when PSA had the big backlog, when they had to pause before and all of those things, SGC had a quick turnaround. Even when they got backed up, it was a little excessive, but it wasn't to the 6-7 month point. the situation we're in right now, all of your options are pretty much at the same level. So then it becomes just a matter of how much does it cost to get graded? Well, if the cost doesn't outweigh the resale value, which we already know CGC's resale isn't anywhere near PSA's resale now, if you're going to pay just a little bit more, wait about the same amount of time, but the card's going to be valued excessively more, then what's the point in using CGC outside of if you like the holder or you just despise PSA?
Mhm.
So
Right.
there was several comments that said they were also dissolving or letting their membership expire or whatever. And I'm wondering if that's not going to be a trend, because right now I'm hearing their bulk is 6+ months.
It's a trend.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
already
It's
a
a problem.
It's a
they
trend.
had the opportunity and they got put into the same ship as PSA.
This
at,
was
at
my
the national. That was the slowest grading company by far.
yeah.
Mhm.
That was my
Every time
point
they
on
get
the
a
last
tweet,
Cynics
they
was
can't.
that CGC is not taking advantage of the fact that if they could, if they got their return times down to 3 months, they would boost their
Exactly.
know,
Right? I think they're
their
trying.
business
I mean,
like crazy.
they put out that little Instagram.
Yeah, they did. Now,
That-
Dan, one thing that makes it worse, though, what makes what Ham says, though, even more an emphasis on how bad it is that they had on-card grading. So the grading there, and it was very competitive. Like, it was a very good price,
Yeah, it was
all things
pretty cheap.
considered. It was
Yeah,
pretty cheap.
yeah.
So this is them offering, Dan, not to worry about the turnaround time. They're offering to give you the cards back during the show, and they were still struggling to get people standing.
well, they met capacity. They met their capacity during the show.
I'd be curious how much
To the
capacity they
point
had.
that I don't know. I know because
Yeah.
I was going to take my cards deliberately on Sunday to them because I wasn't worried about getting them back. I
Yeah,
just didn't want to have to mail them to them.
Sure.
And I was just like, I was just too lazy to sit there at the computer and type all my crap in because I have a CGC membership because you pretty much pay for itself with the membership with the grading, plus you get 20% off of everything
Depends
else.
how much
So
you
it's like,
grade.
well, I mean,
You have to submit
if
enough
if
to justify it.
5 cards. It's 5 cards. You get 5
Well, then-
cards for free. It pays for itself. Literally, it pays for
Well,
itself. And you
it's
get
different.
20%
I
for
was
the
a
year.
member for 2 years.
It's
and
different now,
It was
correct.
like you had
Yeah. No, it's like basically here's a free membership. That's
Mhm.
basically
Right.
how it is with 20% off.
Here's a couple of comments. I'll
Mine-
get caught up. Go ahead.
Sorry, just mine to clarify though, it didn't pay for itself.
Yeah, sure.
I had the dealer membership, which costs less than the other ones out there, but you have to go through a big, extensive application process.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was looking at it, I haven't graded cards in like 18 months. The only thing I've used it for was some video games and some movies. And so when I was looking at it, I was like, well, I could pay the price, it's not that expensive, but is it worth paying the money when I know I'm likely not going to use it for anything? So that's where my decision came from.
Sure. Sure. So Kai here says, I'll get caught up here. How much of the rising cards playing part of the gambling market skyrocketing? For a lot of the newer stuff, a lot. Well, I like to have them separate. It seems that whatnot on eBay Live is being lumped into gambling. Well, there's a lot of connection to it. Yeah, that very much there's a strong correlation there. Also, overall stock market as a whole. So I actually did a little digging while we were having this conversation just to see once something gives, will the card market be able to hold as strong as the dip at the same time as the recession or correction of 2022? So there was a little bit of a correlation there, but they've diverged a bunch of times. Like there was a connection for a little run there in like 21, 22, but then they immediately started diverging. So they're like, I would consider them two disconnected markets for the last several years.
We did a whole thing on this in Cynics like 3 episodes ago. It's just there's no correlation. There's really no correlation.
And for some markets, they don't care. Like for certain cards and certain markets, like the stock market would be down 30% tomorrow, and the card would hold steady or move up potentially, depending on who's buying it.
They
It
have their
depends
own
on the
classes.
items.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
it
have their own
depends on the
classes.
items.
Yeah.
So I would say the correlation really isn't very strong right now. So to answer that question, the correlation is pretty weak at the moment. Zach says, Cameron, does Eric work for Beckett or just a fan? Yes.
Mhm.
Does Beckett know about the Dallas card show theft? Maybe. Very strong connection between Dallas card show and Beckett. So in contrast to Kai's question, where there was a very weak correlation, Dan, the Dallas card show theft and Beckett and individuals who may be associated, the correlation does seem a lot stronger. Allegedly.
Carlos,
Giving homage to.
I would just like to remind everyone, I'm not here to talk about the past.
Clearly. CGC has picked up vintage non-sports from SGC as well. Probably. Could be. There could be a category. I'll tell you, full disclosure. I have, when I picked up cards in ComC, I've sent some of my wrestling cards to CGC. I like the holder. Like, I have no problem putting those cards in it. They're fun.
Wrestling cards.
Well, there was a thing that was going on with SGC and non-sports for a while, where they were sending a bunch of stuff back ungraded, can't grade this to people.
Sure.
The non-sports people were going crazy about this, that the SGC had changed their policies essentially. So I think a lot of those people dumped SGC. And I think that actually is correct. But as we know, non-sports is all the rage these days. So
I've been told I think it's up 40 gazillion percent.
Just a little tidbit. They start doing that when they get behind. when they don't want to take the time to research or I have cards that I sent in multiple times that I know for a fact when I can go online right now.
Yeah, they had graded it previously. They graded them after. It was like a period where they just needed to get shit done and they didn't want to research them and everything else. And so, nope, it's easy to just send them back. You don't get charged for it, whatever. So they just send them back. It's a way to knock down the backlog. Sounds good. Simon here. Good evening. Panini may also have about 12 employees left at this point. That might be true. So it might be tough from a capacity
Did they
perspective
have
to
12
take
to begin with. I can't even verify that.
At their peak, they might have had at least 13. We can't speak to what happens now. Yeah, I think part of the reason, Simon, that people were pitching it is because I wouldn't consider it a major, like right now, Upper Deck only releases 3 AEW products a year. So I that's not really like asking a lot, all things considered. But again, you never know. I'm assuming this is a thing. I don't know what it is. I just see Black Prism 1-of-1. Outside of that, I got nothing. I don't know who Parker Bone is.
I don't know.
Sounds good.
Hey, Black Prism 1-of-1. We'll go with it.
Yeah.
Tiger says. Panini would be riding off of NASCAR for the time being. Their last ride is 2030 World Cup, and then Fanatics takes over. Yep, Fanatics has taken. So the funny thing is, Dan, is the whole contentious relationship between Panini and Fanatics, and the fact that Panini wouldn't sell, and now their plan is just to take all the licenses. Leave. It's like, what are you going to make cards of?
I mean, that's kind of what they did with Topps, right? I mean, just
no. Topps, Dan, though. Look,
Topps said, okay, you can have us.
I said for the record, I do appreciate the Fanatics overlords, and I am willing to cash out and sell out on that check. However, I do appreciate, Dan, the amount of pettiness that is Topps was about to create a SPAC. They were literally going to go public, literally in $1 billion deal. And then they pulled out the rug from under them, taking the baseball license, made it so that everybody knew it. And all of a sudden the company wasn't worth a fraction and basically torpedoed the entire plan. That is an extra, that's twisting the knife, Dan. It's kind of beautiful. I have to give credit.
Should NASCAR, the Panini NASCAR, they should go ahead and just go down in flames, and they should make a Panini Michael Jordan NASCAR card. He owns a team.
Yeah, there you go.
Does he?
Technically, it's okay, I guess.
Team owner.
Yep, right there. Look, that should be a big card right there. See, he's already. Look at this guy. He's already pumping. Look at the pump going. I like it.
Listen, the Jason Robertson pump has seen better days, so he's got to find someone else.
So
the trick is to go to eBay right now. You add them all to cart, and then you buy it one time, and then people get like a red flag alert. Like, shit, somebody just bought all these. I got to buy the next one.
Here's a fun fact. Jordan had fun with his Jumpman logo and everything on the NASCAR. And he made a band logo on the car where he like put I think it was like a black stripe through the Jumpman on the car. So, because I kept seeing these ones where the logo was like crossed out, and I was like, why did they do that? Is that a Panini thing where they weren't allowed to use it or what? And I started researching it, and Jordan made it because remember the Air Force Ones and everything, like his first ones, there was a band shoe. So he actually did a band logo on the car.
Yes.
So
right.
I thought that was kind of cool.
All right. I'll read a couple of comments here. We'll get caught up. Ball says grading is a scam. What? What? You've all participated in this game. What? Eric, were you aware of this?
I would like foul 5 ball.
Yes, there's apparently 5 balls that they
Keep
fouled.
chewing so you don't choke.
So I like foul 5 ball to tell me how many cards I've sent in for grading in my entire life. I would just like that information. Because
I prefer the following. So listen, Dan, I got to be honest. We spoke earlier of my Colombian/Panamanian and how corruption's my birthright. If it's a scam, I'm all in, baby. Let's go. That's a feature. It's like horse meat. Eric talks about the horse meat in derisive terms, but he just wants more Swedish meatballs for himself. I know what's happening. I see you, Eric. You're sitting there like, I'll take them off the scent. They won't go to IKEA. And then Eric's sitting there all privately by himself doing this.
Is Sports World a submitter?
we have done that. We have done that.
Well, I hope you appreciate that you're attributing to a scam, Eric.
Shame you're guilty.
Shame on you.
So you are a grader.
Shame on you.
Adjacently a grader.
And all I got to say is, if it's a scam, I don't want to be right. Can't stop, won't stop.
Money off it. I've done no such thing.
I haven't made any money off of grading.
Zach says, if law enforcement ever comes to Sports World and asks to speak to Eric, I'll stop. But until then, ... It's true. I appreciate the response. Could it be said that once government and select agencies start to smell money, the regulations could impact or stabilize the market? Governments love money. I love your optimism. I'll just say this.
Too far away.
Actual working government in this country? Yes.
We got
other problems. We're dealing with aliens right now. I don't need no stupid sports cars.
No, hang on. I like the optimism, but I'll say this. The stock market makes a lot more money than sports cars ever could. And we want less regulation. Not more.
Stock market's rigged.
Again, you're only making my point for me. Cars are rigged, the stock market's rigged. So you're saying less regulation is what you're saying.
No, I mean the least cards have a little bit of realism, because if a player does really well or does something spectacular, the player did something.
Listen, for the record, Ham, Enron's war was amazing. Enron's war was amazing.
It was. They did a good job.
I'm just saying, amazing war.
I don't know what the dinosaur bones have done recently to get so expensive.
I blame Jackie Robinson.
Got undugged.
I think Jackie Robinson was responsible. I know this. Kai says, I think Upper Deck was gonna make a special MJ NASCAR car. This is the rare time I read in NASCAR. I think that's fair. Have any thoughts on the Card Vault expansion with new investors? I would like to know what Eric is doing with his good buddy Tom Brady. I know what's going on.
And building a Ponzi scheme is what they're doing.
See? And again, back to lack of regulation. Okay, a PBA Hall of Famer. I wasn't familiar with that name, but all right.
Can suck it.
Yeah. Here you go. Fall Ball says, respect to Eric, we are rare. You are aware that you're basically aligning yourself with the person with the most brain damage on this thing, who's had the most concussions.
I've had a lot of concussions, but I have never sent a card in for grading.
That you remember, Eric, you could have sent 100,000 cards for grading and you wouldn't know.
Is that?
Wait. We got to check the record book here, because I swear Eric has said that he has given a certain someone cards to be graded for him before.
That's correct.
But you did not put them in the mail.
He was great adjacent.
All right.
At the show.
This is all breaking down on you, Eric.
Okay. I will admit, that I handed Brad one card, and then a couple of days later,
that you know of.
I never filled out paperwork or anything like that. Never mailed it. I didn't even give a shit. I was just like, here, have fun. And then
Dan, does it count if he tried to submit Poopy Pony 4,700 times?
I kind of forgot about that. I've never sent a card in for grading. I've never filled out the paperwork. I've never.
It's because
it's crazy that the guy that forgets everything.
I was like, here, Brad, have fun with that.
But you also have a ton of graded cards.
I didn't say I didn't. I go to a show, I see a card I like, it happens to be in plastic.
So what you're saying, Eric, is that you are not you are not personally participating in the scam, but you are a beneficiary of the scam.
I want a card. I don't care if it's raw or it's in plastic. It means nothing to me. If it's the price I'm willing to pay in the condition
With or without
that I
protection.
want, there you go. But I don't go out and look for graded cards. I don't care about graded cards. I think it's a scam. I'm not a fan of it. But do I have graded cards? Yeah. Let's see how I can look at 1, 2, 3.
You know, they make things. You don't have to buy a graded card. You can put them in a fancy slab without the brand name on it.
Well, my concern really comes to, I look back to Eric's inconsistency. First of all, he doesn't like steroids, but he likes cycling, which is the drugs.
That's the opposite. First. Yeah. Like
so cycling is a scam. So he's into that. The Boston Bruins are a scam. Everybody knows that. That's not even in question.
I tend to agree with that one.
But again, Eric, Dan, all I'm saying is I'm trying to establish a history of Eric actually liking scams.
Yeah.
Chocolate sticks are made predominantly with horse meat. We were talking about this earlier. That's a scam. There's only like 10% chocolate in a chocolate stick.
Even Eric itself is a scam.
As a scam. And really already knew about it, and Len Potty was right about you.
Let's not discuss the Len Potty incident. Let's
again, the evidence is mounting. It is mounting as we speak. So did anybody else buy Oracle at $115 per share? Listen, Eric was in it when it was only $15 a share, Paul. Insider information, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Real quick.
If I have my name is silent, prove it. I need it spelled phonetically. All of it. Do it.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
I'm going to have to run. My son just texted me. He needs a ride because it's getting ready to storm again out here. So
yeah, you'll have some weather.
I got to run and pick him up. So
do your thing.
Always nice.
Have yourself a good night.
Y'all have a good night.
See you, Brandon.
Later.
Access people love gambling. If PSA ever admitted they just spin the wheel and sign a grade, people will grade more. Exactly. Correct.
Listen, it's a scam for one reason and one reason only.
They don't give you 11s?
It's not accurate.
I get 11s. I just got to go on a Saturday morning, and then you can get an 11 like me.
I actually agree with Zach here. I think that would actually be cool if you send in your card, they do a spinning wheel.
Pretty much what they do.
Yeah. I mean, you get a 1 in 10 chance of getting a 10.
20
well, listen,
to
be clear, just before we continue, just one quick thing. I would like it as long as they use a physical wheel. I don't want like the coaster makers. Tag uses randomnumber.org. I want a physical wheel. I want them to actually spin the wheel.
Yeah, next week they're supposed to update that. I think next week.
So I just want to say this, and I think I actually said it last week, but it's worth.
Are you sure that was before your last concussion?
Well, I haven't had a concussion in a week that I know of.
Would you remember if you had a concussion?
No, I usually don't. But,
then how can you make this statement?
So
epic fail.
But hold on a second. We all agree on this, I believe. So I'm not saying anything, that's overly exciting. The reason that PSA, for example, is a scam is if them making more money hedges on what grade they give your card when it comes to the PSA tax and upcharges, that's a scam.
Agreed.
If I give this card a 10, I can charge an extra $8,000. If I give this
Eric, question on your question what you just said. I have a question. So then why wouldn't you give everything a 10?
Because you obviously, when you're running a scam, cannot be that obvious. And it only makes sense on expensive cards to give them higher grades. If I present if I sent this Gilles Gilbert card and it gives me a 10, they don't make any extra money. If I send in a Gretzky rookie and they give me a good grade on it, they make more money. So why would they give if they think they can get away with pushing the grade up 2 spots so they can make more money? Why wouldn't they? Because most people can't tell a card within 2 grades either way. Yeah, it could be a 6. Oh, it could be a 7. Well, if you hold it in the light this way, it might be an 8. I mean, we've seen them send cards back. People crack cards, send them back all the time and get different numbers within two grades either way. It might go down, it might go up, and they just keep sending them till they get the number they want. The words, this is the definition of a scam.
Now, I'm still feeling the Boston Bruins one is a stronger scam. And they've been doing it for a while.
Listen,
The Boston Bruins predate PSA by decades.
The Boston Bruins, I have been in a love-hate relationship with them my entire life. But
Any love you have is completely foolish.
after you are the greatest regular season team in 100+ year history of the freaking league, and you get your ass kicked in the first round, I'm leaning towards the hate.
For the record, I think, Dan, that was the greatest season of all time because I got to play a Hindenburg clip in making fun of it. So as far as I'm concerned, that was a golden era of Boston Bruins hockey. It was probably the best thing that ever happened.
And Eric can remember it because it's only like 5 years ago. Like he can't remember much else.
Yeah, beyond that, I can't be confident. Mike here says, so Eric, what card was and what grade did you get? On the card you did not grade, but you got graded through an emissary.
It was a Bobby Orr card.
Oosh.
I don't remember which one it is. I have to go look, but
It wasn't a Bobby or a stick, was it?
No, thankfully no.
no, those are grade low after I get my hands on them.
Well, maybe they should have graded them higher and had the upcharge.
Yeah.
Good evening, CC. Good evening. Eric is all about being adjacent. So he's claiming to being adjacent to grading. Eric is all about the adjacency.
Good point.
I'm not adjacent to grading. No, I'm good.
There's a reason the Oracle owner has his own Hawaiian island. Yes. Eric, I heard you were bulk submitter for KSA. Also true.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God.
You know, it's funny. I was one of the guys locally here across the pond over in St. Petersburg. Basically put a big old Instagram out that they're a bulk submitter for CGC. I was like, when did this come back? Did I miss something? I guess it's a thing. Now they're down in Sarasota, so 45 minutes south of there. But I just hadn't seen anybody else doing bulk submission for them.
So they're looking for graders, Mike. You could.
I was offered a grading job in the past year, 2 grading jobs, and 3 breaking jobs.
I couldn't do those.
Like I have a real job, which, by the way, where I work, we just got voted the #1 center in the state of Florida by Newsweek. So
how many centers are in there in the state of Florida?
742, I believe. It's in the article.
All right.
I feel like you just made that number up.
That seems oddly specific. Why not 743? Why not 741? Eric, speaking of scams. Speaking of scams,
guys, it's an article.
Okay, in the article.
For me.
Was the article .blogspot.com?
No, I would have done that a long time ago.
GeoCities.
Jeffrey Ham-O. Wait a minute.
Hamalamalin.
It's like there's 2 M's in that Ham-O. That looks it. If I scratch out the O, wait a minute.
3 M's. What's 3 M's mean? Christ, it's nice.
See, I feel like this is not man of peace, Eric. They're referring to you. You should see Eric do math, though. He's a savant. You ever seen the meme with the numbers going? That's Eric.
I don't think dumb. I think dumb is being kind, actually.
Bit strong. Orlando says, like Eric said, he's not saying anything exciting. I just wanted both those comments back to back. The second one be the first person I don't know. The second one is Orlando. But Eric, both of them are being very kind to you.
And Orlando's the nicest man.
Speaking of,
so,
Josh, good evening.
Josh, hello.
Those are 3 consecutive comments. By the way.
I've always liked Orlando until right now.
Orlando's not being a man of peace. Orlando had himself a heaping helping of haterade.
Mm-hmm.
It tastes good, doesn't it? Zach says, Dad, I'm not saying it's cool, but I'm 100% serious. If there's a gambling element to getting your card graded, a certain crowd in the hobby would be all in. Yes.
There is a gambling element to it.
Yes.
You don't know what grade you're going to get.
Probably
within 3 or 4 grades, but there is a gambling element to it, certainly.
Okay, so
and
I made a
you
video
get that
earlier
high
today.
grade, you get it's that same dopamine rush when you win your your team wins by 6 when you had them +5. You know,
Well, I mean, so I put a video out today that basically like said PSA's in trouble and CGC's the hero or something like that. I've got a lot.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
watched it.
go read the comment section if you want to watch like
I
paragraphs.
did not read the
written about
comments
me.
because I watched it so quickly, Mike. I watched it like 20 minutes after you put it up.
Gotcha. Yeah, there's getting a heavy amount of volume to the comments.
Sure, I believe it. I believe that.
We should read some of the comments.
They're funny.
Well, so maybe Dan,
about
after I'm done reading these, maybe I'll go in there and take a look. The comment section, is one of my favorites. I love going to the comment section.
Well, that and since
All
the
right.
National, I got a bunch of new subscribers too, and I always like the ones that like they're the first, second video they've ever watched of mine, and they're like, "You don't know what you're talking about. You're an idiot." Those are my favorite. I'm like, okay,
pretty
you tell
much.
me then.
Well, speaking of,
and then your subscribers go down a little bit. But I'm sorry. Go ahead. Comments.
I've got to make sure
Went
this
up
is an
again.
important comment. And Eric, you know what? I'm going to defend you on this one. This says here nothing like bitter collectors who think everything is rigged against them. HB Cards. Eric is bitter about a lot more than that. He's just bitter in general.
I'm pretty negative. Yeah.
And life is rigged against
I
them.
just don't understand how people don't see it. It dumbfounds me.
Eric, maybe if you showed your work on the whiteboard for the maths, if you show us some of the maths.
I supported grading when it first came about because I'm old, as we all know, and I remember when it first came.
But wait. If you never submit cards for grading, how did you support it? Were you on the sidelines with the foam finger going, "Go, you go, guys! Number one, yeah."
I supported the idea that because of all the talking points originally, which it's authentication. Okay, good. I support that. It's between the seller and the buyer, where you say, no, the card's dinged here. I should only pay you $5. No, this card's got great centering. You should pay me 10. So I'd like the idea that a third party could say, this is what it is, and this is relatively what it's worth. Right? I liked all that. We have gone so far away from that now, and when you have, multiple companies getting shut down because every single card now has to be graded to be sold to get these ridiculous numbers that we've had for the last 6 years, this is not what this was originally meant to do. And
Eric, I happen to know for a fact it was originally meant to get a Honus Wagner in a PSA 8 holder so that you could make a lot of money. Bill Master worked really hard on that.
Yeah.
He was there. It was his arts and crafts project.
Yeah.
That was card number one, and it was important.
Yes.
And there are people out there. Dan sent me a picture. There are people out there, and he was at the National. There were selfies were taken. People that have been adjacent to this very program, Eric. I'm not outing anybody.
Don't give away
I'm just
what's
stating it
coming
for a
up.
fact.
Don't give it away.
I'm just stating for a fact. That's all.
Away.
Bill Master worked hard on that, Eric. I hope you appreciate it. Hit the like button for Eric. Thank you, Orlando. No matter what Eric says about you, I appreciate you, Orlando.
I just don't know how people don't see that there's a problem with the
Part of my discussion in my video today was other people basically PSA is opening the door to other people. If they can't catch up, keep up, we're going to go somewhere else, and then we're going to talk everybody else into why it's just as valuable, and now it doesn't matter because they got to sell something.
Yeah.
And that's how you turn the table on PSA, and it would be their fault because they let that happen. All right, you already have certain places that have taken over TCG over PSA. Mike Baker's starting to creep up on their vintage.
But their competition doesn't have it in them to overtake them. They just don't have it.
I think they're starting to see an availability to try. They only need to take a small part of it for it to grow. Because as soon as certain cards keep selling for the same price,
yeah.
Well,
Ham, you just touched on the key point. It has to sell for an equivalent price. That's one. But then number two, even while those other companies have grown their business in those other categories, this is actually a conversation that happened back when SGC was at its apex, when the not same Steinberg, it's totally two different people. There's brothers. Mm-hmm. Even though, Dan, I've never seen the two Steinbergs in the same place at the same time. That's all I'm saying.
Like the Bloods brothers?
Let's pretend there's two of them and not one of them. Eric, there are two of them. But let's pretend. When the OG Steinberg, Pete, was at their apex and SGC's numbers were climbing and they were doing really well, a lot of people said, oh my God, SGC is gaining market share. I literally looked at it. No, they actually lost market share. the overall grew, the pie grew, and their segment, they actually grew their P. They actually were taking business from Beckett. They gained market share off of Beckett.
They
PSA's
went
market
from
share
3
actually
to
grew.
2. Yeah.
Yeah, PSA's market share actually grew. They actually became more dominant during the time of SGC's apex. Now, that isn't saying they did a bad job, because obviously they were gaining more business, they were growing. That's all good. But they didn't actually catch up to PSA at all. The gap was even wider by the time that section was over. And that can happen. But there was a lot of business to go around, so they were able to get more, and PSA also got more, and Beckett was really the one that was getting left behind.
Yeah.
Beckett had its spot, but it lost its spot.
And CGC hadn't picked it up yet.
Correct. So right now we have these other ones in the ecosystem. You can kind of spread it a little bit if you want to, but yeah, there is a lot of work. I think to Ham's point, the possibility is there, but they haven't taken the steps to actually do that.
But my point last week, it was the other way around. They not only did they not take the steps, they actually stepped backwards. PSA raised the price, then CGC went and raised the price, and then they raised it again. And then PSA started, having much longer return terms. CGC announced our return times are going to be longer. PSA has this guarantee that doesn't protect, the original submitter. CGC used to protect the original submitter. Then they changed the guarantee. Now they don't either. So it's like they haven't been able to take advantage of anything. It's bizarre how badly they've fumbled. When your competitor makes terrible mistakes, it's the idea that you should be capitalizing on those mistakes, not following them. So
I still find it funny that nobody can scale quick enough.
Yeah, I agree.
And the only thing I can assume, there's only 2 things that they can hold them back, because it's not people. Because I'm sorry, you can train a ding dong to grade a Pokemon card, and if the majority of all of these people are
Really?
No, you're getting too predictable with that. Okay, I knew that was coming. I was doing a countdown.
He's not a ding
The
dong.
man is making a statement. I am asking a question.
I was doing a countdown in my head, knowing that I'm going to go big.
Yeah, you're not a ding ding. You're a ho ho. So you're a little bit of better. But again, they can get somebody to grade Pokemon cards very easily. And I'm still, again, whenever they come out with the little digital machine that's getting ready to come out, and they put those in place, and they don't need all these people grading this crap, just one person checking a few things here and there on the automated line. I think their biggest hiccup still is the stupid sonic welding graded machine, which, let's face it, half these cards aren't freaking sealed for shit. That looks like a massive press, which I don't know why you can't just have like an arm that goes down and presses it. I don't see why that's so damn difficult. And the plastic itself, because the amount of plastic they're going through is obnoxious. Somebody's going to have a problem. Not everything just ships over here like it used to, and it's not made in this country. Like, if they're going to grade that many, they may have to create the backlog to get just their supplies in to do the grading. We assume they just can't grade fast enough.
I just had a vision.
Supply issue.
I just had a hilarious vision. What if, Dan, they become so dependent on the plastic, they don't have enough of it, and PSA maybe gets first dibs because they bid ahead of time, but by the time you get to like the coaster makers, they're using recycled acrylic plastic, and it looks like a shopping bag, and you like see the imprint of a shopping bag on the clear. Shopco? What does it say Shopco?
We're gonna start putting these in one touches with some glue.
They look like water bottles.
It'll be Elmer's glue. They won't even be able to get the good glue.
Riches.
Michael, good evening. Hobby Chaps, good evening. Dustin called Eric the weird guy with the Punisher avatar. That is true. I did watch Off Centered on replay, and yes, he was acknowledged by his proper. I can't believe Dustin knew his government name.
I just moved on. I didn't say anything.
Oh no, Dustin didn't know. Mike told him what it was.
Yeah, I told him what it was. I explained about the wife thing. He's still confused about that.
Yeah,
he's very confused.
I've just left it alone.
Listen, all Dustin does is host that show. It's not like he's paying attention. It's not like he needs to pay attention.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, whatever.
95% of the cards graded currently have no business getting graded. That's probably true.
Very true.
TCG is most of that. A good chunk of it. Not quite 95, but yes, a good chunk. Does anybody need a 1987 Topps baseball graded registry? Yes.
Mike Moynihan.
Yes, I do.
Hall of Fame.
Yes, I do. I love 87 Topps. The question is, what is the limit for the appetite for TCG? Ask Eric. He loves the Pokemans.
Oh, you should see the collection I have around me. It's enormous.
Well, Eric, I happen to know. Look, I didn't want to out you like this, but I happen to know for a fact, Dan. We talk about record sales, we talk about big prices and all kinds of things. A lot of people want to talk about, it's the Honus Wagner, the Frankenwagner, and all that. But I happen to know. Remember, the Frankenwagner, Dan, sold for like 1.337 million.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this wasn't quite that much, but it was a strong purchase on a big card. And I'm not saying Eric bought this, but I'm saying I know who bought it. At Golden, the Pikachus in a CGC 10 sold for 1.3 million. It is the all-time highest price for the Japanese Koro Koro Cosmic Promo. Glossy. 1.3 million in a CGC 10.
This hobby has passed me by.
It's not passed you by. It's gone so far past. It's in the future.
Back around, kicking us in the ass.
And then the future is going to come back and go, you fucked it up.
Congratulations,
reset.
Congratulations on your purchase. Good job by you.
No, we're in Stupidville right now. Like we're going right through COVID into a new dimension of retardation.
If you had told me that the Cheeto-Zard had sold for the same as the Frankenwagner, then I think I would have just dropped. I would have just taken everything and just thrown it on the ground.
It's a lot harder to make a Cheeto-Zard actually than the Frankenwagner.
Well, it's certainly rare.
Yeah. Look, Dan, all I'm saying is don't threaten me with a good time. It is always Cheeto-Zard week in my heart.
You still have it.
Dan, it will never go anywhere. It is my favorite thing in the world.
I don't even know how that got made still. There's no Cheeto that looks anywhere near that.
Ham, that's the conspiracy we need to get. That's the conspiracy we need to get to the bottom of. I need the origin story of the Cheetos, the real origin story of the Cheetos.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Just the way they're formatted when they're made, that shouldn't be possible.
See, Dan, we're asking the important questions. These people are wasting my time with all this other trash. I need to know the origin story of the Cheetos-Zard, and also why the Cheetos-Zard hasn't been resold for 1.3 million, because the time is right.
Well, it needs a provenance story, right? It needs some really good provenance. That's what it is.
That's right. Showcases that were all video games. Maybe if the Cheetos-Zard had been autographed by Mickey Mantle.
Well, first of all,
we could probably get that done.
That was also a flaming Cheeto, which matches what the Charizard does.
It's true.
So ironic.
Mike,
it all comes
on top of this.
It all comes together. Maybe they can explore fancy glass slabs for a premium course. Maybe Pokemon has still disappeared from retail store shelves. Yeah. So that despite
that is not true. I was at Target at 5 o'clock.
Well, you were at Target. Wait, first of all, Target.
Yeah,
say it right.
Target.
Secondly, you were at Target in Florida Man Land.
And in the new section at the back of the building where nobody can see you break open product, go through it, and then put it back. And there were
oddly specific, but go on.
Yep, 20 ETBs and 200 packs, and they stocked in the morning. That was leftover after the lines had diminished and everybody got their 2 pieces per UPC. Then they just throw it in the back the rest of the day, and then it becomes a feeding frenzy. You're still only allowed 2 of each, but it was you could walk in and grab it. Not a problem.
Not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Not a problem.
Keith here. Good evening. I appreciate the formality of Mr. Baseman. We're getting there. I'm zipping through. Dan, did you get a chance to check the Crime and Sports podcast?
I have not, and the reason is because Carlos keeps making me watch these hour-long videos of the treasure trove. I have run out of
greatness.
time.
It's greatness.
I've run out of time.
You do your homework
so
first.
Hours.
Zach says PSA is going to start slapping labels right in the card saver and say mail it back. That'd be amazing. I assume you're talking about the Cheeto-Zard. I like to think of it as modern art. It might be the peak of civilization, Jeff. I assume that's what you're asking about. It might be the peak of civilization. Strange seeing Golden in the stands behind the plate at the Field of Dreams game last night. I did see some folks that posted that on social media.
Heard about that. I didn't actually see a photo.
Oh, I saw the photo of him out there in the cornfield. Makes me want to puke.
Hobby Champ says, I don't think anyone's reaping the benefit of these crazy prices complaining about the hobby right now. No. If you're making so just to be serious here for a moment, if you are able to successfully sell things, Dan,
not crazy prices. These aren't.
No, there is stuff still exists. Well, we talked about that, right? I did mention, and it was $80, right?
$80.
Yeah. Which right now for a hobby box is not bad.
That's cheaper
I don't
than a
agree
David Adams.
This. Hobby Champs, I love you, but I don't agree with this because I'm setting up at a show on Sunday. I'm going to make a lot of money. Cards are going to move, and the reality is I wouldn't have done that 2 years ago. But I can still complain about how it's messing up the world for collectors. How I now have to, change my collecting strategy because I can't afford half the stuff that I could afford 3 or 4 years ago. So I don't agree with that. I can be both angry as a collector, but also be able to make some money as on equity that's built up in the stuff behind me.
Mm-hmm.
You do anything you want, buddy.
Mike here says, Carlos and Eric, if you get the vintage magazine with a bird on the front, I have a nice article about hockey wrappers on the 1960s. Magazine with the bird on the front.
What are you talking about?
You lost me. Can you be more specific, Mike? I'm going to need maybe the name of the magazine.
Like
If you could be more specific,
Service
that would
made a
really
book.
eBay says, funny true story. The only reason my PC got fixed was because I went to Best Buy to look for a computer. Saw my friends in the line outside. It was for Pokemon the next day. They introduced me to a guy in line that fixes computers. So TCG got my PC fixed. Saves lives.
And Nerd Herb's outside waiting to get packed.
The line of nerds, you're actually pretty good odds you're going to come up with a guy that's going to fix your computer.
Mm-hmm. Paul says here, Carlos replacing Sharknado Week with Cheetos Art Week. That'd be amazing. It would be deserved. Sharknado's pretty good, but Cheetos Art, legendary. Rick Vintage Oddball Cards says PSA needs to stop Mickey Mousing around and start charging $100 for the lowest tier. That will stop people from sending in Josh Rosen cards. Never. Can't stop, won't stop, Rick. Can't stop, won't stop.
See, that's also part of the problem. They keep raising the prices and we keep paying it. So why would they ever bring back bulk? Why would they ever lower the price? There's no reason to.
They're laughing at
They're laughing so bad.
laughing
So
at
bad.
us in the hobby. They're
bad.
absolutely laughing at us, saying we shut down the company, we raised our prices through the roof, we got the PSA tax going, and they won't stop sending us. They are printing money. And all
Ride
they
the wave, baby. Ride
is
the
taking
wave.
a piece of cardboard and putting it in plastic and sealing it and sending it back. And they're like, the people just keep sending us money. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you're talking about the Pokemon card. Yeah, I don't know. I know it's on the label. It says it's a Japanese promo card. That's all I know. I'm reading that literally off the label. Otherwise, I know it's Pikachu and I know it's got Japanese writing on it. That is all I got.
It's an early one is why. Really
Yeah, I'm not even questioning it. I don't have the background on the card. 1.3 million
card,
though
yeah.
is a crazy sale.
If
1.3 million.
if you flip the card over, does it say Pocket Monsters?
I'd have to. They
I
only
didn't
show
know
the
if you had
picture
a
in the front.
thing.
I got
Okay.
it from the golden one. Yeah,
Oh.
I just used their Instagram post for that one.
Sorry.
The write up. Okay, Dan is correct. It's bad for collectors, and these prices are not sustainable. Check out 90s auctions.
They're not sustainable, but they are for the next 2 years.
It just
Not
needs
much
to be.
idiot.
You just need to get your sale completed. I appreciate you, Josh, and I appreciate that you posted this on with the 90s auction handle. Please bid on the auction. Bid early and bid often.
Well, 90s auction, 90s.
We
stuff
appreciate
is
you,
2000
Josh.
is
We
going
appreciate
crazy.
you. Yep. Good stuff, Hobby Jeff. It's all good. Did Eric give our money to the charity yet?
I'm doing it right now. I'm done with this shit.
What are you talking about right now? I thought it was a live check. Where's the cash?
No, I haven't seen the guy. All right. I'm doing it right now. I'm sick of this shit. I haven't seen the guy. I don't know when I'm going to see him. I still got to get the jersey signed and sent back. I'm just doing it now. I've had it.
All you got to do is start a Ray Bork tracker on Instagram where people report every time they see him.
No,
And you'll
I'm
always
doing
know
it
where
right
he's at.
now, and I'm going to
You know, this is a scam. This is a scam right here.
I was about to say, like, we're back to.
How long
we're
have we
back
been
to the
riding
scam
this
book.
out now? We've been riding this out. But
Jeff here
how long have we
says,
been riding this
1.3
out?
charity.
Yeah, Jeff says 1.3 million. Listen, man, the crypto millions, bro. The crypto
Well, think about it.
millions.
Eric did a charity ride,
Yep.
and he never left his garage, and people gave him money, and he still has the money.
We weren't
I
even
mean,
sure
isn't
he was
that
at
like
his
the
house.
very essence of a scam? A ride that never leaves the garage.
Well, Dan, I'll be honest with you. You know what was the most disturbing part to me of that entire event? Because you're seeing, and the way the camera was set up, Eric was literally doing this. So I'm not convinced there was even a bike happening.
That's
I think
true.
he was in a chair tilting.
I didn't
Alright.
feel
Well,
like
his
there
face was
heavy
getting
breathing
red, so
either.
something was happening.
All right. Can you guys see that?
Is that your account?
No.
I
I
donated
just see a
more than
number
that.
in a box.
Okay. $602. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, Sven says the funny thing is I never hear TCG channels complain about sports cards as I see now. Oh, give them time. They will.
Oh, buddy.
They will.
Go watch the coin market.
Yeah, I was gonna. No, the Pokemon kids are only learning about some of this stuff now. So for them, it's like, oh my god, they're currently in the shock and awe phase. They haven't fully
good point here.
gotten there yet.
It's a good point.
There you go. Hey, I like that, Stu. To be fair, Eric paying the charity isn't any slower than a grading company. There you go.
It's true.
He's using the turnaround
Okay.
time.
On par.
Oh, look at that. Team Eric is back. Don't let them get to you, champ. Yeah, champ.
Tell your aunt
That
or
seems kind of
something.
condescending. He didn't even capitalize champ.
Buddy.
That's what he's typing
Josh
on the
says he
phone
didn't
right
hit send. Josh has so
noticed
much
that?
faith
Yeah.
in you, Eric.
now.
Josh has so
Filling
much
stuff
faith in
out.
Eric, these are your friends. This right here is Clubhouse on Clubhouse Crime.
Oh, it's just not my friend. No.
Damn, this is Clubhouse on Clubhouse Crime.
No.
Oh, the old
Wow.
club.
At least, in this chat, we let Josh talk. Josh is allowed to talk.
It is
Okay.
true.
Please make me big. Please.
Nothing can make you big, Eric. We've seen the
Sorry,
photos.
Eric.
Make me
That
big.
ship is sailed.
Struck me. Donation confirmation. Back
To
out
what?
a little bit.
To
I need to
who?
see that logo.
To who?
Ride or die.
The logo's on top.
Okay, I like the logo.
So you
Maybe that
donated
was
$6.02. Where's the rest of it?
AI. Okay.
It took you a long time to Photoshop that.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was a lot of work, man.
Can't win. I
You
still
can chat GPT that shit.
Doesn't
It's
know
not
how
that
to
hard.
use AI.
Okay. Listen. All the money has now been donated. Okay. Of the $1,252.04 that we collected, all of it has now been donated. I'm not going to get a picture with me and Ray and holding the check again, which I want.
Now, when are you going to donate the money from the Dallas card show theft, allegedly the illicit funds you acquired procured through that?
Carlos, I'm not here to talk about the past.
Wait a second, though. When did this charity event take place?
Good question. I was going to ask the same question.
It happened on New Year's Eve.
We are now
December 31st.
August 14th, 2026, the
Close to
year of our
another one,
Lord.
baby.
You looking for credit?
Eric is ready. Eric is clearing the deck for the next charity drive.
That's right.
It's been paid. It only took me
I
8 months.
I wanted to do the whole picture with Ray, like I did last year, of handing him the check and the whole right and telling him about the what we did and blah blah blah. I haven't seen the guy in 7 months. I'm not best friends with him. I'm sorry.
He's staying away.
But you
from
know,
you.
but you know someone who's adjacent.
That doesn't help me. Yes, I know somebody that has his phone number. I can call him every day if he wanted to. That doesn't help me.
It doesn't.
Give me
You
the
ask
number,
him,
it'll
hey,
help me."
could you call Ray?
Yeah.
I've asked for 7 months.
Hold on.
Okay,
I'm going to look
I-
up Ray Bork
I
signing, and
had
I'll
to-
tell you exactly where he's going to be.
D206 kid, good evening.
I
All right. We'll listen to more of Eric's excuses later. T206 kid says donations to the Human Fund, money for people. Good reference. Zach says, Eric, I'm going to give you a hard time. I'm not kidding about the Dallas card show thing, but don't think you'd steal our money. It's true. Dallas card show theft thing though.
Which one?
Eric needs to go south of the border to collect the Dallas card show donation. Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Does Eric have a sombrero? You going to Mexico, amigo?
see.
Mm-hmm. Mike says, Beckett Vintage Collector, Detroit. Picture Mark the Bird. Oh, Beckett Vintage Collector. Okay. That magazine. Okay. Now that's what I was looking for. Some context. Okay. Eric collecting interest on the donation. Eric put it all in black, Rick. Eric put it all in black.
It's been sitting in my PayPal account. It doesn't get interest. PayPal doesn't give you interest.
I thought they did. Thought it was 3%.
D206 said Dallas card show in Cincinnati this weekend. Eric's trying to confuse the cops, throw him off the scent.
They just announced it. The Dallas card show in New Jersey is going to happen again in I think October. So, and I went to the last one. It was actually pretty good.
We're starting to get too many card shows. Even here, I got another card show that's popping up on a quarterly basis. That's taking the same place or on the same day as another monthly show that's going on. But
well, hey,
this
look,
one's
I've had this conversation.
$5 entry with VIP early entry pass.
Oh, well,
I'm like,
it's more you
the
got
hell
VIP
is
early
that?
entry. For a quarterly show, VIP entry? Really?
Yeah, that's what I said.
I've said, look, I've said this to your fellow Florida men's. I think you guys have a card show in 15 seconds. They're like lemonade stands, man.
Yeah,
They are.
Mike goes into the card show and there's like a whole table of other card shows.
Yeah, when Ham says he goes to a card show, he means he opens the door. Hey
Get out of my
guys,
car.
hey guys.
It's
And then
Tuesday.
it's like, well, there's this one this time, and then this one, and then this one.
Yep.
And then
There's
the
a
one that was
vacant
blank.
lot somewhere. There's a vacant lot somewhere. Card show.
They've run out of paper in the state of Florida, so one of them couldn't print their
Yeah.
flyers. But he
When
knew
I
it
was in
there.
the regular grocery store the other day, we have Publix down here, and I'm walking through the toy aisle because I was checking for the fancy Hot Wheels that are special, and they have a Magic the Gathering repack that's hanging there now. So they're,
Really? Okay.
yeah. Well, I've already told they're getting Pokemon soon. They're going to
Yeah.
actually have like a Pokemon stand with packs and ETBs. So they're going to have a whole card section in the future. And I'm pretty sure that Ruben and them are getting their little paws on that too. But yeah, I was just like, holy crap, because it's made by Wayne something or Wayne Enterprises or something. I was like, oh, Bruce Wayne has a repack.
I was about to say, yeah, Wayne
I
Enterprises.
was like,
Really?
why?
Okay.
These guys are killing it out here. Hey, Amanda.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. Amanda says yelling doesn't make you more convincing, Eric. That's true.
Mm.
Too many card shows. Zach says, I'm kind of offended. Eric didn't collect interest. Allegedly.
Amanda, nice hands. Nice hands, Amanda.
Nice
Wow.
nails.
Look,
Nails.
my wife brought me a glass of wine.
Oh, look at you. I know my wife brought me a beer earlier
I'm
and a couple of meat
celebrating
sticks.
2 straight months of no AFib, so I can have a drink.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Fancy. And the East Coast Nationals going on. That's correct. Yep. We did make reference to
In
that
fact,
as well.
I'm going there tomorrow morning.
James here says 5 years ago we never had a card show in some Salt Lake area, but now there's one every weekend. It's the boom has gone to the actual card shows themselves. Like
Yep.
it's crazy how many shows. And by the way, a lot of those shows are getting a lot of people attending. Like they're all over the place. I always used to joke about this, like being serious here for a moment. I always talk about the whole card show, card shop experience, because years ago, a lot of the local card shops went away. Really, all it was just some flea market dealers that did some stuff, and they would get product and stuff, and it was fine, and it was fine for what it was. But now today, even now, we still don't have a lot of card shops, but we've got card shows sprouting out all over the place, even in the suburbs, even like the Legion Hall has a card show, and this thing has a card show. If anybody's got like a reasonable space, somebody's renting out the space to have a card show, and the charges are being attended, and they're getting the word out there, and people are coming in and with the Pelican cases and buying stuff.
Going to a show. The show I'm working on Sunday, it's called the Exit 117 show in New Jersey. It's down in Hazlitt, New Jersey. They had an entire gym in a high school, and it was packed the last 2 times I've worked it. Now they're actually doing more. They're going into the cafeteria. So this little show is spreading to like, a bigger area of this high school. And it's fantastic. And a really, really good show, really well-run show too. But this is like what's going on. Staten Island guy that I've been doing small shows with for like 3 or 4 years now has a show at the College of Staten Island in October. So he's going to be in a college gym. So like, it's just, even the little shows are getting big.
Yeah, we got enough modern cars to support everybody.
Yeah. And TCG.
Yeah, well, Pokemon was printed 10 billion cards last year and the year before.
Last month.
Probably.
This is the Prisoner Cabernet. Their sort of flagship Cabernet.
There you go. Says good job, Dan. Card show boom because people don't want to pay taxes. Yeah, Eric.
Oh, it's a great way to launder money right now.
Well, the card I'm buying tomorrow, I'm buying it all in cash.
Oh, I'm telling.
Big one.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's how I got a deal.
You're right, team.
Oh, there he is.
Steven.
Steven.
Steven with PH. Good evening. Cars was less overhead for some of the dealers. Yeah. Went to the East Coast National today. Great show as usual. Once again, most cars are mocked up 20 to 30% over comps. I can believe that.
Yeah.
Born and raised in Staten Island, says James.
Cool.
Nice.
If you're still
The thing
there,
is,
you
with
should go to
most
some of these shows.
with most really good cards that are over comp, can you even argue with anybody right now? Because literally, you can look at the data and they just keep going up.
If it's good, so to your,
Doesn't
so
make sense, you know what I
if I take your statement, if the card is legitimately good and something that somebody would want, then if the only question is, do you want it or not? Because they
last
have
card show. It was a Friday Saturday show. Everybody I talked to got their Jordans wiped out. Anybody that had a Jordan left is because they were just like, I want a dumb number. Like, if you're going to take it from me, you're going to have to give me something stupid. Otherwise, everybody reasonable, gone. Like, snap by.
Well, I think that's what that I think has been a kind of a key factor in a lot of this stuff is that if it's something that's commonly available, something that's available all the time, then no, you should definitely hold the line, because honestly, there's 50 more of them in the room if you just walk over to another table.
Correct.
If it's super common. If it's something that's tougher, well, then you have a choice to make. Do you want it or not? Because you can't just go to eBay and buy another one in that case, and that's a problem then.
But correct, not at the same price usually, at least. But like, for instance, Jordan Scoring Kings from, what is that, 93? Is it 93, 94?
Early 90s, yeah. 93 or 94. Yeah.
Yeah, that card's not rare at all.
No.
Okay,
it's desired. People like it. It's desired. People like it.
Not rare.
Yeah.
I kind of laugh at it because I think that card in like a 7 right now is probably doing like $4,500.
Yeah.
But people see it and they have to have it. I'm like, that's not even a good card to buy, guys, for $4,500. There's other Jordans that are way better to buy. And we're starting to see the trickle down actually happen now because it's hitting Shaquille O'Neal finally. Everybody's always said, why not Shaq? Why not Shaq? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, no. Because of the big Beam Team sale the other day at auction, everybody is starting to go and snap by any type of rare version or parallel of late 90s, early 2000s Shaquille O'Neal card.
Thank you, Josh.
Like immediately. So we're starting to see a trickle effect happen. We're seeing all the 90s inserts, even if it's a Hall of Fame guy that just isn't the top of the pile or whatever, or even some of the steroid guys that are popping off now. Like the numbers are starting to get a little ridiculous. Griffey stuff, it's starting to get even more ridiculous.
The Griffey. I've seen a couple of people specifically making videos talking about the Griffies and how some of the cards. It's been very interesting watching.
It's very interesting. We're starting to hit a really dangerous territory again, like we had during COVID, to where it's not the new stuff; it's the old stuff that's been around forever that people weren't paying attention to, and or has all of a sudden spiked, and everybody's looking for the next thing. McGuire's starting to go up. Sosa's starting to go up. Like all these guys that did something, especially during history, that made a very big deal in that impact that most people
Mattingly's going up.
Yeah, Mattingly.
In the New York market, Strawberry and Gooden are going up.
Yeah. So it's like there's a massive trickle effect that's literally happening probably like in the last 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. Like I'm literally watching it happen when I'm just staring at stuff that's in my watch list on eBay, and I go to look at it, and it's buy it now, it's gone. And like people are snap buying, and I'm like, oh crap, because there's nowhere to go with a lot of this stuff because it's not graded. And it's like, where are you going with it? There's nowhere to grade this stuff unless you're spending all the money. Like, you're not getting it back for half a year, maybe more. So I have no idea what everybody's doing right now. It's just like it's a nasty rolling market that's going on.
Agreed. Let me read a couple of these here. Hobby Champ says, "Do you ever make it down here to the Walden Flea Market back in the day?" I did not. But I can imagine, yeah, especially back in the day, a lot of those flea markets had a lot of like small dealers, but they would go through stuff. Steven says, "Guys, been busy the last couple of months with renovation moving. Hopefully, be completed the next couple of weeks, and I'll be back." Absolutely, appreciate you popping in.
Ask Steven. Steven, are you going to the Philly show this time? Because we got a big get together this time.
There, David says, "Admittedly, I overpaid for a card today because registration and color was so nice on a card that usually has issues." T205 Matthewson. I think it's a solid. If you get a nice looking card, it's fair.
It's an epic card, so I could see overpaying for that.
Yep.
I got one right up here.
Don't look at any moment. Shaq is exploded. Yes. Griffey, Shaq, and even bonds are going up. Yes. Yeah. How Frank Thomas card doesn't go up. Yeah, I know that's kind of one you focus on, Josh.
And they're going. The Frank Thomas is going. It's going right now.
And Shield Life too.
This guy, love this card.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that's a Griffey one. I'm actually looking one up here in a second. The money's getting kind of smarter. While also Pelican Bow is starting to look at prior to 2010. So as the stock market cools, a lot of the money will exit the stock market. Some of the mid-range stuff will get squeezed. The really low-end stuff is not going to do anything because it's already low-end. The really high-end stuff is not going to do anything because the people just hold.
Yeah.
Going to the Philly show.
The Shaquille O'Neal card's starting to go up quite a bit.
Yep.
Especially in a 10. And it's the draft pick, not the trade. And everybody's like, oh, there's more trades, I guess, in higher grades that are on the pop count. But you can't get the trade card anymore. It's gone.
Which card is that?
The Shaq.
Oh, okay.
It's a Shaq trade card, right?
No, well,
Shaq is under. I think he's undervalued.
Not anymore.
Still, not anymore. Yeah.
So to answer your question, Josh says he's going to the Philly show. Steven says possibility if everything's complete.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I have both. I have the trade and the draft pick in a 9.
Nice, nice. Yep.
These were $15 each when I bought them.
Yeah, they were dirt cheap.
Stupid.
What are they now? 100?
Probably more than that. This card's going crazy. In a 10, they're in thousands. This is always a popular one here. The Lintic.
Here, Eric, just for you.
I think the Jordan in this sells for like $8,000.
Did you have a good chat with him? Did you enjoy talking to him? He's a really good guy. He comes across, I've said this before, he comes across as kind of standoffish and maybe a little arrogant. But he's really, believe it or not, kind of just quiet and kind of shy. He doesn't talk a lot. He's not loud, and he kind of keeps to himself. And I think he said in an interview once, it's because when he first came to Boston, he barely spoke any English. Like he's born in French Canada, so it's just he's kind of like most hockey players, really kind of humble and all that. And when he came up to Toronto a few years ago, I had to kind of break the ice with the guys that brought him in. They hadn't met him, and they're like, "Yeah, we heard," and they listed all these negative things. I'm like, "Dude, none of that's true. He's really a nice guy. He's just really kind of quiet." Well, I heard he's really grumpy and no, he's really just.
Well, Eric, did they tell you that the grumpiness comes from? It's like, Ray, why are you in a bad mood? It's like, yeah, I've been trying to track down this guy. He says he's got a big novelty check for me, and I've been checking out. Like, I can't find this dude.
Right, because the big novelty check didn't come in yet. So now screw it. But
disgraceful.
But anyways, Ray's a really good guy. But he has this reputation in some areas of kind of being kind of arrogant and kind of being a jerk when he's really
I think that's just with you, Eric.
No,
I was about to say. I know for a fact that true men of peace have been rendered filled with rage in Eric's presence.
That's not true.
Len Putty was right about you.
I don't want to get into that, please. You're killing me with that. Every week,
it never gets old. Never gets old.
You can go back to all 100, 200, 300 episodes, whatever I've freaking been on, and you'll never hear me say one negative thing about that man. That's
because he'll hurt you. He'll get together with Matt from Providence, and they will end you.
We got to go listen to that conversation that Goldauer had with him. See what he says about Eric.
Mm-hmm. There you go, hobby chaps.
But
I'm all caught up on the comment.
Yeah, but I'm waiting for Goldauer to tell me. Write something. Tell me about how was the experience in talking.
Oh, he said very good chat, good guy. That was what he said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. All right. Yeah, he is. He's a great guy.
Yep. So, Dan, what I'm going to do, I'm going to refill my drink. But while I do want to share this since we've got a moment here. You did your post on the YouTube channel. We can talk about this for a moment. We've got actually this card that you posted here, and it actually can open up the topic here to something we can discuss for a moment. So there's the post. If you want to kind of explain it, I'll come right back, and then we'll talk about it a little bit.
So this is my card. I got it at March 24th, 2024. That's not me. I bought it in Strongsville in 2025. And I know what it's worth, and it's not worth $3,500. So the reason I know that, and I say it's a stark example of the limits of pricing apps and card ladder in particular. It's T206 Old Mill Cobb and a PSA 1.5 with superior eye appeal and no creases is valued at $3,500 on card ladder. Last week, an SGC 1.5 of the same card with a nasty crease right across the face sold in the Love of the Game auctions for $4,300. And so my position was that Card Ladder has no way to input that data because it's a different grading company. When Carlos comes back, he can show the pictures. And my point was that pricing apps really don't really like handicapped or handcuffed by the way that they put their data in. It's not intelligent data. Let's put it that way. So that's my point. Where the hell is he? I want to see the rest of this.
The big beer. He probably had to make pee.
No, he's like the cameraman. He's just getting more beer. Beer to fill the
Doesn't
blast.
he have a mini fridge next to the computer?
I do. I don't know.
The mini fridge is used for multiple things, but not the beer.
Oh,
All right. So I show
So
the
if
other
you can
card
show
here.
the rest,
I do
of
want to
the-
clarify one thing though, because I was listening from here. So was it the grading company though, or was it because the thing is, Card Ladder does have SGC. It just in
Right,
love
no,
of the
they don't,
game
but
isn't
they-
one of the auction houses.
I don't think that they even are going to correlate these two because of the different grading company. I've had a conversation with who's the other guy besides Chris there?
Josh Johnson?
Josh, right? Another Josh. All these Joshes. He said that no, we can't correlate it because we can't. It's a different grading company. So, if you look at the next picture, now this is a 1.5 that sells for $4,300. Look at this. Look at this. This is the card that sells for $4,300 for SGC, and I'm like,
Jeez.
if that's a 4,300. The card that I have, which has no creases at all, which is just much better eye appeal, and you get the PSA value, extra PSA value. It's got to be at least $5,000, maybe $6,000. So that's a frustrating aspect of Card Ladder is that you can't. That's important data. If you're at a show, right? You're at a show, and somebody has, let's say, my card, and they've got $6,000 on it. I'd walk over and I say, Card Ladder says this is worth $3,300, $3,500, and if the dealer knows what they're doing, they'll say, well, I have this Love of the Game auction where this really badly creased version sold for $4,300. So I'm going to put the PSA tax plus the extra value for eye appeal. This should be a $6,000 card. And they're probably right. That dealer would be right. But Card Ladder, the app, is not giving you the kind of information you need. Let's put it that way. I
pay for it. I because of work. We use it a lot. And I paid like the $200 for a year subscription for it because I use it every day at work. And when it comes to cards other than hockey cards, it works pretty well. But they have never made. And I remember kind of joking with them when they were building it, that they just don't make hockey a priority. And when I thought like when they got bought by PSA and they ended up working with eBay and getting all the direct, I thought that would it's almost automatic because it's going to connect to eBay and give me the information. It doesn't. I am constantly having to just go straight to eBay and type it in and scroll down to sold and look at it. I don't think I'm going to renew when the year is up, because I don't want to spend $200 and it constantly comes up with nothing when I'm looking.
But you're talking about data input, which frankly, Card Ladder's data input is much better than VCP's. I mean, I've had situations.
So I also want to be clear here, Eric.
Yeah.
This is not going to be a tutorial, but I'm just going to ask a question because I reactivated because I was putting together some charts for a couple of videos I'm doing, so I have it on. Were you using the search at the top, or did you use the sales button
for Card Ladder? Or
yeah, there's a search at the top, and there's also a sales button.
There's you take a picture of the card.
Oh, okay, so you're using that feature. Yeah,
the one that's on
you
eBay,
just
or
go
the
to
one that's
sales
on
and type
Card
it in,
Ladder?
because it won't help you if it doesn't have a profile already. They're limited by however many profiles they made. If you go to sales, it literally just pulls up whatever's on eBay.
Yeah, and but I thought it would be doing the same with the picture thing, right? Because it does what it does with.
Yeah, you would think it's the same data. Unfortunately, it doesn't cross over.
The reader is limited unless they have a profile already for it. Market Movers, I think, is trying to do the same thing. I haven't tried it, but I know they've started playing around with that, and they're starting to feature it in their videos.
Yeah,
it might be, they might have the same limitation, or maybe theirs does a better job.
Yeah, everybody I talk to uses Market Movers, 130 Point, and Card Ladder, and eBay. Like, there's no one place to truly go and get all the data you need.
But none of them none of them can give you the kind of analysis that we just did in 2 minutes, looking at two different cards with different numbers, with the same exact card, same exact grade, two different grading companies, and no pricing app can give you that data together and come up with a price.
At some point, eBay, I already know they're developing their true own off of data. They're building their AI off of everything right now, and we're basically the guinea pigs. That's why they have that scanning tool in there. They want to know if you get it right or wrong and stuff like that. We're building their AI for them, but they're going to blow everybody else's data out of the water in probably a year. Like you're not going to need the rest of these people. You'll literally just go to eBay because they're focused so much on cards right now that they want to be the leader for everything in cards moving forward.
But are they going to be able to take into account auction houses? Because there's 100 auction houses out there that have
probably because they have the muscle, they have the eyeballs. They'll probably partner with them and even use it through eBay auctions.
I mean, the fact that I'm not sure if this is right, Carlos, but I think your point was that Love of the Game might not even be in Card Ladder. I'm not sure if
they're partnered with certain auction houses. I haven't looked at the list in a long time, but if they're partnered with them, then they would be getting data from them. If they do have the data, then
I know, because when I put all my cards into Card Ladder, some things didn't come up because I bought them from auction houses that are not in Card Ladder, which is frustrating. Sterling is not in there, Brockman is not in there, Collector Connection is not in there. It's like several, and I'm like pulling my hair out because I got to go, input this data manually just because they don't have a connection with this data from an auction company that's been around for 20 years. I mean, even Sirius has like once every 3 weeks they have an auction, and they've been around for like 20 years, and their data is not in Card Ladder, and that's frustrating as hell. So anyway.
It doesn't.
I think the one important piece
that doesn't go to Card Ladder.
Yeah, the auction house can be around for 100 years. It doesn't matter. The data has to be somewhere where you can scrape it. It's the same limitation that GemRate has when they're pulling their data. The reason they can have those folks is that if they've got a population report, they can do the compare. Basically, all they're doing, just for most cases, comparing one number 1 month to the other and pulling the data from there. If it doesn't exist, though, they're not going to be able to pull it.
Right. But there's a difference between. There's a difference between what's easy to do and what's doable in a scraping manner, so to speak, and inputting it. You have people working for you. You can input data.
So yes, you are correct. You are correct. But you do know, Dan, that Card Ladder, right now, this panel is almost the full staff of Card Ladder. It's about the staff of Card Ladder.
Yeah, right. But Love of the Game has 3 auctions per year. And how many lots do they have? 1,000 maybe. So that's like 3,000 lots in a year. You could put that in if you really want.
That's manageable. Yeah.
I mean, Sirius maybe not, because they have like 50 auctions a year and they have 300 or 400 things. So they're talking 20,000 lots. But
when an auction
it's a little different.
When an auction sells, there's an added cost to after the price. Correct.
Yeah.
The most auction houses put the juice in, like the number. The 4320 number was the total juice.
That's why I want to make sure that when the data is being scraped, total number, because I kind of run into this with the eBay thing when you're selling something.
And the same thing with Fanatics Collect. Fanatics Collect would be the same thing. They've got the same situation. You want the full number with the juice, ideally, and that would be the best way to make sure.
Because the worst thing to do is to buy a card that's kind of expensive, that is obtainable technically, and buy it. And there be no data and you overpay because you're not helping yourself, because you would have definitely been the last highest sale, which means the next person's usually going to have to pay more, which then helps your case. So there's people that will deliberately make sure that they're buying on a platform that's going to cause that card to go up no matter what.
Yep. Golero says, Eric, the podcast is called Hockey with an Accent. It was Ray Borg and Patrice Bergeron. There you go.
All right, cool.
Write it down. You're never going to remember it.
You're not wrong.
Even if he writes it down, he won't remember why he wrote it down.
It'll be like Memento. He needs to tattoo to himself to tell him to read the note.
Now this I'm going to write down. I'm actually going to write this down because I want to see this.
I'm going to screenshot
Moist Critical.
Yeah, there is actually a very big YouTuber. It covers a lot of ground, talks about a lot of things. I guess you'll have to make sure you put VFriends in there, otherwise it'll.
What's the other one?
He's got like 1,000 videos.
Coffeezilla.
CoffeeZilla, yeah. Never question me, Paul. We go back to monthly price guide? No. No.
I do wish they created a price guide, especially for the 90s and 2000 inserts, and showed an image of every single one of the inserts. I don't need a price. I want to know what it came out of and what was the rarity, and then show me a picture. I would love that, because there's so many cards people still don't. I still see new cards all the time. I've never seen that before. I was like, I've been collecting that whole genre of time and never ran into that card, even on eBay.
This comment, this because you, Scott, know what stuff is worth.
Well, so I think that's it. I think that's an important note, though. Like, just so we're on the same page, though. I've actually, I poke fun at it. I have a little bit of fun with it.
$81 cards.
Dylan has talked about this, and even Dakota has thrown out the idea of going to a card show not using comps or anything, and that's fine. But I'm going to point something out to you. If you see a card and you think it's a really nice card, and maybe it's not the most common card in the world, but it sells all day long on eBay for $20, but the dealer puts $50 on it, and you talk them down to 40, do you think you did a good job because you paid double?
No, what I'm saying is that this particular gentleman,
but I'm covering the other side of it.
Yeah,
I understand. Yeah. But I'm saying, like, if you know the very specific things you're going into and you are already familiar, you don't need the comps. You already kind of have them in your head. You've already got a general idea. You already understand what we're looking for.
I think it matters the years you're buying product from.
Yeah.
The stuff's moving too fast right now.
Yeah, but there's some stuff, like to be clear, there's some stuff where the price on the thing could look perfectly reasonable. It's just the market doesn't think it's worth that. So you'd still be overpaying, even though you look at it and go, yeah, that's a cool card.
You can
like
definitely
a great
do
player
that
and whatever.
Vintage stuff. Vintage 100%. But the new stuff, good luck.
The thing with card shows, I do comp at card shows, but there's plenty of stuff where I look in the case and I say, I know how much this is. I know what the comp is on this. I know what the comp is on that. I know generally what this is worth. So I'll know from basically looking at 3 or 4 cards if this particular dealer is being reasonable. And a lot of them, in New York especially, I'm just moving on, mosey on down to the people that I know are going to be reasonable. Yeah, you're in card ladder. Good for you.
PSA guy, one of the YouTube channels, said the people that don't pass the grading test do the EP authenticity checks. To further your point, Dan, the quality of one PSA card could be much. So the actual look of the card is something you can't factor in. And I had the conversation with Teapot previously on the channel where I asked him about the sticker thing. And the sticker thing is a problem that they can't solve for. They haven't specifically. It's been a frustration for them. So obviously, we're just speaking to market movers from their perspective. But it's a problem for them because they're looking at it like whatever the grade is, they've got their little drop down. You can look at whatever it is based on the grade. But if you've got an eye appeal sticker and it sells for 40% more, how do you account for that outside of trying to add like Mike Baker's gold sticker, like as another?
Yeah, but when you're at market movers, they're using card ladder to comp cards.
The point of Black Box, though, is, and this is a very good one when it comes to vintage cards, one PSA 1 could be very, very different from another PSA 1. Correct. Whereas like most PSA 3s are in the general ballpark, let's say. And the other point is, and I've had this discussion with Card Ladder, there's no way, similar to the stickers, there's no way that they can account for eye appeal. And eye appeal, when it comes to ones, can be miles apart. And that's a good point. That's the point here. And that's another thing they can't take into account when it comes to like valuing cards. And I didn't even get to the point of eye appeal on mine. It was just giant crease through the face versus no giant crease through the face. And one is 3,500 with the no crease and one is 4,300 with the crease. They can't even take into account something that's as obvious as that.
Well, I did we did a podcast episode where Brandon, Eric, and myself, and I pulled up on the screen a PSA 1 Mickey Mantle 52 tops. And it sold for comfortably above what the normal for a 1 is because it had a pinhole.
Right. Yeah.
And technically that is correct. It should not be any higher than a 1. That's perfectly correct. But the card looked fantastic otherwise. So the buyer said, I don't care. This is the best looking version of this card I'm going to find.
Let me just I'll tell you a little bit of a story.
Yeah. I
when I was at the National, one of my last cards in cases video, there was a guy that had, he said, the nicest Mickey Mantle rookie card in a PSA 1. He's like, you will not find one nicer than this. It was beautiful. And I think it even had a Mike Baker sticker on.
So this card, it has a pinhole. You can see the pinhole.
Oh, perfect. I love it.
It's a 1.5. If it had no pinhole, it would be like a 4, let's say.
Mhm.
And so the good thing about this is it was in the case of a modern dealer who was going very, very strictly by prices and had this priced at a 1.5 price. And I even negotiated that down. So I ended up with a card with this level of eye appeal for what was essentially like a quarter of what it was worth. And that's like back before eye appeal, had become, everybody's favorite way of making cards a lot more expensive.
Yeah.
I could do this. I can't do this anymore. This card
No.
would be, $1,000 in a now.
They wouldn't care it said
$250 that I
1.5.
paid for it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. But that's where you get that massive range. And that's why I said, like, that goes back to the conversation earlier where the question was like, would you pay more? So when I was talking about him when it comes to the comps, is like, look, you can live your entire life and never do a single comp. For some items, it doesn't matter anyway. There's no point. You kind of have to feel your way around it. Then experience is going to help you. But then there's some stuff that is more commonly traded. And at that point, you're just putting yourself at a disadvantage. And to your point, Ham, if you're at the buying station at Cards HQ, though, and the person that is there trying to sell you something is using Card Ladder, you better be looking at the exact same information they're looking at. Because if you pull out Market Movers and they got Card Ladder, you're going to disagree.
Correct.
So you have to make sure that whatever you're doing, you should be using whatever.
Well, Card Ladder also does that estimated value thing.
Yes.
That's just not right. Get rid of that.
And there's no credence to it.
Stop,
no credence
stop doing that, please.
Yeah, I don't get that.
You're confusing people.
Yeah.
Don't put it there.
Ham, back in the archives of this channel, and Dan, maybe I'll see if I can find the episode. But back in the archives,
this
one
is
second.
good, but go ahead.
One second. Back in the archives of the channel, allegedly, Eric, allegedly, I may have spoken to the Hoj on this very channel and said the exact thing that you just said years ago. Goddamn years ago. But yes.
So go back for a second to Zach, because this last thing here, the last part of this comment is exactly why you have to comp. Unless you're like Scott and you know the prices of the cards you're buying, you know what their values, you know when you're getting a good value. You don't necessarily need to know, if this like 1971 bazooka card is exactly right. If you're spending like 3 digits on a card or 4 digits or whatever, it's negligent not to look at a price and find out what these things are going for, because you can't know everything. You can't have card ladder in your head. Comp ladder.
Well, and again, that's where I was going at. Prices are moving so fast now.
You
don't know. The new price is up
on everything.
It's always up
on everything.
Yeah, it's always up. But how up? That's the up.
And there's always the whole idea of a dealer that decides to price the card for 20 or 30% over comps. So you walk in and you talk them down. A little bit.
Correct. That's why.
But you end up paying 110% comps instead of 130% comps. But in reality, you still overpaid. You could, if you didn't bother to look at it. My question is, Dan, do those same people that don't want to comp anything, which by the way, fine, it's your prerogative, do whatever you want. Do you also not check eBay to see if maybe you could buy it now, the exact same card? Because I've seen that all the time.
Yep.
You can literally buy the same card for cheaper than what it sits on the showcase.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I show people that it shows, and they're like, "Well, that's what I got to get for it here."
Yeah.
I was like, okay,
now if it's caveat again, we already talked about it. But if it is a ridiculously obscure card that I cannot find on eBay, that it doesn't come up regularly, whatever, we're having a different conversation. But if it's a card that sells all the time on a semi-regular basis, and we can at least get an idea.
Maybe not even all the time. Maybe something that has, a couple of hundred graded examples, but you can get some idea. Let's say it's sold 6 months ago for $300 and the guy has it at $900. If you talk him down to, you just said this before, if you talk him down to $600, you didn't get any bargain. In fact, you overpaid. Yeah. And that's the kind of stuff that you need some sort of comping mechanism with you at a show. Yeah. Maybe not to use it on every card and not to use it constantly, but to use
on a lot of cards,
where you need to use it.
Yeah, to go with this conversation, a lot of cards I won't bother because some cards are not worth the extra energy to bother with that a little bit here and there.
Right,
but if a dealer takes an extra $20 from me on this deal, another one takes an extra $20 from me in the next, I'm not in the business of just handing out free money for the sake of doing it. Like again, we don't need to be the penny. I'm not sitting there going like, I need room, bro. But there are times where it's like, let's try to make sure we're somewhere in range, that we're okay with it. Because otherwise, look, the deal will take your extra $20 all day long. They'll take it. But it's fine. But that's on you, because a lot of those dealers did do the comping and they know exactly what the range should be, and they marked it up a little bit, and then you're the one thinking you got yourself a deal and you're still above.
Yep.
Zach here says my trim 52 manual versus one with the pinhole, both label authentic, have very different prices. Could be a 5-figure difference. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, that's what we were talking about before.
To the moon could mean anything, even a boat.
Yep.
I buy cards all the time, shows all the time. I didn't walk in with any intention of buying that day. It can happen.
100%. Yeah.
Yes. Tom was talking about an Otani about earlier. Genesis Holofoil out of 60, so the PSA 6 didn't matter to me. I've actually shown previously on the channel. I bought a Favre on Fanatics Live. Listen, you got to make sure you get room, bro. It's only 85 cents on Card Ladder. The CL Index.
There was a guy at my dollar boxes once at a show, and I'm sorry I'm interrupting you, Carlos. So I want to hear the Favre story. But there was a guy literally comping like 5 or 6 or 7 different cards at the dollar box, and it's like, dude, they're only $1. Please stop.
But it's $1.
Yeah.
Eric, tell them about the dollar. We need people got to know. It's
That's
$1.
ridiculous. That is freaking ridiculous. And it's insulting too. So
people will do it for a Klondike bar, man. Like it's bad. It's like, and by the way, look, you do you. Whatever you want to do is
also,
fine by me, but understand.
My theory of the dollar box is that not every card there is worth $1. There are cards in there that are probably a quarter or 35 cents or 45 cents. There's also like $2 and $3 cards in there.
Right.
Which I put in the front, by the way.
Well, that's also when you pull the, buy the 10, get 12 deal.
Yeah.
Or like people somebody just grabs one of those because like, oh, it's cool or it's a good player. I like that. And they'll just grab it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
It's for fun. It's not supposed to be, exactly what it is.
Well, that
like
means
the
guys
cards
on
in the
Whatnot
case
that are putting something up for 4 seconds and people are doing $2-3 for a card that's worth 50 cents. I mean, I watch the guys all the time at the show. They're looking for just kind of the name that somebody's going to try to snap by because they're not paying attention or they're just not sure. And you can't look it up fast enough because, like you said, you can't know everything.
Yeah,
and modern is the worst to have that happening. That's why you never see a quick auction on vintage cards. It just don't happen. You're right. I would love to. There's only one guy that I know that does breaks on vintage cards, and those are usually sealed graded packs that they break open. Or if they get a BBC box, and then they'll auction it off and or put spots up for that out of Palm Beach over here, JRI auctions or whatever it is. But they do a show like four nights a week. I don't know anybody else doing that. You know what I mean? I would love for somebody. When I used to get into old set breaks where I get a random card in like a 1986 Fleer basketball set that everything's graded PSA 7 to 9. I have a chance at a Jordan. Like I'll give you $45 to get into that for a 300 card set.
Yeah, there's not really a market for that, honestly.
There is. I think there is now more than ever.
Vintage Breaks was around for like 5 years, and now they don't even use the name anymore.
Correct, but I think the market now, because of how strong everything is and how it's good top to bottom now, it's not. There's no window.
Who used to do Vintage Breaks? Who used to do Vintage Breaks was Gordy Bonker.
Oh,
that's how we started out.
Stupid Gordy.
It wasn't Leighton the one who did vintage breaks for years too?
Yeah,
that's the one I'm talking about.
That's the one. Yeah.
They don't even use the name Vintage
Dan,
Break.
and by the way, Dan, use the proper name, his government name, Gordy Bonkers, the vintage voice of the hobby.
Barf.
So I cut you off in the middle of your Favre story. Let me hear that.
Well, now I have visual aids since I had an extra moment. So now I will bring the visual aids.
We gave you time.
Yes. So this goes back. I used this example previously. I showed a Fanatics Collect thing where the difference between one year and another. This was in 2022. I went Favre hunting on Fanatics Collect at the time. I think it was still PWCC. It might have been at the time, but you could get a lot of stuff on there because there were less bidders on it. You were looking at it, but if you were willing to look at cards, going back to kind of what Tom Bowler was talking about, if you're buying literally the whole buy the card, not the grade thing. If you were looking at those things, there were plenty of opportunity because some people wouldn't pay attention to these things. So this was one of the cards that I bought on here. This is from Ultimate Collection. Yep. On-card autograph, game use memorabilia, numbered to 15, but it's a PSA 6. PSA 6. And with the thicker cards, PSA tends to knock them down. So usually you can knock off a couple of points. But for the most part, the card's clean. The card's fine. But the thing is, I'm just looking at it, going on-card auto and whatever. I bought it in 2022 for $300. The Favre from Ultimate game used with the autograph, they're not $300. And that was $300 with the juice.
I heard this story. Go ahead.
Well, no, the one that I'm talking about, that was a flawless. That was the one I was telling about Simon. This is a different one.
Right.
But the flawless one has gone up 5x since I bought that one. But this one here, I bought it because because of the way the bidding went at that time back in 2022. This was the same year. I was buying a couple of these because I was seeing these prices and I'm going like, I feel like that card should be more, in my opinion. And I was sitting there like, okay, I'll buy it for $300 then. Sure. No problem. Great. Sounds good. So there is an opportunity there. I think some people have kind of caught on to that as the years have gone by. But in 2022, they didn't care. Nobody cared. And it's like, okay, fine. The regular jersey version of it, I've seen go for many multiples of that. That's the patch version. So mine's the tougher one. And I was able to get it and that was $300 with the buyer's premium. So it's like, all right, then, fine. A lot of 3 to 10 eBay buys that are only $1. Probably the biggest loss I have are in $3 to $10 eBay bids over the last 5 years because they didn't look them up.
I gotta check this eBay sale that doesn't pop up ever. I didn't get a notification that I won it. Damn it.
But you just imagine, Dan, that's a card that for Favre collector is a nice card, but because it was a 6, some people stayed away. And I was like, why?
There are only 15 of them, and it looks fine. Yeah.
Yeah, the card looked fine to me. I've had it for years, and the card looks fine in the holder too.
This is the
Carlos,
Sport still exists, but he's pretty
Carlos,
small. It's
you know who Megan Walker is, right?
I've heard the name.
She just had her name changed in wrestling. So she has technically a rookie card in 2026 World of Sports Perspective because she used to be a track and field runner. Well, she's now in the WWE or getting ready to be in WWE. She was one of the girls.
Oh, she's the one who she's the one who is like wears all the black gear. She's like the bodybuilder one, right?
I guess she's a little more built now. This was her outburst that ended tonight.
Oh, okay.
You didn't win?
No, I didn't win. It went for $71. I figured people weren't paying attention to it because the other ones don't sell for but like a buck or two. I was like, oh, I'll probably get this $40-$50. I didn't know it was going to 71, which is good because technically that's her sports rookie card. Not necessarily, she's not in a wrestling outfit, but I don't think she has a wrestling rookie card right now, other than her KISS card that I have out of the Collectors Expo.
Oh, you and your KISS cards.
Listen, it's the first one. I had to go get it.
I think different KISS cards.
Well, KISS made KISS cards. I hope you know that. Like they kiss the card.
Well, Eric only likes the Gene Simmons one. That's the only KISS card he likes.
With the tongue out. I know.
Oh, I gotta get that. I definitely get
breaks.
You want to sanitize it with some hand sanitizer too.
Yeah, he's got cooties.
He's got a lot of cooties. He is the cooties.
He is the cooties.
He is the cooties. I did win a couple Buccaneer cards recently. I got a Mekabuka rookie from last year, Revolution, numbered out of 30 for. Let me see. I want to be accurate when I say it.
Barry Sanders going crazy recently. Yeah, a lot of the 90s ones are.
And all that stuff's gone ballistic. Yeah, I got a Mekabuka.
You understand every time you say that, it sounds like you're having a stroke.
I know. It's hard to say, too. It's even harder to spell when you look at it.
Yeah.
It makes your brain go, what am I looking at? It was numbered out of 30 for $23.50. Like, I'll be able to sell that once the season gets going, 2 or 3 games in, for $60-$70.
Flipper.
Yeah.
Well, somebody's got to do it while it's hot. I'm not an idiot.
Yeah. So to give you a little context,
buy a new car.
So to give a little context, Dan, so I can because the card that particular year, because Ultimate was the biggest brand that Upper Deck had at the time for those cards. So the cards don't sell very often. So just to give a little context here, I pulled it up on this thing. This Fanatics Weekly one, this is the card that I bought that I just showed you.
Yeah.
That was in 2022, August 2022. So almost 4 years, almost to the day. In March 12th, another card sold. This one was in a PSA 10, $720, but it's the out of 25. That's the regular jersey version.
The napkin patch.
So for more than double.
Napkin patch.
But that 2023, that's the last sale. Period.
Really? Yeah.
Yep.
I wonder if you put that up in auction now, what do you think? $1,000?
I
Or
think
would people still be scared of the
1,500.
6?
Not anymore.
No, because they'll grade it with Beckett and it gets a 9.
Some of the yeah, you could literally crack it out and put it in the back side if you want to. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they would give you an 8. And they'd give you an 8.
8 or 9. 8, 5,
So-
or 9. Yeah.
The interesting part of that discussion with Simon, and it relates to the other Favre card, was
Yep.
that concept of like, when does the appreciation number get so high that it's almost negligent not to sell? You know, like if you can realize a 4-digit profit in equity on a card that you bought, you know, that you're not terribly attached to, like when is it time to sell?
Well, that's my question. I'm trying to time the top of the market, and we're not there yet. That's the thing is I know we're not there yet because we just started having the second and third tier guys finally start to catch on and get some traction that have been around forever. You're talking about cards 20, 30, 40 years old, finally getting traction because people are going to the next tier down because the top of the tier has gotten so high that it's like, this doesn't make sense. I got to go chase the next thing. So you have the entire group of people all doing the same thing at the same time. All the new people in here that think they know what the hell they're doing. And they're all doing the same thing because they're listening to the same people. So, and it's a pump job at the end of the day, even if somebody's not deliberately doing it to make money. I know
kind of deliberately doing
I know. Again, trust me, the Mickey Mouse thing driving me a little bit crazy right now. But
yeah.
you know,
What are you saying? Are you saying someone's talking about Mickey Mouse cards? That's crazy.
they were after they bought it. But you know, they haven't talked about Minnie Mouse yet, which is also in the same set, which is I'm pumping Minnie Mouse right now. I'm gonna go buy 10 of them.
Hang on, I'll keep talking. I'll come right back.
Oh, I'm sure you are. You're gonna run and get pictures.
I've actually got something very specific. Ham, I've got something specific to this conversation, and I'll be right back.
I'm sure you do. It's probably a floating head on a stick. But
oh boy.
but yeah. So how do you, even if you bought something to enjoy it, Dan, or even Eric, and it's a nice card, it's something other people would want, or maybe you discuss that enjoyment and why you found it valuable.
Yep.
That then somebody else gets the idea that makes sense. I like it too now, because unfortunately that's a human trait.
Yeah.
So you can unintentionally pump a card. I know it's hard to fathom. It really is.
There's another aspect to this also, and
But you
that's
can't talk about something you like.
If you have an influence, you're not an influencer, but if you have an influence, you have a microphone and people listen to you and people enjoy what you're talking about, and you have a responsibility, I think, to a certain extent, not to pump stuff. Right?
Well, I mean, this is where I get mad at Gary V, because he always talks about stuff he already has.
That's a different ball game. That's
it is, but that is an instant ball game too. Think about it. That's the only reason V Friends is popular, is because he owns it and all the followers run to it. It isn't organic. That's not zero organic ability in that.
Organic ability. There you go.
Yeah.
So Dan, bottom line, I think I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying, but I got to say, Dan, again, I don't know what Ham's talking about. This whole Mickey Mouse thing. I think it's squall. I think it's crazy. The Walt Disney. It's craziness. But look, all I got to say is, I don't know what's going on out there, Ham, in these streets, in this YouTube, but if people are doing the Walt Disney thing, they should get on my level.
There you go. Look at you. Look at you.
Is that an 8?
That is an 8.
Damn.
Well, Dan, listen. Listen. Below an 8, Dan, look.
At what point do you sell that?
Ham, and hold on, Ham. Below an 8, honestly, you should throw it in the trash.
What decade was that again? That's 34 or something like
this
that?
This is 36.
So if
but
I
look, I don't know who Ham. I don't know if anybody has these out there, but if it's below an 8, honestly, just crack it out, throw it in the trash, burn it.
If I was
get rid of
really cynical, Carlos, if I didn't know you well and I was being really cynical, I would think that maybe you were letting other people do the pumping for you, and that's why you bought that card, and you know it's going to go up, and then you're going to make a nice little profit on it.
Dan, I am offended by your words.
Hey, if I was being
get on my level,
but I'm not that cynical, right?
Get on my level.
What is that worth right now, Carlos?
God, no, I have no idea. Look, you know what makes it worse? You know what makes it worse? This was a gift. I didn't buy it, so I got it for free 99.
Oh, that's a great gift.
Yeah.
You're holding a Land Rover.
I don't think it's that much.
98
I know
Land Rover.
it's gone up. It's gone up. But I don't think
98,
it's
a
that
98 Land Rover? I'm sure
It's a 4-digit card. But
Oh, 100%.
I agree with that. I think that's true. I think that's
I
accurate.
said 98 Land Rover.
I forgot the context of this one, Josh. I just appreciated this Knights Insane service. It's important. Trying to top at the top of the market. Yeah. That is a tough game. That is great.
It's tough.
Yeah, we're in the yodeler market right now.
The top-ish part of the market.
Oh, you're not at
NFT
the top,
crypto
buddy.
bros trying to
Nowhere
teach
near.
AI. Yeah. Piece of the past of the Eternal Mickey Mantle relics. SEO items have AI auto buy it. Yes. So not so fellas. Yes. There you go. Need the money song? Maybe. Did Eric get it for you? No. Eric was busy embezzling, charity funds. Allegedly.
I don't have any charity funds.
We saw you send the $6.20.
Every
He
single
did have.
cent.
He did yesterday.
No, like
You know that
an
it's
hour
Sam.
ago.
Tag now, you want to trade up? What's the 1,000-point score? I need to see the dig report.
It's a tag 9 on this submission, but who knows what it's going to be on the next
Who
one.
knows next time? Yeah. Eric man sent in for grading. Yeah, it's true. It's probably true.
Yeah,
See, I have
Facts.
cards I'd like to send in to grade just because I think they're 10s based on my grading skills. And I feel like I'm very harsh. And I've only ever graded, I think, 6 or 7 cards. And out of the 6 or 7 cards, only one card got a 9, everything else got a 10. So I'm like, if I'm not sending it in to get a 10, I'm wasting my time. It's modern-ish stuff. Vintage, I understand, completely different. But I'm just like, I'm not going to send it in unless I really have a chance to, really have value out of the card at the end of the day. Most of these cards I have more than one of anyway. I just have a really nice one, and I have one that I'm fine with, throwing around the room or letting people pass it around and not care. But other than that, it's just like, I just kind of like, I guess, the idea of the game that's played with it. But then the new game is not fun. I see people getting these PSA 6s back. I'm just like, ouch. I'm like, oh, holy crap. That card came out like 3 weeks ago and you got a 6.
It could be an issue. Yeah.
Like, what did you
All right. So Dan, since obviously we're having a little bit of fun with the tools at our disposal, I grabbed Card Ladder and I took a picture of the Walt Disney. So it was able to recognize it, and it was able to pull up some sales for me. The last one that they've got here showing, there were 2 on March 17th. One of them was on Collector Investor Auctions. I don't know if you've ever heard of them, but apparently they're there. It was also in a PSA 8. $862.50 is what it sold for on March 17th. And then there was another one that sold on eBay. Apparently PSA, their copy was a PSA consign card or a vault card. 860. So almost exactly. Now, Dan, if I was to use the Card Ladder rally, $2,480.
That sounds right.
So what I should be doing, Eric, is putting a $2,600 price sticker on it and letting the negotiation take place.
There you go.
You want to
and you can also state that the market's hot right now, so the last sale doesn't count.
Obviously, scorching.
I love that. I love to hear that when I'm at the show, just listening over somebody's shoulder. Yeah, that's not
funny. Card Ladder valuations. I bought this card. There's only like 6 of them graded. It's a what is it called? A rotograph. Rotograph PC 1905 of the 1904 Giants, all with those Horner photos. Really, really terrific card. It's I bought it for $800 in cash at the Philly show like a year and a half ago. Card Ladder has it valued at $3,132.
You'll let it go at $2,500.
This is a 3. There's a 4, which is the highest graded example of this in REA right now. And I think I'm actually the highest bidder on it because it's a much better example. I'd rather actually get it myself.
So you bid that one up, and then you can sell your 3 for just a little bit more.
No, I
And
want the
then
better
cost
one.
it-
Yeah, I am the
That's what
high
it
bidder at $600, but of course, there's only a day, 1 day and 22 hours left. So we'll see. I may win it, I may not.
We'll help bid it up for you.
But if I win it, I'm selling this one because that one's much better.
Foulball says Land Rovers are horrible cars, but what if they're graded?
Does Land Rover have a card? Because I know
Maybe
Hot
it
Wheels
should.
did make a card that went in the Hot Wheel pack, kind of like what they did with the LeBron rookie card, where everybody got a Fleer Ultra rookie card when you bought the Cavaliers Hummer, and you could get 1,000 of them for $1.99 because they were always on sale. That's why I always laugh at that card. I'm like, that card literally came 1 per pack of a Hot Wheel. They just printed just that card.
Maybe that should be the segment, Dan. Maybe we should just find random shit to pump. Like I said, I already know for a fact that like Walt Disney cards from 36 Michelin Suns that are below A, Tam, honestly, a waste of our time.
This is a good point. It's probably a data problem because they're pulling in some of the a similar card. But it's
Well, basically, so just look, jokes aside. And by the way, the best part about that is I was only able to do that because I did just so happen to have that. When I saw that card on the screen, I did $1 Million Man cackle because Ham, I don't have a lot of these cards. I happen to have that one.
That one.
It's that one and Socrates. Good old Socrates. Those are like the two.
Baby.
Those are like the two. Those are like the 2 pre-war ones that I got. That's about it. So perfect timing on that one. But the thing is, so to be serious here for a moment, the whole card ladder value thing, that number is based on whatever it's sold for last, and then it's a multiplier of the index. So if there's like a Walt Disney index, that kind of plays into what Jim's saying. So that 31 Willis has gone up like crazy. It's gone up gangbusters. So as a result, they would take that $860 sale and probably triple it in this case, effectively triple it. And that's how they arrived at the $2,400. But it does make it amusing. And if I was to operate in the space the way that people operate in the space, well, then obviously I got to put a $2,600 sticker on it.
No, 52 because it has superior eye appeal. So you have to double.
That's true. But what if I get Mike Baker to give me a gold sticker?
That's a lot.
Then I just add a 0 to the end of it. Then I just put a 0 to the end of it.
How does the back of that look?
Pretty good. Hold on, I'll show you.
Because some backs are better than others.
I think backs don't matter anymore.
Oh, no. That's the new sticker. You got to have a front sticker and a back sticker.
Oh,
hey, listen, we can make this happen, Ham.
I'm telling you, I'm just getting ahead of the market right now. That's all. Just trying to give you
this
ideas.
I'm on this market. This is the CDV 1863 of General Sherman. I have both the PSA and the SGC.
What does
both
CDV
authentic.
mean?
It's a way of printing a picture onto paper. I forget what it actually.
So realistically, those are photos, not cards.
No, they're photos that have been printed onto cards.
It's cardboard stock. So it's cardboard stock.
Yes, it is cardboard stock.
Okay.
So, and I have 2 of these, same card. And
what's the difference between a CDV and a cabinet card?
Well, cabinet cards usually are just the size, Ham. Cabinet cards are pretty large.
Okay.
Like they're really large.
I feel like a cabinet card's more of a photo, technically, than it is a card. I see Ryan from Breakout talking about them, especially with the auction that we started.
CDVs are hot now. I mean, actually,
they're very hot.
Shermans.
Very
one of those
hot.
Shermans in my. Of course, I can't really sell it at a local card show because nobody would know what it is. Card Vista, that's what it is. Yep.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. Black Box says, yes, Ham. 1954 Topps World on Wheels Land Rover. The Land Rover rookie card, Victor? Question mark.
But you brought Victor.
Remember,
he will be in the chat any second now.
No, hold on. Victor's not on board with me because I'm the first card is the rookie card guy, not the first one that's in a pack pulled that's nationwide for everybody to be able to get.
So what you're saying, Ham, is you're going to fight him?
Oh, I fought him. Me and him have been in it. Actually, the first time I met him at the National, that was our fight discussion at Tiki Tiki.
I did not hear the words Thunderdome at any point.
No, I went Bobby Burrell on him. So it was interesting for like 2 or 3 minutes. I wasn't sure if he was very happy with me.
Where is Bobby anyway? He hasn't been on in a couple weeks.
I don't know. He's Burrelling. Who knows? Listen, Burrell. I happen to think my theory is that Bobby is out there looking for Ray Bork. He was trying to help Eric out. He was trying to find the man so that he could track him down.
Traveling around in a station wagon.
It's Mr. Blue Blah Blah, who I've told the story 100 times. when I introduce them to Ray, they immediately start talking in blue, blah, blah, and leave me out of the conversation, which was very rude.
He's looking for an ashtray to break live on stream in front of Eric.
Yeah, better not.
That's right, Amanda. No fighting at Tiki Tiki.
This is true.
Is that the second or third rule of Tiki Tiki? The first rule is you don't talk about Tiki Tiki.
No, you video stream Tiki Tiki. Is the first rule.
You don't talk about it. You can video it, but that's two different things.
You try to video it with some audio.
I try. Yeah, don't worry. That's
Your
not
equipment
happening.
doesn't work.
No. Half the equipment worked. We had
That
video.
not
I got
supposed to have
classic video. According to Charles, hey, listen. I still.
No,
got
hold on.
classic
I don't
video.
listen, Tom. I don't know if that is Victor's take or not. My take is non-sports don't have rookies. I think the concept of non-sports having rookies is silly. So I'm out on the rookies for non-sport.
You don't think this is General Sherman's rookie card?
Absolutely not.
His rookie card was his first image when he was in newspaper.
The only thing I care about, Dan, is what the card ladder value is.
Yes, this is true.
I don't even know what the card ladder value is on those.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters. That's all I care about.
It says this. It says price not there due to scarcity.
Get your shit together, will you? God.
Look, all I gotta say is
favorite thing in a Beckett: no pricing due to scarcity. I loved it.
Everyone's take should be no non-sport rookies. Agreed.
I always joke or I laugh when people talk about Queen Elizabeth's rookie card. There's like a Queen Elizabeth when she was a princess in like the 50s.
She's a little girl, right? Yeah.
I'm like, Queen Elizabeth rookie
Well, just
card?
like the Spider-Man rookie card. First of all, the card that's dedicated as his first rookie card, because it's in the shape of a card, obviously, is a horrible image. That is not what we want Spider-Man to look like. His first rookie anything is a damn magazine. It just is what it is. They shrunk it down later. Good for them. We can still hear you though. So I think that Spider-Man's rookie is a magazine, not a card. It is what it is. You can play.
It's a comic book. The comic book is
Correct.
the first appearance.
Correct.
He's a comic book character. There is a first appearance comic book. That's fine.
That's
I almost feel like his rookie card is kind of like the Magic Bird rookie card, where they're on the same card, but I kind of want the standalone card next, because his rookie card is with Johnny Storm from Fantastic Four, and he's tied up in his own web. So basically, Spider-Man looks like an idiot in his rookie card. Like, why? That's not what I want to see him as. I'd rather just go get the sticker the next year over and get the sticker, or a couple years later and be happy with that, because that's how I see Spider-Man. Or like the Superman and Batmans, I get those. Those are fine. I don't care if those are their rookie cards. That fits the narrative for a first card set for that individual. But Spider-Man was roped into a Marvel set, so that's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Tom, what I'll stand by is I know Ham is using the word rookie card and everything. Yeah. There is no rookie card. First appearance in a magazine for a comic book character is perfectly reasonable. And Amanda threw in the same thing. Comic book character, first appearance, that's a real thing, because there's only one first appearance.
Only one.
We don't have to worry about any other rules. Like, is this the comic book character? Is this the first appearance of them in a comic book? First appearance, we're good to go.
Amanda, what is your stance on Gambit's first appearance? Because technically his first appearance is at the end of a magazine, specific book, and then he is featured on the cover of the other magazine with Storm. And people don't like the first appearance of him technically, or when he's mentioned, because it's not like the full image of Gambit.
Don't even bother asking her questions about comic books.
Is your name Amanda?
Because some
it is on Sundays. If it gets hit hard enough in the head.
Well, it says ride crash, and then it might say Amanda. So I don't really know how this works on the shirt.
Some people have sent pictures and questions about comic books this week to her, and she's like, So she's really not.
Were the pictures of the comic books or the pictures of other things?
I don't remember. I have a
Are you using the comics from the Playboy to show her what it looked like?
Did you take pictures of the incognito tab, Eric?
I'll pull up the.
I'm just trying to tell you that somebody, not naming names, me, asked her for some information this week, and all I got was a big So maybe
she said it. She says it for her down there. She's more of a card person than she is a book person.
Maybe she's not the person to ask.
Wow. Didn't Topps also stop a rookie designation of the Mona Lisa? I don't believe so. I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. 52 look and see first Elizabeth as queen. That's the one that a lot of people will point to. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't give it out. Sports considered rookie. I do like 66 Marvel Low, which is fine. Liking is fine. That's perfectly fine. You can like and prefer. Like I said, I think it's when I showed this, like jokes aside from what I was making fun of otherwise, it's a neat card. Is it something that I would actively pursue for myself? No, but it was a gift and I appreciate it. And it's going to go in the PC. Unless the card ladder value hits in the tens of thousands, then I will ask very nicely. And then I'll get the bag.
Well, and again, now the new rage is now you got to get the rookie card of Snoopy, Charlie Brown, the stupid bird. Like, I mean, it's just the first version of a shaped card that we refer to. And again, these are vintage things, so I don't mind the nostalgia and value to it. I really don't, because they shouldn't really be still around realistically, but they are because they were collectible.
Bruce Lee's rookie.
That's not Bruce Lee's rookie.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. I have a magazine of him over here in a diaper that predates that damn card. That's his rookie card. It just happens to be full size.
And most importantly, Stu here is 100% right. I have the entire Guelph Maple Leaf baseball team rookie appearance in 1874 Harvard Magazine. That's always valid.
Not real.
Mm-hmm.
That's not
Origin
real.
is a comic book world. Yes. Rated Gamer says, I don't worry about the cameo versus full body because I don't choose comics. I do cards.
I always prefer full body.
Mm-hmm. Seen earlier key. I don't know if it's been a comic book side. Is Gambit the Mariano Rivera of Marvel? Interesting comp.
I mean, he just got a really big play on the X-Men 97 series. So.
Just so, it's first of all.
Oh, I almost forgot. Eric, Zach's point here is 100% correct. Eric's Bobby Orr is in a rookie because it's non-sport. That is true.
Oh, shut up, Zach. Oh. So Amanda, first of all, it was not 7 a.m. because I was using real person's time, so it was like 10. And I just have higher expectations of your comic knowledge, and I was wrong. Okay, I was wrong. You let me down. So today, and I hope she's still paying attention. Today, when someone came in and was asking me, how can I move huge popular comics that are all been graded 9.5 with artist signatures and the whole thing, I didn't text the graded gamer about this. I texted Danielle and hooked Danielle up with this person to get them together to maybe make a deal and move these very expensive comic books. And if you know who Danielle Smith is, it might be because she was on the Golden Touch with Mr. Criminal Felon. So she's like,
hey, don't say that about Danielle. How dare you?
So she unfortunately, because she must have been tricked, because I don't see Danielle being a felon. So a convicted felon. So she must have been tricked by him to get on the Golden Touch episode that she was on.
Trick with a big bag of money.
I like bags of money.
I like bags of money. I'll let anyone trick me for a big bag.
Is anybody anybody have an echo? Is the echo back?
Right now I think you're okay.
I'm not hearing it this week.
Yeah, the other day was really bad. But right now
that's why I was wearing these, but these are dead now. See
right now you're okay. Yeah, okay. At the moment I think you're okay.
All
right. Can you grade that Canadian College magazine and get a first appearance designation? Well, it would be the first appearance. That's true. That if I was a famous or historical figure, that would be accurate.
Is this the elevator picture?
Yeah. If I was either a famous or historical, because CGC, they actually will put on their first appearance of so and so or whatever. It doesn't just have to be on the cover. If there's something like if somebody is in a magazine or whatever, they'll put like a little note. They'll say, so and so inside the magazine or whatever, or they'll say their cards inside of it or whatever. They'll actually designate and give, because some people want that information because it may not be obvious looking at the outside of the magazine, and then you want that info, but it's encapsulated. So the only way you're going to know is if they make a designation, put a note.
Right.
So if Black Box I ever became famous and or infamous, then yes, that would constitute the first appearance.
Did any of the women in that picture get famous?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know. Maybe that could be the play. Who knows? Then I could get the show circuit as for the signings in adjacency. I'll just angle for adjacency. It'll work.
It'd be like the rookie card that has Alan Trammell and Paul Molitor on it. You know?
Oh no, Dan, it'll be more like when Jerry Kuzman signs and that other jabroni is on the
There
card.
you go, Eric. That's for you. Check out that Bruce Lee in the thong.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah, right there, baby.
Enter the Dragon.
Yeah.
That's Enter the Dragon right there. I think that's
This is actually a martial arts like fold out magazine book.
I think, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think Enter the Dragon was 1974. I think
Something like that.
It's somewhere in that range, yeah.
I know
Kareem
born
was
yet.
in
I
it.
wasn't born yet.
No,
Sorry.
I know
was-
Kareem. I know.
No, no, you get
And Enter the Dragon.
Enter
Kareem
the
was in there.
Dragon. No. Kareem is not in Enter the Dragon.
Then who is it?
What? Wait, was it Game of Death or something like that?
No,
One of those, yeah.
the
Something
same
like-
one that I thought it was the same one that Chuck Norris was in.
No, that's another. Now we're talking. Now we're on 3 different movies now.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, it was Game of Death. Game of Death for Kareem.
And they were very good friends, and I believe Kareem was a pallbearer at his funeral.
This is what the front of the magazine looks like, or the little thingy.
Yep. Thank you, Jim. And Chuck Norris is Way of the Dragon.
They had to get super duper permission to shoot at the
Remember these, Dan?
how's it pronounced?
Yes.
The
Although I was more of a Mad Magazine guy.
where they shot in Greece I'm gonna say it right. Is it the Atropolis? The
Acropolis or the
where they shot for the final scene that's closed to the public even back then in the 70s, and they had to get like super duper permission from like the Greek government to shoot there. And
What is super duper permission? I don't know what that is.
It's like double secret probation.
They
it
had
means
to go
they
through a
paid for it.
lot.
They had to pay.
They had to go through a lot.
Extra money. That's what you're talking
I mean,
about.
that is an absolute no to be in that building and that structure, and it's a national treasure, but somehow they got it done.
They probably kept the Greek government open for a couple of days.
Yeah,
Yeah. Called a gold bar.
but yeah, that's it.
That's how you get things done, Ham. That's how it's done.
You ever
You
look at Creepy? You ever look at Creepy?
Never heard of it.
No.
Planet Mars special issue.
I think that was
don't know
Eric's
what that
first edition, first appearance.
I think this is 1974.
I've had a couple
Yeah, no,
of
that
people
was-
tell me that over the years, but
74. I was 10 years old. So
Well, I mean, it's a horror thing, so maybe.
well, you got
That's
me.
why I assumed
Oh,
it was
yeah.
Eric's first appearance.
Oh, look at this! Check out the monster briefs.
I was born in 74.
That is fantastic. I've never even looked into the thing.
You're gonna find a lot of things in a 1974 magazine.
You can get
I assure
yourself
you.
some creepy monsters underwear. It's funny the guy that's standing there not wearing anything.
Eric right now is restraining himself from turning to the chickle truck. He goes,
Oh, look,
I
you
probably
even-
shouldn't
look.
show them that I have those.
You got Batman, Captain Marvel.
First Underoos Batman films. Oh my
what is
Indeed.
Batman films? The Batman movies
don't
didn't come
know.
out until the 80s.
I don't know.
Wait, were you not counting Adam West Batman?
That was
It's not a film, really. Well, yeah, they did do a
Well,
movie.
You know, they had a movie. Yeah.
they did do
Yeah,
a movie.
six
Yeah, but
new
that's a
ad-
comedy. That's not. A
Oh,
Batman story.
look, as far as I'm
that's
concerned,
six
and
new
I'll
adventures.
die on this hill. Let it be known. I will die on this hill. After Adam West Batman, I will never take Batman seriously. I don't care if he murders a million people. Adam West Batman is Batman. That's the only one that counts. Boom, pow, zowie, shark repellent.
Shark
Don't
Repellent is
disagree with
in
you.
the movie. That specifically, Shark Repellent was in the movie.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
Yeah.
And
Well, he's on
sometimes
the,
you can't find a
he's on
place
the
to get rid of
ladder
a
being
bomb.
pulled
on
up.
the ladder with the shark on his leg, and he used
That's right.
his bat Shark Repellent.
Correct.
Yeah.
Weak ass shark. Oh, I just noticed there's a naked lady in this book.
Of
Close
course it
it.
is.
Close it.
Open the
She's
incognito
top.
tab.
She's top. This is the incognito tab.
That's what I'm saying. That was Eric's original incognito tab.
It's after 11. It's incognito, baby.
Tom says, I don't like the current NBA or NFL rookie logos. Kind of partial to classic MLB rookie logo. Fair enough. Guy, you must be new here. This is easy. Light work. Haven't even warmed up yet.
It's 11 o'clock.
That's the preamble. That's right, eBay. Adam West only. That's right. Adam West Batman is the Batman. Definitive Batman.
This is a great book. It's got everything in it.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does.
I have met eBay. I met eBay at a show in Jersey. Nice guy.
Well, listen, obviously, Dan, he is a man of culture because he understands and recognizes Adam West Batman is the Batman.
Look,
Absolutely.
we even talked about Jaws of Death.
There you go.
Thank
Use a
you.
bat repellent.
Use some repellent. All right. So while we're hanging out here, by the way, Chad, if you want to chat on anything, we can certainly do so. But I wanted to take a moment since we mentioned it earlier. So who wants to take a quick deep dive into the Mike Ham comment section on his video?
Ooh, oh, I do.
Yeah, I think we can.
This is gonna be good.
I always do love the old comment section.
So just a
Big
look,
fan.
Star Wars came out in 77, correct?
Correct.
The
Correct.
first one, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so this is 1978 in this magazine that they're selling these things. Like I guess figures and
Wow.
toys and just stuff that I
It was a
remember
very
seeing some of
popular
these.
movie. I saw it in the movies.
Yeah. They sold a ton of
big.
merch. Like they had a ton of merchandise for that movie.
Yeah.
It was the
They
first.
had
movie,
cards.
It was the
as we
first
know.
movie I ever saw.
Yeah, it was also one of your first movies that really took advantage of the merchandise side of things and really built
Yeah.
an empire out of it. Like
Oh,
really
yeah.
built a whole franchise out of it. And,
Empire. You said Empire.
oh, I did. But yeah, they had everything. Almost every piece of merch you could. I remember seeing like
Yeah.
somebody published a book with all the stuff
The
and it,
swords
like
with,
page after page.
Wait, is Dylan saying that shark repellent is not a real thing? The bat shark repellent was not real?
You bet shark repellent is totally.
He was
real.
just ahead of time.
You should shut
Yeah.
your mouth.
Here you go.
Still have that.
Good evening, Brad.
Thank you, Brad.
We need more Road to the Expo. Well, I'm trying to get Eric on it. Amanda, we already did a lot tonight. We got Eric to finally give Ray Bork $6.20 of the hundreds of dollars he owes him.
It's not true. I'm all
There you
paid up.
All right, Dan, this is for you.
I'm not giving him the big novelty check.
Oh,
Doing it.
sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an older one.
Mhm.
Indiana Jones? That's like 83 or something.
It's
Yeah.
84, October 84.
Yeah, I was not reading that anymore. I was in college then. So
I was still reading that.
Tom says, I have a cool trifold poster for Revenge of the Jedi era. Yes, it was Revenge of the Jedi.
Yes.
bit.
Yes,
That
it
was
was.
the thing. All right, so let me go. I'll pull up. Do you guys want me? Just out of curiosity, I can read them, but do you want me to put the comment section on the screen while we're going through it?
yes.
All right, I can put it on the screen here. So I don't know if you'll be fully
The
legible. but
smaller
listen, we'll
Eric
try.
gets, the better.
We can try. We can try. Let me see if I can make the font a little bigger.
Dan, I hope tonight when you get up and you
There
have
we go. That's not bad.
to the bathroom like 8 times because you're like 107, I hope you stub your toe.
Shout out Mad Comics. Yes. All right.
That's not a
So
man
we-
of peace up there. That is not
Not
a man
tonight.
of peace.
Oh,
Listen, Dan, I think you set the example. I saw your lack of mana piece then. We know how this works. All
I
right.
hope you stub your toe so bad. The pinky toe, not even the big toe, the pinky toe. If you hit it off a door jam,
You
Nice.
don't know. I've broken that pinky toe like 3 times. So
It hurt,
I
don't it?
know.
yeah, it hurts. Good luck tonight.
Okay. Anyway, all right. So let's start off. We'll start off at the top. I'll skip some of them because some of them are pretty generic. For Flip Life says, yes, people's greed is why PSA has the power with 4 exclamation points. The extra exclamation points is key. Bargain Boxer always has to hang out there. I always like the Bargain Boxer. I always like the Bargain Boxer has to 3 separate comments so far. If I keep scrolling, I feel like there's going to be more, but 3 separate ones.
Remember, he's commenting as he's watching. So that's
I know,
good.
that's what I'm saying.
engagement.
I've seen that. That's like one of the hallmarks of that. All right, so let's see here. Bargain Box. Let me start at the top. How many people got caught buying at the National? Eric still hasn't been caught. They bought just because they're so financially invested in going to the National. Had to pay the ransom the dealers were selling at. Sure. CGC
Not
can't
bad.
grade 3 million cards a month. Well, not yet. Not with that attitude. Grading is a scam. I know. We covered that tonight. We talked about that. Bargain Boxer. You should hang out with Foul Ball. You guys should be homies.
I think they
All right,
are.
Dan Wilkins here says if CGC could just be second to PSA, that would keep them relevant. Well, technically, they are second to PSA right now. They've already accomplished that. They should probably aim a little higher. But yes, they're there so far. Let's see here. Dennis says, it amazes me that collectors complain as much as they do about PSA and stick with them. I dropped my PSA subscription, all caps. Last November, went to CGC. I was tired of PSA price increases. So now you get CGC price increases.
Two of them.
Yeah. Poor great
Since
consistency.
November twice. Yeah.
Up charges and cards being rejected from insides. Fair enough. All right, Ham, you replied to this one. So let's see what you got.
I replied
what kind of reply? All right. I agree. I don't understand why people keep backing this company by paying the price they're asking for the fees, because we love it. And wait time, simply to resell it for the most amount of money. They don't do anything differently than anybody else. I just think they're damaging their company and product by allowing all these other companies to come into the space that's hungry for people, to have cards graded immediately to get back into the ecosystem with the way it works now. After a while, there's no PSA 10s available. You go to the next best thing, that's a 10, and you push the value up. We're still waiting, Ham. Still waiting.
It's happening. We're in process.
Let's see. CGC turnaround time for bulk is 150 business days. Probably close to closing that off themselves. They're not taking any opportunity. Not yet.
Yeah,
you are so off base. Oh, here we go. This is the one you were talking about. You are so far off base from reality with your thoughts that it is borderline delusional. By the way, border doesn't have an A.
Oh, yeah. Borderline. That's like somebody living in your house.
Yes, they are surrounded by borders. Nobody is taking any market share away from PSA. Anyone who thinks otherwise does not live in the real world. ... It is wild.
He does live in Florida.
5 dots. 5 dots.
Does live in Florida.
He does live in Florida, which is really not the real world. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like an alternate reality.
Fantasyland.
Not wrong.
McDowell's, which has a logo that looks vaguely like a McDonald's. Finally, someone says exactly what I think. McDowell's, I don't know if you want to be in the mind of Florida Man. Totally love the channel. The card videos are supreme, but this is great common sense talk.
Wait till they see the fishing videos are even better.
I know, it's wild. They're excited already. Trading cards are mortal. At the end of the day, all grading is all subjective. If we only had a bunch of grading companies that were respected, at one point I like SGC, but then they got bought up by PSA. But they've got the other Steinberg, who's totally a different person and not the same person in disguise. Because everything going on now, it won't be grading for a long time, maybe until this all clears up. Comic lover, you're not wrong when it comes to more people trying CGC, but you're dead wrong in regards to the potential liquidity and resale. eBay will be flooded with their cards without a supportive secondary market. The component you're missing is PSA has always made 10s difficult to obtain. Well, according to Eric, they should make them easy to obtain, then they can upcharge. This is why I exclusively buy them. I don't have to lay in bed at night wondering if they're going to water down their population reports to entice people to send them cards for grading, like CGC has done by handing out 9.9s. I'm hoping this is for comics. And I'm president rated the last few years in the comics division. I lost a lot of money on CGC 9.8s comics because of this. My advice is just chill and let PSA catch up to the demand. They basically 10x their grading capacity over the next 6 years or so they've historically proven to do so. Joel just says, preach.
Yeah.
See, Charles here. Grading companies will always have the price differences. We just need a huge recession and reset. When that happens, things can go back to normal. To be fair, Eric, Charles has been angling for a recession on a lot of comments. I do see Charles.
He's a crypto bro too, so that's what
he's angling for it pretty hard. Yeah. He wants the dip. Yeah.
Oh, he's dying for a dip. He's dying for the dip. He's sitting on money. He's been buying all that Marvel stuff. He's dying for it. He really is. He's itching.
Look at that. Foul Ball says, my cousin Lay wrote Empire Strikes Back. Empire Strikes Back is a scam. Darth Vader doesn't even have magical powers. You know what, Dan? I happen to know for a fact that Darth Vader's voice and the body aren't even the same person.
Nope.
Get out of here.
It's a scam.
No way.
Telepathy. Telepathy.
Spoiler alert, please, next time.
I refuse. It's a scam. Right. The people got to know.
That's why you can never see the mouth moving.
I know. Guy says that's what the Boys Club of the Ruins does to a man. Leads to Eric wishing stub toes on people. I know. Man of violence. Out of the overused phrases in the hobby, grading is a scam is one of them. So it would seem. Grading's here to stay as long as it increases the value of cards. So this is the key piece. So Dan, I've phrased this in numerous ways, but I would like to phrase it in this specific way tonight. There are a lot more people than the grading is a scam crowd would like to acknowledge that know perfectly well. And they genuinely, truly, from the bottom of their hearts, do not care. The only question they are asking is, will this make me more money? If the answer is yes, we're good, bro.
Yep. How many
we're
10s
good.
am I going to get? If I don't get enough 10s, I'm going to send back all my 9s. That's basically what they do.
Yeah. And that means, Dan, that they are willfully playing into this because it makes them money. And as long as it continues to do so, we'll just let it roll. Who
Right,
cares?
They don't want a fair grade. They want the best grade.
Correct. My SEC order yesterday said 75-day turnaround.
I just got my SGC order. The grades popped 2 days ago, and on Sunday it'll be exactly 4 months. So I will not get door to door. Will not be 4 months. It will be more than 4 months. They're in the mail to me. So that's something that was sent out in April that comes back in August. So 75 days, is that 75 business days, right?
Yeah.
Probably business day, yeah.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Thank you, Brad. eBay says Darth Vader's dream was to play on the Field of Dreams. I actually would love that baseball monologue if James Earl Jones had worn the Darth Vader helmet.
That'd be cool.
People will come, Ray. People will most definitely come.
Judge playing left field.
Wait. James Earl Jones was Darth Vader? Spoiler alert, please.
I know. In the super extended edition.
The color of the
Don't
costume
worry.
didn't give it away.
Don't worry. In the special edition, he was removed. Would it be weird as James Earl Jones in the suit? Or David Prowse is the voice of Darth Vader? That's true. That's a valid question. A valid question.
Probably not got CGI where they take the helmet off and it's James Earl Jones in the actual suit.
Give it time, man. Give it
We got
time.
AI. I'll talk to Jim and I tomorrow. We'll make it happen.
Could you know what would be kind of fun if you did James Earl Jones, but you did James Earl Jones from Dr. Strangelove.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about Sandlot where he's blind. You take it off. And
No, you go James Earl Jones from Dr. Strangelove, where none of his commentary would have anything to do with Darth Vader, but you just roll with that. That says, if Florida men such as us ran the industry, I love that he capitalized Florida and men. Since us ran the industry, we have no problems at all. No, we'd have a completely different set of problems. Somehow PSA started World War III? How did that even happen? Who gave them the bomb?
Somehow the head of PSA grading was running naked down a street.
Florida. That's Key West.
That's a hell of a
Florida
drop.
man. And Eric, if you don't pay the upcharge, you get fed to the Gators.
Yeah, there you go.
So you're gonna pay the upcharges, Eric. You were
Right.
you love the upcharges.
Love them up charges.
Newest people losing their mind over the NBA diamond tiers. Yes, increases mouse. People let it ride. Say people yell at the clouds. Yeah, a lot of that.
I'm yelling
Star
at
Wars-
clouds on that. So
Yeah, Star Wars Art Decide was basically borrowed from a concept art book of Durowski's film Dune, film that was never made. Is this a different Dune than the one that was eventually made? I guess.
The original Dune movie was made like 82, 83 or something, right?
Something to that effect. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't.
Yes, Hobby Champs. I do know that.
How many state funds is he using? It's an asset
None.
class.
None, actually. He's doing a good job of keeping it low key so we can move money around.
Oh, moving money around.
Yeah. Well, right now we're just getting the property taxes removed from Homestead, so that's good.
Piedmont doesn't exist anymore, so not really.
Florida Man versus Aussie Man to see who runs the industry would be crazy. That'd be fun.
It would be, actually. I'm in.
There's an Aussie man
Speaking
right
of-
there.
Speaking of Aussie Man,
There it is.
sounds good, Carl. All good.
So is Carl up early or is he up late?
Well, I think he's in the future.
Definitely early.
I believe Australia's
He is in
future.
the future. He's definitely in the future.
Yeah, he's in the future.
He can tell us who won the Florida Men versus Aussie Men war to take over collecting.
Can you tell me the Powerball numbers, please?
Well, technically, he should have the insight on the poly market, shouldn't he?
That'd be helpful. Yeah, that'd be good.
We're wasting time here, aren't we?
Too expensive and taking too long to film. Pink Floyd was a soundtrack artist. Okay. There you go. I like that.
I thought Eric didn't like Pink Floyd.
I do not.
That'd be funny.
Well, Eric actively rebels against good music. That's why he likes Kiss.
That is not true. I enjoy Kiss and their performances. I think Pink Floyd is bland.
How did you feel when you saw Kiss with no makeup?
I was not a fan.
Nobody is.
Wow. So you were in it for the makeup and the platform shoes?
Yeah.
I've always enjoyed Kiss for the experience they bring.
Clown show.
80s Kiss. wasn't loving it.
1:50 p.m. Saturday there. Nice. Have a good time. Enjoy the footy.
And it's not the footy you think it is. It's the Aussie
Nope.
footy.
The Aussie footy.
Real men.
Much different tune to have the music from Pink Floyd and Mick Jagger, Orson Welles, David Carradine, and Orson Welles as actors. All right. Nice. I don't know if I can trust you, Baz. Sounds to me like not the person I'd trust.
Orson Welles in the 70s was pretty much out of it. He was like 300 pounds and drinking wine all the time. So, you know,
In,
kind of like me 6 months ago.
Orson Welles was in Magnum PI in the 80s.
Yeah.
I would love Pink Floyd to have done Wizard of Oz. It would work so well.
Well, then
Just imagine. Be amazing. I watched Dan the other day and he had a polar bear shirt on. Mrs. eBay walks in. She asks, is he a member of the polar bears?
I don't know what that means.
Well, I'm assuming it's the polar bear, like people that go and basically jump into cold water.
Oh,
Or the
right.
ice water,
Like
whatever.
when it's like in January, they go on the beach. Yes, Josh. See, I told you Josh was smart. If you just let him
Right.
talk, he'll take good stuff.
Listen, Carl, he's a Kiss music fan. He doesn't know. He couldn't spell music if you gave him every letter and spelled it for him.
Sucks.
You know, there's a
Yes.
Pink Floyd cover band that might be the best Pink Floyd cover band in the
I
world.
will not-
It's
I will
Aussie
not
Floyd.
ever listen.
Aussie Floyd?
Is
Yeah.
ever.
Touch of Evil, Orson Welles' best movie. Interesting. Paul Mason will sell no wine before it's time.
Paul Masson.
Ah. Will we get Eric's predictions for the Bruins this year? Pain.
Pain. And I'm not even joking. That will be
No, it's accurate. That's probably the most accurate prediction you've ever made. Ryan
I
Fitzpatrick
mean-
was an Ivy leaguer at Harvard, so I bet the goat of football knows the sentences and parties. Third Man and Citizen Kate up there. Very girly band.
I watched Third Man recently, like within the last couple months. Josh, I thought you were going to be at Philly show. I'll see you at Philly show. Oh, 8:23. That's certainly before the Philly show. All right.
Yeah, I was going to say that's August 23rd to 27th.
Send me a text, Josh. I'll be around.
Maybe you can help Eric, Josh. Help this man.
Mm.
You must burn those Kiss records. Burn them.
Pink Floyd sucks.
Wait, did we finish all the comments to Mike's video?
I have caught the last ones were like love the video basically.
Yeah, like a little.
I read the fun ones. I read the fun ones.
Okay. All right.
I wanted to make sure we got through the fun ones. T. Simmons was recently on a Bad Friends podcast game show called Bad Game Show, and it was freaking hilarious. Did he ask them for money?
What was it? Was it hilarious on purpose, or was he just so ridiculous that it was hilarious?
I'll go with that last one.
Don't judge Eric, Tom. What he does in his spare time while looking at incognito tabs is his own business.
If you watch any band, any hair band, rock band in the 80s, all the men had makeup on. Every single guy. It all started, I believe it all started with Ziggy Stardust.
I can see that.
And it went from there.
Mr. Carlos, how many more boxes of AEW do you have?
I opened 3 of them, so I don't have any more left.
Okay.
There were 3 at the shop, and I bought all 3.
I have that one there.
Yeah, the price was very respectable. I
opened one.
pulled an autograph from one. I pulled
I saw that.
Matt,
I saw
Matt Relics.
I saw your first Matt Relic, and then I saw your autograph.
Yeah, and then the last one was a Matt Relic, but it was very plain. I actually I will say, and I showed Dan earlier, I knew that having the first video ready to go on release day would do very well, but even I was pleasantly surprised how well it did.
Yeah,
like it was actually
Nice numbers.
wild.
Well, even
Yeah,
the
it did
ones
very
that I
well.
watched, because I'm going to drop my opening probably tomorrow morning for that box, and I'll do the other one, and then I'll have a cards and cases video either tomorrow night or Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah,
I have a show
I know
tomorrow
with something
morning.
like that, because it was anticipated. People have been waiting so long for a new product to come out
Mhm.
from them that people were genuinely interested, and the thumbnail worked out pretty well. I mean, it's AI, obviously, but I think I was able to get the concept that I wanted, and they did a good job with it. And since it was early out of the block, so now it's almost 3,900 views.
Oh, that's great.
Very strong, very strong. And then the second box break was obviously later, but even at 15 hours, it's 655 views. And usually the second one will do much less, but actually it's pretty good too. It's not bad at all. So now I'm over 500 subscribers on the second channel, Dan. I think I'm still ahead. I think I'm ahead of Football Card Dad.
I'm thinking about starting a second channel. Yeah.
Sorry, repeat that.
How long did your channel existed?
The channel itself a while, but I started posting videos regularly in the wrestling stuff. I can tell you, because it was kind of a repository for an old project that a buddy of mine worked on, but it never got any traction. We just did it for a while to try it. But I'll tell you how long the wrestling stuff's been going. I will answer that.
I thought of starting a second channel. Don't know what I would do on it, but just to try to get ahead of the new eBay policies that are taking place in.
You'd have to move, yeah. You'd have to move
just to start getting that time built up to get through it. Otherwise, it's going to be miserable for somebody to start out.
Yeah. So basically, I started up the new videos on January 10th, 2024.
Okay.
So at first they were very irregular. A couple of videos did well, but it was because I did so many box breaks on it. I was kind of I wasn't trying to post a ton of videos. I've done a couple more lately. That's why I'm trying to have that podcast on there, just to have something that isn't box break, because I don't want to just be spending money.
You had 3,000 views on a channel with 500 subscribers.
Well, I had less than 500 before I started.
That's pretty impressive.
Okay. No, if the video itself will stand on, I've actually had multiple 1,000+ view videos. They're spaced out. A lot of times, if you release a video on release day, people are genuinely interested, and then it hits the algorithm, and once it gets some traction, it's good to go.
Yeah,
but they can do well. Wow. You just have to kind of find your spacing and timing on it. But I knew it was going to do well. I just didn't realize it was going to do that well, and I was very pleasantly surprised.
Well, I mean, even other boxes, because I would jump into others. Because obviously I watched yours, and then I watched a bunch of the other ones just to see what people were hitting. Even before opening mine, I just noticed the clear cards seem to be pretty hard to hit, because on the box it says one auto, mem, or clear.
Yeah, most of the time it's going to be mem.
Yeah, the clear card seems pretty rough. I mean, I watched a bunch of videos, and I don't think I saw one clear card get hit. I'd go to eBay just to verify what I was looking at on it, because on my first box I hit an auto, nothing crazy. But
I would say what I kind of said in the video, and why I stand by it, this is the best version of it they've done. I'm never super excited about the flagship, but they've definitely improved it. And the price point, to me, the price point is great. I think
well, I mean, think about it. It's a mega box. It's really a mega box somewhere. So for the price point, you can't beat it.
Yeah, and you're getting a flagship thing, and you can build a set relatively inexpensive. You don't need to open 15 boxes to finish a set. Honestly, I had the set done into 2 boxes. The third box was just extra. And you pull some inserts, and you get a couple numbered cards, and you've got the possibility of autographs and stuff. It's fine.
The thing I didn't like is on the odds on the packs. They don't tell you the odds of everything like they used to. They only go up to what comes in a box. They don't mention red outburst. They don't mention 1 of 1s. They don't mention cards to 25. It literally is 1 in 16.
Oh, for the numbered ones, they've never told you the odds.
Well, Upper Deck used to tell you odds on everything.
Oh, but since they've had that license, and for hockey, they don't do it either.
Okay.
Yeah, Topps used to do that for 1 of 1s and stuff, but Upper Deck hasn't done it in years.
They didn't even. What are the cards that are animation or whatever?
Fanimation.
They don't even mention those on the back of the pack.
Oh, it's not on the back of the pack? That's like 1 in 680 packs. Like they've released that information.
Literally stopped at whatever's 1 in 16. Anything past that.
On the box, you mean? On the box or packs, you mean? Yeah.
Box and pack. Yeah. I would like to at least know what else is in there. Even if you didn't give me an odd, at least tell me what other things I can hit.
Okay. No, that's fair. That's a fair critique. That's reasonable.
Because again, like when you were talking about some of the parallels that are numbered, what are the ones that look like a firework, but they're not?
Oh, pyro.
Yeah. So basically
there's pyro, dynamite are the 2 main ones.
Correct. But on the back of the pack, it doesn't tell you the difference.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So that's a question for you, Dan.
So I think in the next, my 2 answers to this, my snarky answer and my actual answer, are pretty much in your next comment.
Okay.
Kai. Both of these guys signed a ton. and Rizzuto especially, and Roberts was all over the place. So their autographs are plentiful. But yeah, I mean they're not GOAT like guys. And the other thing is Rizzuto will sell more in the New York market than he will outside of the New York market. So I think it's probably a combination of those two things, and also like where you bought it from.
It's funny. One of the
Roberts
comments I had
was
from,
Roberts was selling the Philly market too.
on my one of my cards and cases from the National, somebody was asking me, I showed a Phil Rizzuto bat barrel in a card, like a 1-of-1. And like, you wouldn't happen to know the vendor who had that? And I'm like, no, I won't know the vendor. Absolutely not.
I just want to go back a little ways and just R.I.P. Dimebag Daryl. Okay. Somebody mentioned
for Pantera.
Yeah,
Sure.
It's one
That was like 8 years ago.
Yeah,
much more.
I didn't want to interrupt, so I'm just saying. Somebody mentioned Pantera.
No. He died like 8 years ago.
Yeah, well, we only had a chance to bring it up. No, someone didn't mention Pantera 8 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, he died in 2004, Dan. It's been 22 years. Yeah, it's been 22 years. It's been a minute. It's been a minute.
Well,
time is all relative.
You know,
right.
Murdered, died. Yeah, it's all the same thing.
Hey, listen, according to you, it's all the same thing. You're all about the death. One other thing I was quickly going to say, like for me, it's been interesting. I have a lot of fun. I want to talk about kind of a point. I'll finish with the comments, but I want to talk about kind of a thing that Ham mentioned because I don't think it's going to be relevant in this genre, but I do think it's interesting. I was watching some videos about the discourse because YouTube announced that it was changing the requirements for monetization. That's kind of what Ham was alluding to for newer channels. The main channel here is obviously monetized, but there is one specific thing, and it'll kind of play into something I can have a little fun with. But a lot of the complaints, and I understood where they were coming from. A lot of the complaints were because of one part of it. So I'll finish reading the comments, but I want to touch on it. And one other thing, Dan, kind of playing into it about the 500 subscribers, which is funny, because that video did so well, it picked up 13 subscribers just at one video. And then the other box opening also picked up some videos. So once it hit a little traction, then people want to, because I've got other box openings on the channel, they can watch other ones as well.
And you know that as you get more subscribers, videos like that get you more, like a higher percentage. So like I hit the Phillies guy. The Phillies guy is a guy who does basically he's a baseball
he's also
guy.
the one who does those 3D printed dividers and stuff too as well.
Yeah.
The card show stuff.
He's got 10,000 subscribers, and he was on my show because he just outed. He used to be a hand model, and now he's like on camera. So he did my show on an interview, and it's got like 2,000 views, but I picked up like 30 new subscribers as a result of it, which is really crazy. Like 30 new subscribers, and I'm almost at 2,000 at this point. I'm like mid 1800s, I'm in like 1860s at this point. He gave me some momentum, but anyway, But if you got that 3,000 video when you had 1,000 subscribers, you would get a higher percentage of ads.
Oh yeah, for sure. Jim says, I'm about to crack 10K on one video of mine. Congratulations. I got the algo on one, must have titled right. Yeah, sometimes that's all it is. Because I've actually watched a lot of folks that have done more analysis on it. And what's funny is the thing is YouTube changes stuff all the time. But now the current focus on it, it's no longer about the channel. It's not about the subscribers, really. I wish they would fix the thing for subscribers, though, to make sure subscribers knew about your new video. That's all I want. That's all I ask. Just actually let them know about it.
Even if they're alerted to it, it doesn't mean anything unless they go and like you have the live stream tonight and I go and notify me.
Yes.
That's
correct.
the only way I'm really going to be notified.
Yeah. I would like them to do a better job notifying people that are already subscribed. If someone has actually taken the time to do that, it would be nice if you actually let them know the videos are live. But anyway, in Buffalo, sadly, yes. I just want to get caught up here. Rizzuto was tiny, had weak stats, benefited from being a powerhouse organization. He's not a Hall of Famer by play, but considered one of the contributions as a ball man. Was a great announcer. But he did have a full career in baseball.
His stats are better than weak. He was an MVP one year. I mean, he had some really strong stats. I think that's not a fair take. But would he have made the Hall of Fame just on stats if he had never announced? Probably not.
I think with some of those guys, you take the totality of their contribution, and then you put that contribution as part of the factor you think about.
Yep.
Night before was in Columbus, Dimebag. I used to beg for 20 likes. Now you get 31. It's hardly mentioned. Thank you, Zach. Autocorrect left, incorrect. Yeah. 1860s. Me and Dan needs to buy a new card from the 1860s for collection. Maybe. I know somebody that's handled the autograph distribution of Panini Downers in the early 2000s. Remember saying Rizzuto contacts us every few weeks asking when we're sending more cards to sign.
They're like right after Pete Rose.
I wouldn't know what time BSC Friday night start with those notifications. That's what I'm saying. We need the notifications. It's important. It's important stuff, man. Important stuff. So I wanted to get caught up
Yeah,
there.
counting. It's not all about counting numbers anymore. I think he had a pretty decent WAR. I'll look it up.
Oh, the infamous war. Yes. But so kind of what Ham was talking about. And I watched a bunch of videos of people wailing about it. And I understood. So the new effective in February. So if somebody's already got a channel, the challenging thing, there's two parts to get monetized in the new version of it. The current version is you need 1,000 subscribers. Now, if you have 500 subscribers, you can have channel memberships and whatever. But in order to have AdSense, you need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch time hours at 365 days. It can be one video, it can be 1,000 videos, whatever. It has to be 4,000 watch time hours, which is a lot. Just to be clear, it is a lot. But the new standard is going to be 1,000 subscribers and 8,000 watch time hours. So they doubled it. Now
Within a year.
Within 365 days, yes.
Yeah.
So 12 months. Any rolling 365-day period, as long as you can maintain that, that's basically how you do it. Now, here's the funny part. I went in by curiosity. I kind of watch. Obviously, I'm looking at studio and stuff, but I don't look at it over 365 days. I was kind of, but then I was kind of curious. I was like, obviously, the channel's been monetized for a while, but at the same time, I'm sitting there looking like, I wonder. So obviously, I do the live streams, and they're very long form, Dan, as you can well imagine. Podcast episodes are long form. All that stuff is long form. So, but the channels are all going like, oh my God, how would anyone get to 4,000 watch time hour? And they're like looking at it. And I'm sitting there like, okay, so just for fun, with all the lives and the podcast episodes and all this stuff, I just got in front of me. How many watch time hours does this channel have in the last 365 days?
30,000.
Okay. What do you think, Eric? We got live streams that never end. We got podcast episodes. We got everything else. How many watch time hours? So just so anybody, if someone watches a video for a minute, that's 1 minute watch time. If 100 people watch for 1 minute, that's 100 minutes, and you add it. That's how you add it up. It's however the views don't actually count because if you have 100 people watching a video for an hour, that's 100 hours.
All right. So what's the time period? Just a week.
365 days. 365 days. How many watch time hours does the channel have?
100.
Eric, we get more than that in one live. Every single person right now that is watching.
Maybe he was abbreviating and meant 100,000.
I was gonna say 7, just the number 7, like I usually do. But
we have 60 people watching right now. In the next 1 minute will be 1 watch time hour.
I'm gonna change my number to 7.
You should have done Price is Right rules. You should have gone with 1.
Yeah.
What do you think, Ham?
40,000.
Okay. Dan was almost bang on.
I know. I wanted to
30,600 hours.
Wow. I saw a look on your face when I said 30,000. Like
I was gonna say 35, but I was just
not
going to
happy.
play a little game.
Yeah. So now, obviously, I'm doing a lot of long form, and lives are on it. So here's the thing. Here's the dirty little secret that obviously shouldn't be that. It should be obvious. If you can do live streams and you can have people hang out in the chat and chat with them and do that, again, you can't force people to watch something. Like it's not going to work. But if you, I kind of understood their complaint. But for me, at this stage, the channel can do that only because people are hanging around the live stream. We're chatting back and forth, we're doing all that. But if the videos suck, you could have 1,000 views, but if everybody clicks off in 30 seconds, you're not getting it. I don't care if you have 1,000 views. It's irrelevant. You can have 100,000 views a month, but if everybody clicks off every video because you're clickbaiting the hell out of it and no one gives a shit about what you're putting out, it's never going to work. It's not about views, but if you look at the amount of views that I actually have most of the time, I don't make videos every day. Most of the videos do well enough, but I'm not doing 10, 15, 20,000 views a month. I'm not.
Yeah.
The watch time is because a lot of it is long form, but if people are watching it and actually watching the video, that's the only way. Because most months I'm like 5,000, 6,000 views.
Well,
for the channel.
I pretty much had long form my entire 3 years, and I got to 4,000 watch hours long before I got to 1,000 subscribers. 4,000 is not a big number.
Yeah, but you actually have to produce a video and or videos that people will actually listen to for at least even if they're listening to it in the background, like that counts. But if you make a video and the video gets people to click off because they're infuriated within 30 seconds, that you could have 1 million views and it's not going to mean shit. Like, it's not going to matter.
Right. Well,
so a lot of people are counting views, and that's really not what's important. The 1,000 subscribers, I will say to you, unless you catch fire with a couple of videos, that's actually harder now. You can get there, but that's going to take more work. And then once you can get that, then look, I would say for small channels that want to get AdSense, then figure out how to do live streaming. It's a cheat code.
Mm-hmm.
It is. If that's what you're trying to do, then you pretty much should consider that as part of the diet of the channel. Yeah, or figure out how to do a podcast, do some long form stuff, because that's the only way. Like, otherwise, if you're doing 5-minute videos, then you're going to need a lot of views, because most people will not watch the full 5 minutes. Please call me, ask if they more. Yes, I love Rizzuto. Grew up seeing him, baby himself and running home and seeing lightning during game. Rizzuto also missed 3 seasons because of World War II. That's true. The Money Store. I'll never hit it. You'd be surprised, Brad. It depends. Like, if you've got some videos and you got a couple of stories to tell, you never know. You'd be surprised. Now, like I said, even that box break thing on the other channel. So the other channel now has 500 subscribers, which is cool. For me, it's a game ham. I'm kind of curious what I can do with it, but I can't rely on box breaks because that's too. No, I'm not. It's expensive and.
Yeah, you don't get enough out to do it.
Yeah. So I'm not going to do that. I have to come up with other video concepts and ideas. It is cool though when one pops off. That is great. But then I can't be relying on that. That's not going to work. But I don't have any plans for anything otherwise, but I'll figure it out. We'll see. I kind of want to see if I can get to 1,000 subs on that one. That would be kind of a challenge for me.
Just a little fact. That's cool.
Yeah. Got 100 new subs from a national video. Yeah. If you do national stuff, that could work really well. Yes.
That's because Rick's national videos were very good. I watched all of them. They were good videos. That's why. They were entertaining. They were actually providing information. They were, like I said, I watched Rick's stuff, I watched Neo stuff, I watched Ham stuff, and I watched like maybe 1 or 2 others. And that was it. That's all I could do.
There's nobody else doing anything else there. They're all doing the same shit over and over again.
Yeah, pretty much.
It really is. It's just sad because I watch it and they're all doing the exact same thing as somebody else is doing. It's the same BS over and over. It's not even fun to watch.
I don't even check my viewer hours anymore. I don't know. All I look at is subs and views.
Oh, I think the hours is much more interesting, Dan, because as I've explained previously, that is basically how I claim immortality, because I just steal the time from their souls.
Immortality.
The more watch time hours, the more years it grants me. Yeah. So Brad, Dan's checking, Brad. We'll see if we can find out. Just missed winning both showcases. It's true. Dan did get very close. That was a good guess. That was actually a really good guess.
I can't believe that.
Eric Michael is busted through the YouTube algorithm. Eric Michael is the other problem. It's the other side. A bunch of views, and I promise the watch time on that is like nothing.
Well, he does his watch time through the middle of the day is actually pretty high because he retains everybody for that hour during the middle of the day at lunch. I go in there and watch it at lunch too because I like to listen to all the idiot people call, and then look at the comments, and they're flowing. And whatever he's doing is working for him, whether everybody likes it or not. It's working for him. He's doing a good job of ignoring everybody talking about him as well. Because at the end of the day, it's just giving him more pub. And people are going to go look.
He is. Again, I don't watch a lot of content and stuff, but who is he? Just real quick.
He's somebody that we have literally shown on the screen multiple times, and we really said, that's Eric Michael. We pointed.
And then he
won't watch this content either.
Yeah. He played for the Boston Bruins, Eric. Yeah. That's why you've never heard of him.
Okay, I'll look him up.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Zach says, thinking about ways I can run multiple phones all week on Dan Swedish Baseball to get his watch time up because he deserves it. Thank you, Zach.
Can't run it. Yeah, you don't want to run it from the same IP. It won't count.
Mm-hmm. Best is my national video was my first to 2,000 views. It moved me from 370 to 408 subscribers. It was a nice surprise. Yes.
That's nice, Zach. Thank you.
It's very good.
Yeah, my last month, my watch hours are up 3,700 hours for the month.
I can't find it anymore.
Yep. Hobby Jam says, I'm going to speak some heresy here, and I don't care. I'm actually enjoying the videos that Geoff Wilson is making with his wife. I actually think it makes it more palatable.
It does.
It's not a bad call. I think it's probably smart.
Well, because Jeff comes off so robotic, and that same version of himself that drives everybody nuts.
Yeah.
And you can see a little bit of the banter between him and her, and she's like,
yeah, but it's just having his wife
money,
there.
Boy, shut up.
Yeah, just having his wife there equalizes it, and it actually
100%.
for an audience it makes it a lot more palatable. It makes it because she'll just ask questions and that are very straightforward questions, but it's like, okay, well then answer the questions, and there you go.
Yep.
It's a good move, honestly. Whoever came up with the idea to put her on screen, like she can play that role, and she's there to do that, and great. Michael Scott of Selling Online Sports Card Courses, yes. Eric Myers. Eric Myers is a different conversation. The high watermark of me, Eric Myers, for me, was when he had the pour off with Tim.
That was a legendary situation right there.
The pour off was one of the greatest things of all time. So Dan, I'll assume no, but Ham, are you familiar with the pour off with Eric Myers?
All right. Watch time hours 9,200.
And is that in the last the last year?
2026, 9,200.
Yep. Hey, that'll still get you over monetization. You're still good. You're still over 8,000. So Ham, basically, Eric Myers was one who worked with PWCC. So a couple of things. Eric Myers is hanging around a while. He was working for PWCC for a while, and one of the infamous. So I'll give quick background, and then I'll get to the pour off. So basically, he started wheeling and dealing a lot of cards. Started working for PWCC. Even lived in Asia, I think, for a little while. Was it Korea, Eric? Something like that.
Yeah, that was due to his wife's job, I believe.
Yeah, there's something about that. That's right. So fine. So he was doing all that stuff, but one of the most famous things was he would buy and sell some cards. Well, at one point, he bought some cards that had just been bought on PWCC. So even though he's not bidding on these cards, they ended up in his possession almost immediately after the auction. And everybody's like, you work for PWCC. That's not kosher. He goes, oh, I bought them from somebody else who bought them and literally sold them to you like 5 seconds later. Sir?
With his pants down, baby.
Sir? So anyway, so that's a little background. So anyway, so he did it was a live stream. Was it help me out, Eric? It was like, I know who the live stream was. I'm trying to remember who was actually doing it. It wasn't a meet. It was shoot, who was it?
It was, I don't know. I assume
because it was him and Tim, and there was somebody else hosting. I just don't remember who was the other person.
It wasn't it Tim and Corey's show?
It might have been Tim and Corey. Yeah, it might have been actually their show. Okay, that's right. That's what I'm thinking of. So anyway, so Tim is the one who did Slab Strong, and then also now works for BCW, and he has like the big hat and that stuff. So that's Tim. Yes, yeah, Slab Strong Tim.
I hung out with him at the eBay party for like an hour.
He's psychotic, but he's very entertaining at his moments.
He's very entertaining, especially when he's drinking.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so anyway,
trapped in a car with him for 10 hours.
So here are these two. And basically, they spent a chunk of the conversation basically saying, it's like, and they were like trying to one up each other. He goes, yeah, man, like I was so poor that I was like living in a cardboard box. And I'm like paraphrasing here. And then he goes, well, I was so poor, I was living in a soaking cardboard box. He's like, well, I was eating, dirt from the ground. Well, I was eating live rats. And it was like a pour off. And they were just sitting there going like, my life was shittier when I was poor. No, my life was shittier when I was poor. I was like, what is happening right now?
Mm-hmm.
It was something.
It was incredible. It was sensational. And it was him and Tim in the pour off.
Pour off was legendary.
The winners were us. We were confused, but we were entertained. Giving our time back on yes. It's great. Start, bench, sell. Okay, here we go. Start, bench, sell. Blue Jays is back. Good evening. Start, bench, sell. Watch time hours, happy hours, witching hours. Ooh.
I'm fine with the order they're in.
I was going to say, yes.
I'm going happy hours start.
It's a solid
watch
choice.
Time hours bench and sell witching hours.
Yeah, I'd probably go with that. I do like my watch.
Better.
I do like my watch time hours. It's kind of important, especially with what I'm doing. Yeah, it can be done, Brad. It can be done. Look, I'd love to tell people otherwise, but Ham, it's unfortunate. Like this is the reality of it. What that number is saying is YouTube is trying to say, if you produce stuff that keeps people on the platform longer, we will reward you.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be long form because some people can do
No.
long form and then it just turns people off and bores them. Like it
Or
better be
most
long
people
form
are
with a
boring.
purpose.
Most people are boring. So
Yeah, you have to come up with a mix. The problem is if you do too many short videos, well then you do need 100,000 views because and I think it's harder to get 100,000 views than it is to get somebody to listen to a longer form if you've got something that at least is worthwhile them sitting and listening to.
because
Yeah,
my 1 year on watch time hours is 16,300 hours for my channel.
Yeah, it's doable.
I'm always depressed when I look at like an hour-long video and like the average watch time is like 18 minutes.
They're skipping.
But I think even though if you did everything right, I actually like some of the videos that have done really, really well for me and got great feedback and everything. I think you're lucky if the watch time is half, especially on a long video. Like on a long video, it's like because, and this is important factor that not everybody considers. If it's a really long video, some people may want to watch it in bits. So if you watch for a bit, click off and come back, it counts as multiple views, yes, but your average watch time will go down.
Yeah,
but they still watched it. But they still watched it. So that's fine. Here's the thing. I'm okay with that. If that works better, then by all means, please do. And also, if you watch it faster, that actually is the actual amount of watch time. So a 1 hour video at 2x speed is 30 minutes, not an hour.
Yeah, the average person skips through a video no matter what.
Absolutely, 100%.
Oh, really?
Box break.
Time... So if I watch everything at 1.5, sometimes 2.
Yeah,
depending on how interested I am in it. So I'm actually killing watch time by watching it at 1.5.
It's actually when they say watch time, they mean literally your watch time. If you are watching for this video for 1 hour, it counts as 1 hour. Whether the video is 2 hours, whether the video is 1 hour, it doesn't matter. It's whatever you actually were watching. That's what counts.
So what you need to do is create a video that's like 2 hours long, go to the library, log in, turn it on, and just walk away. Just let it play. Everybody won't come to
Ham. If you really want the pro move,
pro move.
Eric has a super secret channel no one knows about. To get his watch time up, he goes to the library as you do, but he puts the channel at 1/4 speed.
Ooh, super slow.
1 hour video is suddenly 4 hours. Mic drop, bitches. Mic drop.
So wait, go back.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is basically heritage auction shill bidding, internal shill bidding. The guy's admitting it at the national. So, it's an interesting thing because that's the kind of thing that should make news.
But this hobby does not. Geoff Kids, Kindle and grading cards, the most self-proclaimed sport card investor, is the most clueless one in the family. Fair comp, Zach. Tim is hardly psychotic. Oh no, he is. I think you've just gotten used to it, Amanda.
No, I think this is Tim is hardly psychotic. Please use my BCW code, Graded Gamer, please.
Yeah, please don't lose me the BCW sponsorship.
Yep, I think that's exactly what is happening there.
Mm-hmm. Hobby Champs, I remember Eric Myers said you can trust him because he loves God and Jesus and the Bible and all that shit. It's because trustworthy people say. Listen, I happen to think Chasing Cardboard Guy, he had God and he had eagles. Did you all not see the eagles? He had eagles and the Jesus.
I can't. All I'll say is that Eric.
Do you have eagles in the Jesus?
No, I'll just say that Eric's another guy that I used to talk to on for hours a day, and always got along with him. I thought he was a good guy. Did I agree with every single thing he said? No. Do I agree with everything he ever did? No. But I thought he was a good guy. That's all I can tell you.
Eric is the guy after. He goes, he seemed like a nice guy. He killed 47 people, chopped them up, and buried them in the backyard. But he was really nice, and he was great at the barbecue.
Amanda will tell you that I would not say that about every single person that were in our little clubhouse groups. I do not think everybody in that group was a, quote, nice guy. But
what if it turns out, Dan, that all the people Eric thinks are nice guys are the serial killers, and all the ones he thinks are jerks are like saints?
That could be true.
Just say
it's
it might tell us a lot. So Stu, I did answer the question. I know some of you guys, but I'll quickly just go through it. Yeah, 1.5 speed. Anything that speeds it beyond 1x does short watch time. But just to be clear, do it if it works better for you. I do it too, but yes, it does shorten watch time, especially for long form. I understand. Like what I laugh is Eric, the IRP, Steve mentioned, he goes, I don't know how Carlos watches all this stuff. As a guy, guys, I can't watch it in real time. It is impossible. There's too many things. It's too long. And like I said, understanding that, and I respect long form, but it is impossible to watch it in real time. Impossible.
Do you ever have that thing where you're used to watching at 1.5 a particular channel, and then you click on it and you don't realize that your thing is only on regular 1.0, and then you're like, wait, what happened to this guy? He sounds like he had a stroke.
So Dan, I if I remember the names, I'll give them to you later. I have a few folks, Ham, where I had the opposite problem. I thought it was on 1x because the person sounded like they were talking slowly. It was at 2x. And I'm like, no. What is happening?
At 1.5.
What is happening?
Oh boy. I did, Keith, but it was at 1.5. Sorry.
Wow. Yep. That's completely fine. Do play these things or whatever. Look, I'm being serious here. I appreciate anybody that watches any of the videos. If you enjoy them and get something, I appreciate it no matter what. Hit the like button because Eric pays for it. That's important. But I appreciate it either way. But yeah, if you need to watch it 1.5 or 2x speed, go ahead. Do it. Like I said, I do it too. So I'm not going to blame anybody. But yeah, if you do an hour on 2x, it is 30 minutes. I'll get some of Eric's people on it. It's all about the engagement. I would make a 10-hour pickup video to go sleep to. Yes. What you should do is you should make a 2.5-hour pickup video and just make it 1/4 speed yourself.
Voiceover by James Earl Jones.
10-hour video talking to the Donnie Bobblehead. That would work.
Amazing. They allow it. It's in the terms. Yeah. So I remember that when Eric Myers was talking about it, like it was very loose. Actually, PWCC didn't really, I can't remember. I think they didn't necessarily have like an explicit policy, but it was like a very gray. And we were all listening to like, yeah, it's super gray. Like, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Because I don't think they had fully defined the policy. And I think that was kind of the thing.
There was definitely some heat, and I think he got his wrist slapped, but he didn't get fired because of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was more like, you're bringing us bad press. This is the height of COVID. We just, the boom is, in full swing. All eyes are on every company. So social media is going crazy over every little thing because everyone's just trapped at home playing on their phones and computers. And yeah, that kind of was a big deal for a couple of weeks, but then like everything, it went away.
Brad says, I'm going to assume everyone is watching at 2x speed, so I'm going to talk in half speed to counteract. I like it. 4D chess. AKA Bad Santa. Loaded Basement is my #1 ASMR card content channel. Fair. Eric spends a ton of time with Carlos. I like that you put it in all caps. I appreciate that, Amanda. I can't take his opinion on nice guys. Amanda, you are literally Judas. That is my answer to you. You are literally Judas.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah. Hold on. You are literally Judas. Moving on. The YouTube change for content creators will cause hobby channels to move to Rumble. Kind of down. So I think it was interesting, Ham, because I actually watched a bunch of videos of people wailing to the sky about this. Now, I think in this niche, like, I really don't think that should be something people worry about. Like, realistically, if you're like barely on the borderline of monetization, like, it may take months for you to get one check of it. It's like, I don't think it should change life one way or the other. I understand for people who would like to get some consistent AdSense in there, maybe it supplements whatever, it's like a side hustle or something. I get that. I understand.
Can you explain for me, for somebody who clicked through without reading anything, what the changes are?
The biggest changes are that they change those different requirements. The thing is, if you're already monetized, they don't apply to you, so that's fine. The big change that does apply to you and me and anybody else who's already monetized is shorts have been separated from long form. So currently, if you're monetized, you could get money for shorts. Currently, you are monetized and you can't get money for shorts. But again, you'd need so many views, it wouldn't matter unless you got
hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, like literally.
Literally did 2 shorts.
Yeah, I've actually made a couple of shorts that did okay and got like a couple of cents. Like, but the thing is, you need hundreds of thousands of views to even register.
Millions. Yeah.
So the new requirement is that you need, I think it's 20 million views. So shorts, it's views, not watch time. So you need 20 million views, and you need to maintain that for at least 90 days to be monetized on shorts. So I'm like, that isn't something that most of us are going to be worrying about.
No,
It's not a concern.
Yeah, we need Logan Paul to come into a short real quick for me.
I will. Now, here's the thing. Even despite that, I will still use shorts because where I see value in it, I'll tell you this, I see some value in it as a promotion to the long form. So like on the podcast episode, so like Cynics, if there's a couple of really good clips,
right.
I could see value in, I will still show this little clip snippet. And if you'd like to see the full version, go and check out the full video.
Right. Right. Yeah. You've
I
done
can see
that a
value
couple
in
of times, and you chose well. So yeah.
Yeah. So I think there's still value to that, but you won't make any money on it. But I'm sitting there like, it would have been sense anyway. So like, do I really care at that point? No.
Yeah.
If it drives people to the real video, that's more helpful.
Yeah, because I had one that was like 20,000 views on a short, and I got like 92 cents.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, shorts is so
like,
it's
no,
it's literally designed to just keep playing on your phone. It's literally and it just goes to the next one, goes to the next one, goes.
Yeah, like it's more better for advertising for yourself if you can get people to click back into your channel or like you. Because a lot of people during shorts, if stuff pops up a couple times, people enjoy, they'll just subscribe to you there on the short.
Right.
So you at least get the subscriber click out of it sometimes, but you just won't usually get the watch hours and times and stuff like that later, and definitely no money.
Yeah, I think that's where there is still value, but like I said, I'm not going to tell anybody what they should be doing with their stuff, but that's what I would be using it for. I wouldn't worry about it. But if there are some channels though that have specifically decided to make shorts being their way, I'm like, guys, that's really hard to do. You need so many views for it to even matter.
Yeah,
like
you
literally have to come up with one viral short after another. Like that's miserable.
Yeah, unless you're paid by sponsors, and then you do that because you need the extra reach for things.
Yeah. I wouldn't do that. No, thank you. Went to National to meet up, and everyone was talking super slow. I know.
That is fun.
Imagine how I feel. Imagine how I feel, Brad.
I was talking 2 times speed D, Brad.
Yeah. Imagine, Brad. Imagine that I watch everything at 2.5x. And then I go with the real world ham. I'm like, everybody's like, I'm like,
yeah, that was like when I was trying to learn Bone Thugs and Harmony songs back in the day, and then I just started talking really fast because I had to sing fast, and then it got a little rough.
Keep trying to watch this at 2x, but keep stopping, keep trying. Don't forget the like button. Everybody's for it.
Go back and then go forward again.
Oops.
If you're aiding and abetting Judas, does that make you Judas adjacent?
Yes.
So important questions. Penny sleeve / auction wire ads keep me awake now that your insomnia battles puts others to sleep.
Oh, I've got some surprises for people on tomorrow morning when my video comes up.
Oh, I know what's coming. And I am hold on, one more time, Eric. One more time. Moving on. What about cutting shorts out of your videos? Do you mean like using your video to create shorts out of it? That's what I do.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's what you mean, Keith. But yeah, no, I totally do that. And I think there's value to that, especially if it's a long form video. Yeah, totally. Why not?
Yeah.
If you find it like a funny clip or something entertaining, yeah, totally. Use it. Eric shorts are too dirty to look at.
After tomorrow morning's ride, they're going to be pretty dirty. Yeah.
But
Eric
Keith
will never
is doing
stop wearing
videos that are like a minute and a half. His videos are shorts themselves.
A co-conspirator indeed. Yeah, no, you totally can, Keith. If there is for the podcast episodes, totally. I'd like to do it more because I think sometimes there's some. See, him. This is something I've been thinking about. I'm trying to decide. The thing is, it already takes so much effort to create the podcast and then I do a very light edit just to make sure it cleans it up. But I don't feel like I have enough energy left in me then to do timestamps and whatever. But it would be nice for some folks I know because then they could go to certain topics if they really want to hear about it. But I'm like, guys, at a certain point, like this isn't my job. I don't have enough hours in the day.
Yeah, correct. That's like me when I want to get fancy.
What short I want? All the Cynics, all the 16 episodes, I want the short where I stare into the camera and say, do not invest in not take a loan out of your 401k to invest in baseball cards. I want that as a short.
That could be done. Yeah. It's just be pulling from the episode. But yeah. This is where I kind of write a specific line, Ham, is like, I'm willing to put in the effort to create the content. And like I said, I'll do a little bit of edit just to make it clean, just to make it, reasonable. But after that, I just don't have enough energy left in me to go beyond that.
Yeah.
Like that's about
I always want to
get
do with cap cut or something and do like a little fun things. I'm like, no, I'm good. That's not my job. I'm already busy all day long.
Yeah. Well, that was the conversation that was happening in the Instant Revolution podcast. So, Eric knows, Dave, Steve, and those guys. But the thing is, they were commenting on how many lives I've done and how many videos I produce and everything. They're like, how does it? It's like, because I minimize the amount of editing I do. I give myself a certain amount of time to do it, but whatever I do cannot be over edited because there's no way. And also the microphone's already here. I just plug it in. The minimum amount of friction that I can create.
Couple of things about that. One is you had this conversation with Neo on the first iteration of the Praising the Content Guide.
Praising the Content Guide, yeah.
About his method, and his method is just basically as speak over video.
Show like a screen and just talk. Yeah.
Yeah, and it takes him so little time to do it that he can get it out that quickly. The other thing I was amused is I actually watched that segment from the Insert Revolution podcast. And they were trying to figure out the show. They were trying to figure out the name of the show, Cardboard Cynics. And the Denver Broncos guy thought it was called Sports Card Nonsense.
Listen, if Geo pays, Geo pays.
Very
different. You want to be on the network with your best friend in the world, Geo.
Very different.
But the only way it's possible is just I have to streamline it. It isn't the job, so I'm not going to give more time than is required. The microphone has to be here already. Like the arm just gets out of my way. I literally just plug in a cable. It's ready to go. We're doing it on StreamYard. My favorite example of that was, Dan, when I did that video doing the sports card nonsense, the response to it. You guys talked about it. I watched it after I slept in that Saturday. I watched the Hobby Hotline episode. You made reference to it. I accepted the challenge and then I recorded it. But it was because I wanted to see, and I explained this to Big Scott, I actually wanted to see if I could effectively roll out of bed and just create it almost in real time, which is basically what I did. I just cut out the gaps in between, but basically I made it as one straight video, and that's how I was able to make it as quickly as I did. But the other thing is, the only reason why I didn't give up partway through, because I really was bored out of my skull listening to that video. The only reason I didn't give up, Ham, is because I came up with the concept of the thumbnail, and I actually created the thumbnail, and it was me with the Mystery Science Theater 3000 motif at the bottom of the screen.
Yep.
And I was like, this thumbnail is too good to waste. I am using it. Come hell or high water, I will finish this video so I can use this thumbnail.
You said you were getting bored in it multiple times.
Because I was getting bored. Like, it was miserable.
But out loud, you're just basically like, I can't take this anymore.
No, it was... And I listened to so much long form. I'm like, this is misery.
I was feeling your pain while I was listening to it as well.
Criticism, right? The part of the criticism was this is boring. This is boring, right? It was boring. I only watched it because I had to for the Hobby Hotline discussion.
Yeah. Well, that goes back to what we were saying a little earlier about the. That goes back to the conversation about that watch time hours thing. If it's boring, people aren't going to make it through. I at that point was committed. I was like, I'm going to do this for this video that I'm doing. Otherwise, I would have already given up and stopped.
Doing it for the thumbnail.
Yeah, doing it for, in this case, it was for that, because the thumbnail honestly was my favorite part of that video. I was like, this thumbnail is great. This was a good idea. And it was executed exactly the way I wanted it to be executed. I was like, I'm not wasting this.
I did like the concept of collector hat and business hat. That was good.
Yeah. Well, it had to be done though, because when it comes to something like that, if Fanatics hired me and I'm sitting in there, then my only goal is to get my quarterly bonus. Then but this will run the hobby. I don't give a shit. I'm getting my quarterly bonus.
Gotta pay.
Yeah. I'm doing more. Yeah. I'm doing another caramel later in the month. 3 weeks from now, like early September, I guess.
Yeah. You gotta have a series of them then? On a couple different ones, or
no? It just happens to line up. A guest that I have coming up, who I've talked to like a couple months ago, just happens to line up with this particular week. So I think it's the end of next week. Anyway,
nice. Yeah, that's a fair critique.
Same.
Yeah, I like him personally too. I've had him on the channel before, but it's one of those things where like not everything's going to be for everybody. That's why I always talk about there's different. The good news is it's like anything else. There's different flavors for different folks depending on what you want. Some channels are going to be personality driven, and if you really like somebody's personality and the way they present it a certain way, that may entice you to keep watching a video that somebody else may have clicked off because they're like, oh, there's not enough information for me. Somebody else may have great information, and that's what keeps you engaged. Or it could be a mix of the two. If you can mix the two, that's gold. If you can figure that out. But easier said than done.
E95.
Nice. Good stuff. So Ham, so do you think you might actually try? So we'll finish off on this, and then thank you, chat. It's been really good tonight, actually. Appreciate you all popping in, and remember to hit the like button. Eric pays for it. Let me ask you this. So do you think you were saying that you were thinking about a second channel? Is it just because you're not sure what the topic would be?
Correct.
Okay. But is it one of those things where you would you go for something that isn't the cards or the fishing, like another third topic?
Correct. Or I could
more
I
fishing.
Could just fishing. I could do just
more
fishing. That would blow my card.
I was going to say, to be perfectly honest with you, if the channel was just fishing, it would probably blow past your other channel.
I'd prefer my main channel to be more than just even fishing and cards. Like if I want to go metal detecting or go looking for shark, whatever it is, just like almost like the adventure. Yeah, well, that's why it says Michael Ham Hobbyist is what I was just thinking about. Like my Instagram, that's what that says. So taking the sports cards and wearing just hobbyist. So it's basically I can do anything. I can go to yard sales. I can look at toys. I can do whatever the hell I want with no restrictions to a name. And then just people are just there kind of for the run, kind of like American Arbitrage does. He's been more card focused lately, but for a while he wasn't doing cards at all. It was the yard sales, flipping stuff. And what does he have, like 300,000 subscribers or something stupid like that? Because there's a diversity to it. But again, it doesn't seem to affect him when he does a bunch of card stuff. So it's kind of like just build the audience, and then they don't care what you're doing because they get involved with liking what you do, or they're interested because it's you're kind of in somebody else's life, and they enjoy that. And I think, especially in our hobby, there's not a whole lot of that actually out there.
Yeah, well, one of the good things about your channel is that you don't repeat yourself over and over again. Some of the card channels say the same.
I can't stand that. That's one of the worst things in my life is somebody repeats something. It drives me nuts. I already listened to it. I already heard it. I understood. Move along. Stop.
Yeah.
I get upset and they talk about the same thing over again because it's stupid.
No, I think so two separate thoughts here. Number one, you can get away with talking about a topic other people have talked about if you can bring a different angle to it. Or bring a twist. But you better be bringing something to the table. You can't just be regurgitating what's already been said. Literally.
No, I didn't saying the same thing on your own channel week after week.
No, don't.
Well, that's true too. Yeah, that's a different conversation.
That's the worst.
Yeah. So Brandon, this is fun. This is a kind of a fun question, but the honest answer is it depends on what thing you're watching on the channel. I think the Friday live leans heavier into personality. We will sprinkle information in there. There will be some over the course of the entire show. There'll be information in there. There's stuff that we talked about that's like real stuff, but then the rest of it is Eric finding out the chocolate sticks is actually horse meat.
That's disgusting.
One could argue is information.
That's disgusting.
It's okay. They just put some chocolate on it. You can't tell.
Mm-hmm.
But you could argue that's information.
Chocolate.
Yeah, chocolate. It's not even real chocolate.
Big League Chew.
But so that one, the podcast episodes, I would argue is a little bit more information, but there is personality still in it. We don't forego the personality, but there is a little bit more of a focus to it. And because there's more of a focus to it and there's certain topics that you're trying to hit on, that automatically will lead to more information.
Yep.
So it's just changing the mix. Just changing the mix. That would be the way that I would take it. So it depends on the video. Some videos I legitimately no, I actually have something I want to talk about. I actually got a couple of things I want to present to you. Like that one will lean way more heavy into information, but you always want a little bit of personality. Otherwise, it's just dry. Otherwise, it's just a dry reading of something. That's no fun. Have something in there. So yeah, depends on the day of the week. Depends on what I feel like doing that time. You should have only girl fans rip packs of hockey cards. Eric, you could search some of your incognito window.
Didn't that already start happening at the National?
See if Jelly Bean's available.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So a lot of cleavage, a lot more cleavage at the National this year than previous years.
Yeah, there were definitely more ladies there. Still waiting for a little uptick on the quality.
Well, he said cleavage. He that means ladies and gentlemen who need a shirt.
But we need to have like a Comic-Con in the same event so we can get a little dress up action.
Also, the guys who need a shirt. Brad says, my brother sent me an end screen that suggested going Brad's Vintage Fishing Channel. That's Brad's Vintage Motorcycles Channel. That's Brad Pitt's YouTube end screen. Do your job. Yeah. You can still
think about it. Do you want to watch Card Collector 2 open a pack of cards or Jelly Bean?
Good question.
Or Jelly Bean or any of the other guys open a pack of cards?
Yeah.
Something about a feminine touch.
Well, I don't think. First of all, I am completely against. I'm completely against sexualization of women.
Way to go, Amanda.
Wait, since when, Eric? Hold on.
I am completely against the sexualization of women in the hobby or any other place. They are our equals. If not, they are superior to us, and we should be treating them as such.
And I think the superior part is what Amanda says right here. That is a great comeback. Mike Ham, you have been one-upped.
And
I agree with her. I mean, the quality of the guys there is rough. I mean, I feel really good about myself when I'm walking around there.
I haven't smelt any women that smelled like BO. There might be a few of them, only a few at these shows, but they don't smell like BO.
Wait, hold on, Eric.
The
to be clear,
very attractive at
to
the
be clear,
shows either.
To be clear, Eric, I do believe the ladies are much more effective at getting the restraining order actually enforced.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah.
I think we have to delineate between different people in the hobby of the female persuasion who are in the hobby as hobbyists and also have, good things to say. Lauren on Hobby Hotline the other day, fantastic performance. I've talked about this before. There are not enough women in the hobby, but the types of women in the hobby are maybe something that needs to be discussed. We don't need OnlyFans women opening up packs, right?
Correct.
We want people who are here as actual collectors, or
one of the girls that watched the Off Center channel, and she watches my show, and I think she liked Dustin. She didn't like the other guys. But she's a Jordan collector. She's like, I've been collecting cards for 30 years, and you look at her and you just looks like soccer mom, like this normal lady. And she's like, because I was standing in front of her in the coffee thing, and she's like, are you Mike Ham? I'm like, yeah. She's like, I watch your show. I love watching your channel. I'm like, oh, this is great. So I talked to her for her name was Robin. Talked for 20 minutes. Just had a good conversation. Now she's DM me 3 times, so I may have to watch out for that. But it's just nice to have the women in the hobby.
Yeah, I think Dan is being discriminatory. We don't know about Jelly Bean's Greg Jeffries collection. She could be very passionate about the space. Dan, why are you judging her?
It might be Greg Jeffries' daughter.
I don't care.
I'm not judging. I'm making a judgment on the commitment to the hobby. Somebody who is here as a hobbyist, I have a ton of respect for, and somebody who is here just to manipulate or to make a quick buck, maybe not so much.
I don't,
and that doesn't necessarily mean even the OnlyFans type of people. There
are
women in the hobby that I don't respect because I think they're just here to make money, and they're just influencers or whatever.
Mary Gamble. I can't stand her.
I'm not going to name names, but
I will.
I think that you're not wrong about that.
Well, listen,
I walked right by her and filmed it and said my arch nemesis. I mean,
your arch nemesis. I think the biggest problem that we have, Dan, is people who show up into this space and are just here for the clout and are here to try to squeeze every last time out of this industry.
I bet you like WNBA too, don't you?
I'm here. I'm bringing sexy back, and I think
a new bike shirt.
I'm bringing sexy back, and I'm gonna be doing some things that are gonna be bringing a lot of people to the channel. Bringing more eyes to the hobby using all of this.
Can you go back up to Hobby Champs' comment? So, Hobby Champs, this is why I love you, because this is a great comment. This is absolutely 100% true.
It's true.
The problem is that if you got a bunch of nerds hanging out at a card show, most of them, some of them have never actually talked to a live woman before. So yeah.
No, that's why the one guy that has the model girl every year at his booth, he like pays her to come in for the national. She's been in 9 nationals now. She got the fake boobs. She's cute. Guys literally just go over there to buy something so they can kind of like be around her for like 2 minutes. Really, it's what they do. I watch it all the time.
See, in contrast to Gold Hour, I hope that the National expands the corporate area. We need the OnlyFans booth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care.
I hear you, eBay. I'm with you, eBay.
I don't care if you're an attractive male with, abs of steel. I don't care if you're a beautiful woman with fakies. I don't think.
But what if you have a kazoo?
I don't think we need sex in this hobby. There's children in it. I'm not interested in.
How do you think they got here?
I'm not interested in, you trying to sell me a Pokemon card with your boobies or with your abs or whatever. I'm not interested. I don't think it should be happening.
I don't know. Where are you seeing ab videos?
I'm just trying to say, hey, man, you telling me.
Where are you at?
Listen, I'm just
all right, I'm muting Eric before he continues. I'm going to finish reading these comments. Eric, will you be true to November? Yes, he's legally obligated. I thought she was a hobbyist. How do we know? Can you make something like this approach for women? The one that's been a great entry point for women I've seen is Formula One. Well, Formula One is pretty popular. Yeah, Laura says go on. I understand, Laura. It's true. Why are we worrying about the kids? How dare you? More collectors in general. Fair enough.
They're not collectors.
The ship is sailed. The ship is sailed. And Eric, for one, is here for our OnlyFans overlords.
I want to go to bed.
Well, if I can finish reading the comments. So
I want to go.
There's actually a specific comment that I thought was really good since you brought it up from said 4 collectors. From the 4 collectors video hobby hotline, in the comments section, we did have sports code nonsense. And it plays perfectly into what we were just talking about a moment ago. And I quote, sports code nonsense. I think Lauren had some reasonable thoughts and critiques, period. Fair pushback, in my opinion, period. More than welcome to join sometime, Pushback Live. I think we could have a good debate / back and forth if you're ever interested. Dan's Vintage Baseball PC. I was wrong. You did tune in. Lauren would be a superb guest on SCN. Michael Angel asks, how about I invite the Dan to come on SCN? LOL, not expecting that anytime soon from Dan's Vintage Baseball. Sports Code Nonsense. I think we would both rather lay in traffic than have to engage like that. How dare you threaten us with gold? How dare you?
There's more. Refresh. There's more.
Dan says, see, Dan not being a man of peace, Ham. Dan says, yes, having to actually discuss substance isn't your shtick. Sports code nonsense. And attempting to be entertaining isn't yours. As I said, traffic would be our best outcome. I accept this. I will moderate this shit.
We'd have a video from the top like Frogger, and we can see just who can make it.
Yeah, I was going to say, what the hell, man?
Sound effects and everything.
Amanda says, Eric, can I send you some book to read to Toronto so I don't have to fly it? Y'all will have to discuss.
Yeah, of course you can.
I'm surprised Gio didn't troll us in the in Cardboard Cynics when he was reason to be cynical #1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
It's 125 years of cards the kids don't care about. I would say this is mostly an adult hobby. For the most part, a lot of it, yeah. David says, is PSA Canada having the same issues as PSA HQ? PSA Canada is PSA. They're the same. Finkel is Ihorn.
Mm-hmm. I met PSA Brad right when I walked into the show.
Yeah. There's no difference, David. You're still sending the cards to the same people. They're still being graded by the same people and sent back by the same people. So anything that's happening at PSA HQ is the same. It's just a different submission point. You call by more women and girls like the young lady that everybody loves that collects vintage with her dad.
Yes, that is Finley. And Finley was handing out hats at the National. And Finley also goes to Strongsville. And her dad is a great guy, and she is wonderful. And I agree with this 100%.
Think of the hours viewed on that video. Exactly, Jim. Think of the hours. Ham, don't think of the children. Think of the hours.
I usually don't think of the children. I think the children in the hobby are overrated.
Yeah, listen, the children are the ones they came with the Pelican cases. First they came with the Pelican cases, now they've got the rolling ones.
Yeah, no parents buying, no children carrying. That's how that works.
Wow. Right now, that is the expectation. Yeah, I was chatting with Brad actually not long ago, and we were chatting about that. I am morbidly curious what the price point is going to be. I think it's going to be ridiculously high, my opinion. We don't know what it's going to be. I think it's going to be crazy high, especially given what we just learned from the national. Clearly, you have to add more numbers to it.
He was walking around with Hiro, who he introduced me to, who runs PSA Japan.
Yeah,
and talking about that was just being open. I'm like, aren't y'all backed up right now? Y'all might need to.
Well, no, Japan's taking some submissions. They actually can encapsulate and send right back.
Well, first of all, they have a better work ethic. So that, those guys literally grade a card in 3 seconds. So they're like Pokemon card from blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, but they also literally don't have to send across the ocean. So like they can grade right in house and send it. If Canada had its on site where you could literally grade in country, it would help. It would actually help because then all our stuff would go straight to them and come straight back. It would save a step. But in this case, it's still going to Santa Ana or New Jersey. And then because of that, you still got the delays and the rest of it's built in. Right now, David, I would say comfortably over. I'd be surprised if it wasn't 300, 349.
Like 250 American.
I feel
already.
bad for Steven, who's supposed to be grading that Jackie Robinson card.
Well, actually, for that one, it would be about the same as it would have cost before. I don't think it's going to change anything because it would definitely not. It would definitely, yeah, it wouldn't qualify at that lowest level. Yeah, it would have to be at the next. So to be honest, actually, Steven, it might cost him the exact same amount it would have cost him before. So I think in his case, for anybody on the lower end of it, they're screwed because it's just it would be really expensive. But no, if the Jackie Robinson is a high enough card that it would probably cost the same. It would cost the same. That's my opinion, but subject to change. But as soon as they announce it, I'll check in and I'll be happy to let everybody know. Just if you guys that are curious, see if Japan's working the Rebels off on PSA's hibbity jibbity. I had to go to SCN and Dan's comments for myself. It went sideways so quickly. Yes.
Yeah. Well, there's a history.
When two not men of peace join on what should have been neutral ground, alas. All right, last comment, and then we'll finish off for tonight. Happy Champ says, how the hell is PSA not open a grading facility in Canada yet? Not enough volume. No, that question has been asked and has been answered. The amount of submissions has gone up a lot over the years, and it's doing pretty good. But it would still have to go up more in order for them to be willing to actually buy the space and hire Canadian graders to take care of that. If we did, that'd be cool. It'd be good for us. It wouldn't change anything for you. It would just make it easier for us. I'd take it. That'd be great. But otherwise, that's the reason why. It's just not enough volume to justify it. All right. I think that's good. And we even finished. Pretty good amount of people hanging out at the end. So good job by everybody. So thank you, Michael Ham. Thank you, Dan. Eric was here. I want to thank Ray from Philly for now. Ray for now. Commitments were made, Ray.
Yeah, promises to keep.
Yes. Cardboard Neal, thank you for joining us. Bobbles and Ball Cards was indeed here as well. We had ourselves a pretty full house tonight. Yeah. Some great folks in the chat. Thank you all for joining us. It
was terrific, as always. Some of my favorite people in the hobby were in the chat tonight. So
keep waiting, Brendan Ryan. Keep waiting. Listen, y'all need 50 states first. Florida doesn't count.
I mean, we're getting ready to get Cuba and Greenland.
Good luck with that.
Don't just take it over.
Another Friday, another few unproductive hours sucked out of my life. Exactly. That's what we wanted.
Oh, Keith, if you're still there, I need you to do video tomorrow when I do my big purchase. I'll text you.
Indeed. Thank you, Kai. Later. Indeed.
Definitely. Look at
Thank you, Laura.
Good group of guys here at the end and girls.
Yeah.
Well, and Laura, of course, and
Amanda too.
Although she's a Judas, we've already established that and re-emphasized that point. In case we weren't clear on it, she really
that's on your side of the border.
You wait, Ham. You wait until suddenly the knife goes, and then you'll be like, you'll change your tune.
Sort of been very nice to me.
Yeah. And the best part, Eric, is that Amanda, in traditional fashion, didn't want to promote that her friggin' podcast is supposed to be tonight.
But she promoted the BCW.
Yeah, no, listen, that's where her bread is buttered. But she's supposed to be doing a podcast with British Man in the wee hours of the morning. Just saying. Just
tell Josh, go back and replay. Thank you. Ray from Philly and Neal come on about 8:20 p.m. and they're on for about 20 minutes.
See, I tried to give her a chance, Eric. I waited there just to see, and nothing. You can check that YouTube channel if you want. Theoretically, there'll be something there. A British man may show up. We'll find out. Who knows? Who can
He
say?
was very nice
Anyway.
too.
All right, that's it. Thank you, folks. Enjoy your evening. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take it easy. 305's in the books. Catch you next one.